No, Timo ainakin kuuluu hyvin. Joo. Anttia mä en kuulu. Nyt mä kuulen. Nyt mä kuulen Antin.
Nyt
Heti
kuuluu.
kun taikahattu Timo tuli paikalle ja heti alkoi ATK toimimaan.
Mä en oo ikinä pelannut sitä, mutta säännöt on vanhoja tekijöitä, niin. Voidaan koittaa.
Niin luulis meni sehän niinku heittämällä voitettaisi. Niin, Sakisella lähtee jostain niinku 1500, jos ei oo mitään niinku pelejä alla, ja sit se yleensä tippuu sitten muutamalla sadalla, että tietenkin riippuu kuinka hyvä on lähtötaso, mutta joo, kyllä. Että GG.
Mä pistin nyt Ranked-pelin performance-testin käyntiin, että nähdään riittääkö potkukoneessa.
Ai niin, ja mun nuhjunen netti voi olla.
Oho! Täällähän on mähinät. Mikä? Kylläpäs täälläkin meininkiä tässä performance-testissä.
No on. Sillä minun Antti tsekkaa suorituskykyä, niin onko sulla, tai onko teillä jotain niinku vinkkiä, kun mun hyvä ja uusi tietokone niin on alkanut puhisemaan. Niin, sellainen niin kuin, vaikka se edes juurikaan tee mitään, niin se puhisee kovaa. No. Niin. Ei, tää ei ole... No joo, käytettynä tää on aikanaan ostettu, mutta ei rehittisimolta. Ei siis kone, vaan oma kone. Miten se tehdään?
Joku meni täyteen kissan karvoja.
Varmaan.
Eilinen oli koettelemassa. Mulla oli ainakin...
Okei. No.
Mulla oli tossa, kun tossa oli semmonen niinku molemmin puolilla semmoset ihan mini-tuulettimet. Josta ihan littanat, niin toinen niistä oli tosi pölyinen niinku sieltä lapojen välistä. Se auttoi jonkun verran. Kone kävi ihan tulikuvan kaiken aikaa.
Niin voi olla, että se on mun läppärin meidän heikon lenkki.
Se on hyvä, että se on. Ja täällä on party. Mä vaan koittaa jo.
Jos mä käyn sillä välin vessassa ja haen vettä, jos tulee pitkä peli.
Mä pistin teille nyt invitet. Mä oon party leader. Joo, kolaa.
All right, peoples. Let's see if this works. Whoa. Just
Miten se autovideo näyttäytyy? Kuuluuks mä mihinkään? YK. Aha. Kerro miltä se autovideo näytti.
Alright, we will have a few theme games in Finnish if everything goes according to a plan. Rest assured it should be a pleasant journey. After that we will have a few ladder games as expected. These to enjoy. Katsotaan nyt. Autovideo oli siis pystyssä, mutta musta oli hauskaa, sitä puuttu mittarista. Se ei ollut hauskaa, mutta siis se oli musta hauskaa, että oli tämä.
Ai sä olisit halunnut nähdä mittarista myös.
Ja siis nyt kun mä oon nähnyt sen kerran, niin se voisi sijoittaa sillä, että saa mittarista ja vähän ajajan kulmakarvaa myös.
Okei. Tarvii siirtää se varmaan toiselle puolelle. Mä koitin takalasiin, niin siinä on ne lämmitys, niin ne langat. Niin se ei pysynyt siinä se imukuppila.
Okei, niin totta se käy kyllä järkeä.
Jotenkin niiden lankojen takia. Ilmeisesti, koska muissa laseissa se pysyy.
Onko täällä jo kutsuja heitelty?
On
Kyllä
heitetty
täällä on.
kutsuja, peruttu kutsuja.
No, ei kaikille. Jee.
Ai. Ja sit pitää valita siis Team Random
Jos mä
Map.
tehdään tuolle kilvelle. Mä pistän mun japanilaista.
Ai niin totta, kun tuossa voi sanoa, että
Kumpi se nostaa, jos siinä on toi ruksi päällä, niin
mä luulen, että silloin, jos siinä ei ole ruksia, niin sallii sen, että on ok, että on satunnaiset kansat.
okei, mä pistän ruksiin siihen, koska mä oon nössä.
Ja sitten, ai niin, pitäisikö totta, me halutaan varmaan kieltää se, koska muuten on riski, että sieltä pelmahtaa vastaan joku tiimi, joka äänillään ajaa meille satunnaiset kansat, niin sitten ei voida kalla Japania Aztekit, vai?
Jep.
Mä otan varmaan vaan satunnaisen kuitenkin, mutta mä pistin ton kilpiruksin kuitenkin päälle.
Tiimi pelaaja. Ja tässä vaiheessa.
Sitten pidetään paniikkipalaveri, jos
Toi find match, niin select match type. Match type. Onko se 3v3 normal map? Varmaan.
Team RM. Joo, mutta ehkä mähän katon sun striimistä tätä. Team RM 0/3 Banshee, niin sitten haluat ruksia ton 3v3 normal map. Joo. Mutta älä ota Empire Warsia, vaan se random mappi. Empire Wars alkaa Feudal Ageilta, eli kakkoskaudelta. Siinä on valmiiksi joku kymmenkunta kyläläistä ja pari rakennusta. Ja se on siis ihan turnausmuoto, mutta niin vaatii ehkä muutama harjoituskierroksen ennen kuin on sellainen varmuus.
Ja pitäis mun täältä ruksia joku vielä täältä kartta?
Kartoista me halutaan ehkä miettiä, että onko joku mikä näyttää pahalta. Mitä me ei missään nimessä haluttais.
Mitä ei missään nimessä haluta.
Joo, tossa pystyy
veneellä lähteä menee.
Tässä ei taida olla mitään semmoista, missä on pelkkää vettä.
Tulee
Paitsi toi Migration on jo totta. Joo, niin se on ehkä sellainen, mikä on ihan hauska kartta, mutta mikä voi vaatia vähän miettimistä.
Mitäs nää tarkoitti, missä oli toi Tohvelin kuva? Vaikka Nomad.
Se meinaa sitä, että aloitetaan pelkillä, että kyläläiset on siroteltu ympäri tätä mannerta ja sitten pitää aloittaa rakentamalla kyläkeskus jonnekin.
Okei. Laitanko find match? Onko kaikki valmiita?
Juu.
No, siltä ei kuulostaa. Okei. Sitten jännitään montako minsaa pitää odottaa.
julkistuksia lähettää omaan ja seuraavaan mun striimiin.
Just. Tai katsotaan.
Ainakin tällä hetkellä. As we speak.
Tämä pienenee toi odotettavissa oleva aika.
Dyn.
Vaikuttaa luotettavalta.
Dyn. Oliko meillä jotain suunnitelmaa, minkä suhteen pitäisi? Toisaalta tässä odotellessahan paremminkin on hyvin aikaa kertoa, kun luin tuota kirjaa noista lähiödemokratiasta. Niin siinä oli mielenkiintoinen maininta siitä, että joku höpö-tutkija oli kirjoittanut tai tehnyt havaintoja, että kansanmurhat ja muut ikävyydet johtuu ennemminkin siitä, että kansalaiset on totteliaita tai kuuliaita, tottelevia ja kuuliaita, ja vähemmän siitä, että he olisi semmoisia arjen anarkisteja. Niin tällaiseen kansalaistottelemattomuuteen tai kyseenalaistamiseen kannustettiin yhden tekstivirkkeen verran tuossa kirjassa, mikä oli musta hyvin mielenkiintoista. Kun en ollut ajatellut sitä tällä lailla, tai en muista ajatelleeni asiaa tällä lailla aikaisemmin. Että mistä se pahuus vaikka sitten kuoriutuu. Niin nyt kun ollaan jonossa, niin just tähän tällaisia nopeita kannanottoja.
Anttu voi ottaa kiinni, koska multa meni kauheasti ohitte, kun mä härväsin muuta. Pahoittelen.
Liittyykö tää siihen vankilatutkimukseen, mikä on sitten myöhemmin väitetty, että se on niin kuin, oli joku puuhaa-tutkimus, että ne jättiin ihmiset vankeihin ja vartioihin, ja sitten ne alkoi harjoittaa ihan mielivaltaa ne vartijat.
Mun uskoakseni ei, mutta ihan hauska kysymys.
Eikö se vähän kuitenkin ole, että tämä niin kuin
Siis se tutkimus kai pohjasi siihen, että ihmisistä, tai se argumentoi tämä höpö-tutkimus ihmisistä, jotka pääsee valtaan kiinni, niin se korruptoi se valtainen ja kaikista kuoriutuu tämmöinen paha auktoriteettipotkija luonne tai jotain tällaista. Että ihminen on luonteeltaan paha, eikö se ollut se, mitä tässä tavallaan, että kun vaan tulee tilaisuus, niin sitten se tulee näytille. Eikö se ollut se höpö-tutkimuksen? Voi ei! Okei, minuutti vielä.
Tai sitten hyvät vaan ei pääse ikinä siihen asemaan.
Niin.
Onko meillä Black Forest?
Niin, meillä kävi tuuri. Niin, me ollaankin voitettu tää peli. Okei.
Sinne ei voi
Santtu näköjään halus randomin.
Niin, lyöksä sä Santtu tuohon ruksin vielä ton randomieston päälle?
Mennäänkö me johonkin järjestykseen?
Vai?
Joo, totta. Kuka on keskellä? Santtu keskellä. Onks niin?
Joo, sä oot.
Okei, sä oot Okei. Ja sitten, mitä vielä? Tässä siis, Antti, älä ylläty, tää kartta on valmiiksi näköisellä. Siis sä näet koko ajan, siis ihan niin kuin olisit kerran skoutannut tän kartan. Sitä varten, että erottaa noi tunnelit tuolla metsähalki. Niin. Yleensä noin muuritetaan noin. Katsotaan, tästä voi olla aika kaoottisen hyvä kamppailu. Voi ei.
Sebastian, Andrew.
Siellä on oikean näköisiä ihmisiä.
Voi ei.
Onks toi Torre Mendoza jossain klaanissa?
Ja sitten mä oon vielä joku kiinalaista. Unohdin tän asian, mutta näinhän tää menee. Kiinalaisilla on erilainen lähtö. Lampaat lähtee noin.
Näppäimet ei toimi silleen kun ne toimii ennen.
Se on tää heti kun tulee tänne rankettiin, niin kaikki on vaikeet.
No,
kilpailullisissa peleissä.
Eikö tässä vakiona niin toi VASD niinku liikukuva?
Ei kai vakiona.
Okay.
Mut siis onks tässä erilaiset näppäinasetukset tuolla? Eikä nyt, siis mä ymmärtäisin, että monin pelissä voisi olla eri kuin yksin pelissä, mutta...
Sitten se varmaan on toi Cities, missä nyt on.
Niin, minkä takia me nähdään tää koko höskä?
Sen takia, että kun täällä on tällaisia käytäviä, niin kuin nämä pari tässä esimerkiksi, niin sitten jos niitä ei onnistuisi tavallaan etukäteen tai hyvin nopeasti selvittämään, mä oon niitä kyläläisiä, niin sit kilpailija silleen kun onnistuu bongaan noi käytävät, niin silloin suhteeton etu. Niin sen takia tää on tavallaan ajan saatossa vakioitunut, että tää pelataan
tää rakentaa tai muuria täällä tää turkoisi.
Joo, se kuuluu tähän pelityyppiin.
Kävi mun scoutin kimppuun.
Tarvitsetko sä apua, juokse pakoon. Mut
joo,
tähän...
tässä tilanteessa niin ton...
Kerro.
Pöllin siltä nää päkät. Tämmöisessä tilanteessa niin laitatko sä ton autoscoutin päälle, että se sitten juoksee niin koko ajan karkuun?
Ei, sit sä voit vaan juoksuttaa sen kotiin ennemmin. Ei siellä välttämättä takaisin tutkittavaa myöskään. Mut siis tää on aika tavallinen tää alku, että tyypit yrittää muurittaa ton yhdyskäytävän, jotta tää peli venyisi pitkäksi. Mut Santtu oli fiksu hakiessaan vettä siis.
Joo.
Mä unohtaa tehdä kyläläisiä tässä nyt jo useampaan otteeseen.
No mulla oli tässä sama tilanne toi koko mun scoutin pelastusoperaationa. Niin scoutti kuoli, niin mä nyt en, milläs mä saisin noin mun antiloopit tulemaan tänne?
Sä voit hyödyntää... täällä on sinisen scoutti on täällä työntelemässä näitä mun peuroja. Ehkä sä voit pyytää kans kilpailevaa joukkuetta.
No, se onkin muuten kiva.
Ja sitten Santtu joutilaana ehtii. Mä voin myös tökkiä niitä sitten, kun mä oon päässyt täältä mun omista antiloopeista eroon. Mut siis ennuste voi olla siinä suhteessa huono, että yleensä ottaen ihmiset, jotka pelaa Black Forestia, osaa pelata sitä myös. Niin voi olla, että...
Pöllin tuolta 2 lammasta tuolta yhdeltä.
Pöllit.
Pölli.
Sitten tsemppiä, että onnistut pitää ne. Ei nyt multa...
Mä pistin ne vaan menee tonne
aikaan.
Mä pistin ne menee tonne piiloon. En mä niitä saa itse kotiin mitenkään tulee, mutta mä vaan kuskaan ne tonne piiloon.
Ai että.
Kiusa, se on pienikin kiusa.
Ne oppii sitten olemaan. Tehdään toi puuhakkuumesta sitten. Ei. Puuhakkuumesta toho. Sitten mä lähetän tää konini sinne. Jos siitä olisi vaikka apua. Mä en oo muurittanut täällä, eli on mahdollista, että ne juoksentelee täällä meidän keskuudessa niiden vihollisten tyypit. Ihan tällä vaan tiedokset, jos sillä on väliä.
Mitä se tarkoittaa?
Tarkoittaa sitä, että ne voi muiluttaa vaikka jonkun kyläläisen tänne esimerkiksi. Tänne meidän keskuuteen ja sitten tehdä sillä kaikenlaista hallaa. Sillä, että kannattaa varmaan tutkia näitä takalinjoja, että tuleeko sinne parakkeja tai jotain. Me voidaan Santun kanssa keskittyä tähän myyrän töiden korjaamiseen.
Se olisikin hauska temppu.
Katsotaan, onko semmoista tapahtunut. Sitten meidän primaaritemppu voi olla se, että me yritetään mennä tästä läpi ja sitten kiertää tonne vihollisen selustaan sille. Aika ilmiselvä, mutta kuitenkin.
No niin, nyt tänne tuli sankarin scoutti. Kiitos.
Joo, mä en tiedä mihin suuntaan sä näitä haluat, mutta tuodaan vaikka tänne. Onko sun lammastyypit valmiina? Todellakin.
Headshot.
Kyllä on squadioitu. Sitten tosta vähän marjoja messiin. Mä voin mennä vaikka hakkailemaan puutot. Oho, mulla on tarpeeksi tätä ruokaa, että vois vaihtaa kautta. Mutta puuttuu vaan tönä. Na 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 na. Hienosti menee. Ehkä mä koitan tässä antaa jotain yllättävää
No
painetta.
tämähän on hito hienoa. Mä ihmettelin mikä tässä on ongelma, mutta tämähän on lumberkampi, minkä mä oon rakentanut tänne
Nähtävästi.
myllyksi.
Ei nyt sun peuran metsästä tappaa tän yhden tänne. No ei se mitään. Sä voit tehdä niin, että vinkki. Sä voit kerätä noilla kyläläisillä sen peuran pois ja rakentaa mylly vasta sen jälkeen, niin sitten tiputtaa siihen suoraan. Käy se tietysti toisaalta näinkin, eipä se nyt kauhean matka ero ole. Mä tuon sulle tän kuitenkin lähemmäs. Oho, voi ei nyt. Kyläkeskuksen tuontipiste tuli vähän hankalaan kulmaan. Mikä tiimityö.
Kiitos.
Okei, mä menen kattoo, onko täällä monta muuria täällä mun kylässä nyt sitten. Mutta esimerkiksi voi olla fiksua rakentaa näitä näkötorneja, miksi niitä kutsutaan, outposteja voi olla fiksua rakentaa sinne tänne muutamat sitten, kun on ylimääräistä kiveä. Että näkee, jos niillä on jotain juonia. Esimerkiksi täällä...
Ammu.
Kekkä ei ammu.
Outpostit.
Ei. Joo. Se on ihan oikeesti. Miten noin hitaasti menossa? Niillä on varmaan joku taktiikka. Mä hoitelen tämän sinisen scoutin täältä näin. Se oli hengailen tossa. Sitten täällä jostain syystä on tällainen. Tuoks sä saattu sun heposen tänne? Onks huono hetki? Häh? Voit tuoda.
Mitäs siellä oli?
Täällä on rakennettu muuri tänne meidän väliin.
Väliin?
Jep.
Miksi jotain mennyt tänne?
Mä en tiedä.
Voi ei, nyt kaikki meni.
Sä hoitelet ton ja... En mä tiedä pärjääksä sillä, mä tuun jeesaille. Mä unohdin tehdä tässä myös välissä kyläläisiä, kun oli niin intensiivistä. Mut siis jotain tällaisia juonia niillä saattaa olla, että... Eristetään pelaajat toisistaan ja...
Sen sellaista. Ne keskittyy toppisiin höpö juttuihin ja... Kuitenkin niillä pois sitten on oikeesta pelistä.
Niinpä. Meille helppoa voittoa. Tadaa, hieno duuni. Mut niin tää voi olla ehkä ihan hyvä tsekkailla tää. Että onks täällä tehty vaikka jotain parakkeja tai muita sellatteja. Nyt voit itse asiassa laittaa vaikka autoskautille se sun kaveri. Kunhan se on jossain hyppysissä, jos tarvii. 2 kyläläistä siniseltä kuoli. Eli sinänsä toivoa on, mutta... Tai voi ajatella, että hyöty on ollut aika pieni. Mutta katsotaan kohta. Mulla on 1 000 000 puuta. Ja parakki ja talo. Vähän on tämmöistä viivettä, että kun mielestään tosi hyvin klikkailee, niin se ei menekään ihan suoriltaan. En tiedä, ootteko huomannut. Niin sininen on blokannut täällä kaikki nää. Eli voisin kuvitella, että ne hyökkää tänne mun kimppuun ja yrittää saada muut tapettua. Jos sulla sanottu jotain valmiuksia, sä voisit lähettää vaikka jonkun ukkeli hakkaa niitä muureja tai jotain. Niin päästään niistä joskus läpi. Pitäisin tältä pohjalta aika todennäköisenä, että ne tulee iskeä jollain pienellä YV-yrityksellä tänne mun suuntaan. Se on tietysti tyhmästi valittu heiltä, mutta...
Tuossa tehdä sitten nyt näkö sotilasmielessä. Tulee sieltä jousijäjillä.
Hetkinen, tuleeko? Sanoiko se niin? Eli onko siellä...
Mahdollisesti tulevat sieltä.
Toista mä en saanut kiinni.
Millä ne mahdollisesti tulee sieltä tässä tämmöisessä pelissä?
Vaikea sanoa. Siis nyt kun ei ole vielä näkynyt mitään, niin mä kuvittelen, että ne yrittää päästä linna-aikaan tai myöhemmäksikin. Portugali, saraseenit, vietnamilaiset. Portugalilta voisi ainakin tulla ruutityyppejä, jotka on sitten vähän inhoja. Katsotaanko täällä mun suhteen mitään esteitä rakennettu. nähtävästi. Täällä tehdään kivimuureja myös. Täällä. Ennenkin ne puolustautuu tosi hyvin. Okei, mä pistän nyt tyyppejä keräilemään sitten sakkoja, niin mitä tästä? Olin myöhässä katsomassa, mutta johonkin tää kuoli, niin siellä on ehkä ollut jotain keppiukkoja esim. Myöhempiä aikojen selvitettävää. Mutta joo, mä rakennan tässä vielä markettia ja lähden sitten haaveilen seuraavasta ajasta. Ei siis suoraan aiheuta toimenpiteitä, mutta nyt kun on rauhallista, niin kannattaa ehkä yrittää tähystellä vähän, eli tehdä vaikka Antti tohon. Santtu! Voi ei!
Mitä?
Vastustajakin oli jo 3. Mutta niin tohon vaikka joku, mikä ikinä outpost-tähystystorni onkaan. Et sitten kun sieltä lähtee armeijaa valumaan, niin saa muutaman sekunnin lisää varoaikaa siihen. Paljastan täällä mun vastustajalle, että jouskareita on tehty. Katsotaan mitä sieltä tulee. Täällä on ainakin parakki vastassa. Ja. Mä lähden kans linnaajalle nyt. Niin. Eiköhän tästä selvitä. Hienoa Santtu. Hienoa muurin läpäisyä. Mä lähetän muutaman kyläläisen sinne ihan siltä varalta, että niille tulee tarvis tässä. Jos tuleekin joku kunnon isku. Niin pientä huoltovarmuutta. Antti. Tonne vois laittaa jonkun puuhakkaaja ehkä jossain kohtaa. Tosta pääsee kuitenkin muutamassa minuutissa läpi. Sitten kun on vähän armeijaa, niin...
Mä yritän rakentaa nämä outpostit.
Jep. Niin voitais yllättää, koska sitten 4. kaudella pystyy tekemään noita katapultteja, millä pääsee muureista läpi, puista läpi. Myöskin, että pystytään hakkaan tiemme tavallaan metsän läpi, mutta sitä ennenkin voi olla hauska jo. Tai nimenomaan sitä ennen voi olla hauska yllättää, koska mä luulen, että ne kuvittelee, että niillä on kaikki tosi hyvin, vaikka ei niillä ole. Kun on häviämässä. Tuolta tuli noitten Skirmisher, sillekin on kepiheittäjälle heitetty vähän bonuksia, mutta ei paljon. Nonni. Se on lopun ajat käsillä nyt noilla. Tietää ne sitä sitten tai ei. Dun. Oi että. Mutta sinisen tehtävä on ollut pelata aikaa ja toimia hidasti ja hidastajana. Tässä on nyt semmonen riski, että ne saattaa tässä jossain kohtaa esimerkiksi vaan rikkoa noin muurit ja lähettää jonkun 1000 tyyppiä, kuten esimerkiksi Ritaria, tänne meidän talouksiimme. Ai että. Miten söpöö. Tää tulee olemaan peliratkaisija. Mut ilmeisesti keltään ei oo sinänsä nähty mitään joukkoja. Noilla on pieni piste.
Nää omat vielä sekoittaa nyt nää pimeät puskat täällä.
Jop. Ai mulla ei ollut tarpeeksi puuta, no se selittää. Jos nää kaikki mun puuhakkaajat on täällä. Mä teen täällä ilmiselvästi jouskareita, mutta vaihdan sitten johonkin toiseen tyyppiin kohtapuoliin. Koska se ei ole mikään voittava taktiikka pitkällä tähtäimellä. Okei. Linnaajan joukot vastakkain. Voiko sä sanottu tulla hakkaan tän? Piteleekö sulla kiirettä?
Ei.
Hyvä. Onkohan noin menossa kovaa vauhtia tonne seuraavalle kaudelle ja... Hei, että kepiheittelijät käy täällä ammuskelemassa mun keihäsäjiä niin kuin ne olisi jotenkin tosi tärkeitä. Toisaalta tähän ylimielisyyteen on ennenkin kaaduttu, mutta hämmästelen silti. Mulla on 63 kyläläistä, millä te meette?
73. Oho. Mulle hyökätään jollain millä. Pyssyäijä. Pyssykärry.
Sinisen muuri on läpästy. Mä en tajunnutkaan.
Mikä se silloin on? Jos
Venäjä.
pyssykärry, niin mitäs mä pidän sitä vastaan?
Pyssykärry.
Portugalilaiset vai Gigge?
Mitä?
Minkä värinen? Vaaleansininen.
Se oli kai vaaleansininen.
Joo, niillä on sitten varmaan ne orjan kanssa, että työntää semmoista kärryä, mistä tulee.
Joo, 5 piippuja ja sitten
Joo.
topsauttaa lisää.
Sä voit kokeilla tehdä ton katapultin, ton mangoneelin, jos siitä olisi apua. Sitten, jos ne saa ison kasan niitä tehtyä, niin me ollaan vähän pulassa, mutta ratsuilla teoriassa voit päästä iholle, siitä voi olla apua.
Arvasin heppoja ja
Niin, ainakaan se ei oo.
Toki. Matkaa tällä hetkellä sinne.
Okei, mä käyn täällä sinisen suuntaan vähän tappamassa noita kyläläisiä kumppaneita. Meidän vihreä on... mikä? Vietnamilaiset. Niitä on ainakin jouskarityyppejä. Katsellaan, onko niistä mitään haittaa kylläkään. Oho, mulla on täällä muutama ekstra tyyppi. Oho. No. Mä pistän linnan tulille tähän ja katsellaan sitten. Mä voisin oikeastaan vaihtaa sen jälkeen myös neloskaudelle. Niin saadaan painetta luotua näin näistä. Tää on vähän hassu tää näitten sinisen etuvartio täällä. Koska tää ei ollut liian hyvin puolustettu kuitenkaan.
Se oli hävy.
Täällä tehdään paniikkimuurituksia. Tuliko sulle Antti, onko sulla mitään hätää siihen? Saatko sä tehtyä jotain linnaa tai muuta?
Ei.
Tällainen ylipäätään ehkä hidastaa.
Niin, vois ehkä tehdä linnallisella tai materiaalia näköjään.
Täällä on vihreillä on rättän archereita. Niitä juonia kieromieliä. Tyylin tappaa niitä. Vähän niitä balistiikkoja. Ehkä.
Teille muutaman magnoneeli tänne odottaneen, jos sieltä tulee. Mä olen vähän jakanut täällä näitä porukkaa niinkö osiin.
Jep.
Tossa ilmeisesti 2 muuripätkää nyt on, mistä ne voi tulla.
ihan varma kaukeamaan, kuinka kaukeamaan.
En tajunnut toista.
Toi sinisen muuri, mitä on hakannut, niin ei ihan varma.
Ehkä ne on vähän päivitellyt tässä laatua. Ohan nyt mä juoksutin, tänne tuli muutama heppa ja mä ihan vähän kas korjailen tää katapulttia. Ei onnistunut. Oi voi.
Nyt mä tuli muutamalla jousityyppillä tänne. Tuo mun mangoni eli tappa leikitä. Oho. Tulee uudelleen koittaa.
Mä laitoin vähän turhaakin noita ukkeleita tonne äärihuudeihin.
Toi näköjään scoutti pääsi läpi tuolta välistä.
No, käypäs vähän kattelee. Hyvä.
Se on linna näköjään.
Okei, sit sieltä alkaa toinen piirityskonetta kohta. Jos ei oo. Mä tarvii lisää kultaa. Missä kaikki mun kullakaivat oikein luuhailee? Tosta tulee vähän. Tää mun muunkin oli täällä vähän väärissä hommis. Tehdään muutama parakki ja ratsutalliin. Piirityskone, miksi ei?
Tuli näköjään tehneeksi reijän tohon muuriin, ettei se mitään.
Noilla on jonkin verran enemmän pisteitä, niin voi olla, että niillä on myös jonkin verran enemmän tällä hetkellä ukkeleita.
Mulla 8,
Täällä on
meillä on 8000 pistettä, niin se on aika kova.
Sanoit täällä, niin missä on täällä?
mun linnan ohi meni. Eli tulee kohta.
Tulee etelästä, joo, kiitos.
Luokse.
Joo, hyvä varoitus. Ei oikeastaan kauheasti haittaa, mutta mä voin samalla pistää työttömät duuneihin. Ai niin, mutta mun täytyy kehittää nyt viimein toi ballistiikka, olisi ihan hyödyllinen juttu. En tiedä tuleeko ne takaisin tässä hetken päästä. Se on ehkä vähän semmosia elkeitä, että ne ei tyydy oleen. No täällä oli yksi jouskarityyppi, se nyt saa sitten vaikka kuolla. Mitäs muuta täällä tapahtuu? Jos mennään tosta muurista läpi noin. Päivitellään vähän.
Jossain, mutta en tiedä missä. Teillä on jo 2 linnaa täällä mun näköjään kulmilla.
Onko sulla sanottu muuten tyyppejä heitellä seuraksi tai hyödyksi?
Joo.
Jop. Koska toi on kuitenkin vasta nyt toi linnatyyppi neloskauden, josko on pitänyt lähettää sinne joku muurinmurtajakone.
Ei sun luoksen vain.
Ei, Antille.
Ei.
Mulla on täällä kuitenkin aika easy.
Tulee joku jossain kohtaa. Joku joskus. Mä lähdettiin vähän scouttimielessä tulee tuonne Britanniin tonne. Nyt tuli tonne näköjään yritetty kiukkoja.
Jop. Katsotaan kuinka pitkällä mä selviän tässä mun vähän ehkä vajaalla kamallani. Ai, täällä yksi kanuna onnistuu tekemään. Onko sulla sanottu nopeita tyyppejä lähettää? Tänne vois ehkä niinku mikä... Okei, mutta jos sulla sattuu olemaan mitä tahansa tyyppejä pari kappaletta, niin se on ihan jees. Nyt kun katon tätä mun statustani täällä, niin on kuitenkin vähän tällainen ehkä vähän vajaasti valmistautunut tähän.
Näppäintä tai siis näppäintä, mitä kun pitää pohjassa, niin sitten ei tuu valinneeksi kyläläisiä, vaan se valitsee silloin pelkät noin sotilaat.
Joo, kontrollin kanssa niin käy. Joo.
Mä oon nähnyt sun tekevän.
Joo, kontrollin kanssa saa ja onko Haltin kanssa, että se ei ota niitä. Jotenkin näin. Joku tällainen hieno jaottelu.
Tää nyt tulee Antti sun niskaan idästä hepposia.
Idästä.
Aivan niin kuin kiertää täältä.
Mun niskaani tyyppejä kauheasti.
Kun on tällaisia juonityyppejä. Nyt mä yritän saada tehtyä...
Tänne tulee nyt aika iso isku.
Muutaman farmin yritän saada tehtyä, mutta ei oo helppoa.
Hei, mulle tuli nyt 2 suunnasta.
Ei hätää, koska Santtu jeesaa. Tai onks mä nyt väärässä? Mulla on resursseja, mutta mä käytän niitä vähän huonosti tässä ehkä just tällä hetkellä. Juoksennellaanpa tänne vähän matkaa. Onks sä hengis vielä? Nähtävästi.
Niin huono.
Mä en ihan varma yrittääks nyt jatkaa täältä tonne Santulle päin vai mikä homma. Mä tuun tekemään tänne Antille linnan, jos se onnistuu. Sitten vähän lisää farmeja. Mulla on nyt 140 tyyppiä, mutta vasta 140 tyyppiä, niin mä katsoin, jos mä saisin tästä vähän kasvateltua. Täällä on nyt siis vihreällä aika hyvä tällainen etuvartio viritettynä tänne.
Mitä sä toivoisit meiltä tai minulta?
No sitten siinä kohtaa, kun mä yritän hyökätä täältä omasta puhtoista lähiöstä, niin jos sä pystyt tulemaan sieltä etelän kautta. Ei, mutta niin tää muuri on vieläkin rikkomatta. Okei. No eipä sillä sitten oikeastaan ole kastin väliä. En mä usko, että tässä on kasti mitään hätää just nyt. Noin nyt rakentelee täällä jotain etuvartioita, mutta... Nyt mä voin täällä sinnitellä vielä aika hyvän aikaa. Kun vaan saan sopii johonkin noita ratsutalleja, tehtäisiin vaikka tänne. Kullasta on pulaa. Mä en saanut vallattua takaisin yhtä kasaa, joka oli. Mä tuun Santtu sinne apajille vähän. Mut niin nyt vihreä lähti puskeen tänne mun suuntaan.
Siniset, eikö? Niin sininen on jossain mun ja Santun välissä ilmeisesti. Vai onko se tapettu?
Ei sinisellä ole tehty mitään. Ei kun se vaan juoksee, kato täältä, kun niillä on tää käytävä vallattuna niillä. Niin nyt kun niillä on toi sillanpää, niin ne hyödyntää sitä. Mut joo, vihreä on nyt täällä mun talousalueella, niin mä katon... Voi ei! Se lähetti tänne just ikävästi hevosia, kun mä olin... Voiko sä Santtu siirtää sun joukkoja niinku ruudun verran ylöspäin siitä?
Turkoosi on täällä munkin osana nyt.
Koska mä saan kyllä täällä nää tönöt pystyyn ja kaikkea, mutta tässä voi mennä hetken aikaa, että mä oon täältä oikeesti...
Täällä on aika huonot meininki mulle. Torni hajos.
Joo. Odottamatonta, mutta ei mahdotonta. Hyvä Santtu, hienoa. Ja sit voit samalla vauhdilla jatkaa pestään ton linnan, jos se on mahdollista, mutta mä pistän tässä heposia tulemaan. Niin. Santtu, mikä sun status on? Kato, siellähän se menee. Hienosti. Mä lähetän mun 5 tyyppiä kans sinne.
Onhan ne puoli mun.
No.
Ei.
Linnat lähti niinku ihan tuosta vaan.
Joo, jos niillä on koneita, niin ne saa tehtyä aika paljon niillä. Mulla on siis tuhansia kaikkia resursseja, eli mä vähän alikäytän tässä nyt Oho. Mut mä teen uuden puolustuslinjan tänne.
Tää tulee aika voimalla täällä nyt toi niskaan.
Jos sulla on saanut jotain nopeita joukkoja, tai enpä tiedä. Ehkä mä voin lähettää näitä mun koneja vähän sinne suuntaan.
Mä lähetin ne jo. Mitä niille kuuluu?
No mä lähetän tosta viestiukkeleita. Mulla on täällä puolustusasemat käynnissä. Ehkä vähän sillä ohkaisesti, koska tää mun kyläni ehkä tulee tuhoutuu tässä iskussa jollain prosentilla. Noi tyypit vois mennä tänne kanssa tekee vähän puolustuslaitteita noin. Kato, mun ratsut väki tuli just oikeaan aikaan. Voi olla, että niille käy vähän huonosti tuossa luotisateessa, mutta käytiin, tehty on.
Jumalauta, kun nää on joku pieni, tulee vähän näköiselle niiden opettajia.
Joo, tässä ehkä siis noita portugalilaisia vastaan voittava taktiikka oli se, että pääsis kiertämään niiden armeijan, ettei edes jää taisteleen tohon, vaan yrittää hyökätä niiden kimppuun. Niin ehkä jotain sen sorttista. Tavallaan. Et sitten jos joutuu ton jyrän alle, niin siitä on aika vaikeeta nousta. Mä kokeilen tehdä tässä vähän vielä noita... Mä vähän päivittelen mun joukkoja.
Millä noin tuhoaa?
No siis ehkä jos olisi isoja katapultteja. Missäs nää mun tönöni on täällä? Mä tein muutaman. Mulla on tässä kuitenkin toi vihreän armeijalla menee vielä hetki tuhota tää mun kyläni loppuun, niin tässä on hetki aikaa tehdä. Sitten vielä muutama takalinjojen taistelijan tänne. Ja voidaan vielä testailla juttuja tässä ennen kuin Santulla on tämmönen söpö pikkuinen tuommoinen katapultti. Körö. Tännekö tarvittiin tulivoimaa?
Mullakin on tommosia mäkin koitin, mutta ei oikein lähtenyt.
Joo, se kantamaero on aika iso. Ja tuolla yliopistosta saa kehitettyä jotkut kansat sen lisäkantama keksinnön myöskin, jolloin niistä saa vähän enemmän irti. Mut onpa hauskaa. Okei, no mun katapulttini katosi johonkin. Mutta tästä voi siis kuvitella, että on ehkä joskus ennenkin pelannut Black Forestia, koska tässä oli selkeä taktiikka, millä he lähti tähän peliin. Et eristetään yksi vihollinen kahdesta muusta ja sitten pidetään puolustuslinjat pystyssä ja niin edelleen.
Kirjoitetaan viesti tässä.
Pistät enterillä napauta tähden eteen. Niin. Sitten eli siis kirjoitat tähti, jos sä haluat kirjoittaa kaikille, mutta enterin kun napautat, niin saat chat-ikkuna. Ja sit jos sä haluat, että se tulee kaikille, niin vau! Siis tyyppi vaan osaa. GG!
Kategoria, että tykkäät. Siellä tuli vitsiä miestä.
Tätä on ooteltu.
Kyllä, tätäkö me nyt odotettiin.
Sanoppa muuta. Indeed.
Me oltiin ihan eri divarissa näitten kanssa.
Niin, mut ylemmäs vai alemmas?
Ne oli tehnyt ihan muina tietokoneiden näihin pikkulampeihin niin satamia ja
Pikkakoneen, näköjään.
ja noita kalastusveneitä.
Ihan niinku pro tekee. Koska toi on nyt tollaista trendikästä hommaa myös. Tätä nykyään. Et sitten saa tehtyä nopeammin kyläläisiä, kun satsaa tohon noihin satamiin. Koska sitten ei haittaa, että on vain yksi kyläkeskus, koska noista kalastusaluksista tai niitä saa pumpattua satamista pihalle samaan aikaan, kun kyläkeskus siirtyy kakkoskaudelle tai mitä vaan.
Totta.
Ja sitten oli...
Mistä ne ehkä sotilaallisesti voitti, niin kaavoituksessa ne kyllä hävisi reilusti.
Niinpä.
Niillä oli myös hieman vilkkaampi toi kaupankäynti kuin meillä.
Joo, ehkä tää... Kun yksin pelissä on onnistunut tekemään tollasta... Ja se ehkä tässä näkyy muutenkin, kun oli puhetta Santun kanssa takaisin ajellessa siitä, että sitten huonompi taitoisetkin vastustajat pystyy pärjäämään tiimipeleissä, jos sillä on voittava taktiikka esimerkiksi. Et sitten jos jotain heikkouksia, että joku ei osaa pelata katapulteilla vaikka, niin sitten joku toinen voi niillä voi keskittyä siihen. Esimerkiksi voi olla, että tämä sininen ei jaksa rakentaa miljoonaa kyläläistä, niin sitten hän on se, joka lähtee tekemään tuota häiriköintiä alkuun. Esimerkiksi. Niin sitten ei tarvitse pystyä kaikkien tekemään kaikkea. Santulla on suuri armeija, 66 tyyppiä.
Mun rating on -37.
Mulle tuli -66.
Mulla tuli -46.
Tässä varmaan katsottiin, että kuka oli
Kauhean korkeita odotuksia.
tää joukkueen heikko lenkki sai kaikista eniten ruoskaa.
Ilmeisesti tää lähti niinku tonnista. Siis mulla oli nytten...
Oikeeta joo. Koska mulla on nyt 1000-37.
Joo, mulla on -46.
Okei, no kai me otetaan uusi.
Erikois saadaan niinku eri määrä miinus alkaa lähteä.
No siis, sitä mä ihmettelen kanssa, mutta en tiedä tuleeko tähän kerron tästä yksin pelin puolelta tai jotain. Tai sitten se, että kun tää oli joukkueen sisällä, että tästä pystytään varmaan laskemaan joku odote sille, että jos toi pelaa tolla kansalla tällaisilla pisteillä, että on joukkueen noin paljon pisteitä saanut tai jotain vastaavaa. Niin
joukkue hävisi 7-2, niin sitten oli kuitenkin +1 pelaaja.
Jep. Ja sitten maalivahti palkittiin, koska miten se olisi voinut pärjätä. Kun se yksi tyyppi kävi aina välillä vaihdossa, niin aina helisi omissa. Ja kiva, että jaksoit koko peli. Mut siis tässä varmaan, jos katsoo jotain aikajanoja, niin en mä usko, että olisi oikein muuta kuin se, että ainakin toi vihreä osas keskittyä hienosti tuohon kansantalouden vahvistamiseen. Oliko se jolla oli ne kalastusalukset? Joku sinisellä oli. Niin nämä lammet oli siis 2-0 niille. Ei mikä ihme, että me hävittiin tää. Tästä on semmoinen... Niin, kyllä mekin oltais keksitty käyttöön. Siis tästä on semmoinen karttavariantti, jota pelataan Rage Forest, eli vihametsä nimellä, jossa on pidetty huolta siitä, että lampien lukumäärä on molemmilla joukkueilla sama. Niin se kertoo ehkä siitä, miten vahva tää on. Että joku ammattiselostaja olisi heti todennut, että okei, no niin, että jos toi toinen joukkue osaa hyödyntää lampia ja saa venytettyä ainakin linna-aikaan, niin sitten tällä toisella joukkueella ei ole mitään mahdollisuuksia. Niillä oli siis 3 lampea, koska vaaleansiniselläkin oli. Okei, no niin. Ymmärrän, minkä takia. Ja sitten oli vielä 4. lampi täällä kartan reunassa heillä. Niin ymmärrän, miksi tätä on modattu tätä karttaa niin, että ne lammet menis tasan, koska on siinä kuitenkin joku ero, että voit heittää sen 50 kalastusalusta tonne keräilee. En mä usko, että meillä on oikeastaan mitään hätää.
Ei oo.
Meillä on
Siis...
tuolla tommonen possutasku vielä tuolla.
Toi, minkä mä unohdin tehdä, oli se, että mä olisin voinut mennä tuolta oikealta ton metsän läpi niillä mun katapulteilla ja mennä tonne häiritsee niiden kauppalinjoja ja kaikkea. Mutta mä en vaan muistanut tehdä sitä. Mut se pöytä... Tää vaaleansinin oli muurittanut tän, kun oli tää metsänläpäisy yritys, mikä sitten tuhottiin, niin siellä on kun vahvat kivimuurit estämässä, että täältä ei tulla. Ai. Mut hyvä.
Mikä kohta siis?
Siellä vasemmassa reunassa siellä sun hudeilla.
Näköjään. Totta.
Siellä otettiin vakavasti tää uhka.
Joo.
Mut siis mehän oltais voitu taktikoida toi niin, että Santtu rakentaa jonkun uskomattoman kotkasoturiarmeijan ja sitten mä menen katapultilla metsästä läpi ja siihen asti pidetään puolustuslinjaa. Kun noi kuitenkin hyökkäsi aika hitaasti. Ainakin tällä puolen. Vaikka oli 2 armeijaa, niin sitten tultiin kuitenkin sillain kohteliasti valuen. Ja niin kuin näkyy, niin ne armeijan numerot, niillä ei valtavasti ole ollut joukkoja. 10 enemmän kuin meillä, mutta ei mitenkään ole 100-päinen armeija esimerkiksi. Niin sinänsä tämän olisi voinut onnistua tämän taistelun viemään niiden kyliin. Ja sitten olisi mennyt ihan hyvin. Eiköpä? No? Okei, onks muita havaintoja? Ja kai tää jatkuu tästä nyt, kun päästiin hyvään alkuun.
Joo, tarvii lisää vettä.
Arthur näköjään nyt, Sebastian X. Andrews. tiimiä voittavaan joukkueeseen.
Mä tiesin, että se on vaan ajan kysymys. Parhaat viedään päältä.
Ensimmäinen tilaisuus oli nyt. Se on sayonara.
No, me ollaan tämmönen niinku kasvatussarja.
Ja mä mielestäni nyt kasvoin ihan maksimimittoihin äskeisissä.
Mutta oli ihan kunniakasta pitoa.
Hidasta oli oma peli. Pitää nopeuttaa, se oli ykkösteikki tosta äskeisestä.
Joo. Ja sitten tohon kun keksii jotain keinoja, että saa tavallaan, että onnistuu kommunikoimaan sen, että mikä tilanne on ja kuinka kriisitilanne se on myös. Sillä lailla, että tietää, että pitääkö heti lähettää kaikki mitä on. Mutta pitäisi myös selvittää, että millä tommosen Portugalin vyörytyksen saa pysäytettyä. Et mikä muu vaihtoehto siihen on kuin se, että teet jotain puoli tuntia aikaisemmin.
Se on aika OP.
Joo, kun on tommonen pallo.
Saa jossain piilossa tehtyä jonkun 15 tommoista tykkäkärryäjää, niin sitten vaikka omaan kylään hyökättäisiin, niin sitten ne rymistelee kotiin, niin selviää siitäkin silti. Se olisi varmaan semmoinen siis niinkään tolkuttoman kokoinen hevosarmeija, mikä sitä pärjäisi.
Joo, ainakin näyttäisi näin jonkun kylläkin pari vuotta vanhan kommentin pohjalta, missä noille on tapahtunut ehkä pieniä muutoksia, mutta se, että jos saa ison ratsuväen rakennettua ja niillä on noi jousisuojat kunnossa, koska ilmeisesti toi tekee tuota jousivahinkoa ymmärtääkseni, niin niiden pitäisi pärjätä. Toki sen numeronkin pitää silloin olla joku 50, niin se ei sitten ihan riitä, jos se jää paljon alle.
Mikä 50?
Eli joku 50-päinen armeija sillä, että selviää siitä tavallaan matkasta ennen kuin pääsee ammuskelemaan hakkaamaan niitä. Että kaikki ei kuule matkalla sinne.
Se on niin suuri, että se ei kauhean helposti tuppasittu.
Jep.
Nyt menee vielä vaikeammaksi.
Nyt menee.
Scattered without thousand or scout cavalry. Or struggle. Näkyykö tässä koko kartta kerralla? Myös.
Ei näy. Tää täytyy ihan itse.
Eli pitää etsiä siellä ne kultahippuset sitten jostain.
Joo. Tässä siis yleisesti ottaen tyypit tekee niin, että laitetaan toi kyläkeskus, aletaan rakentaa jollain tyypillä, joka löytää metsää siitä ulottuvilta. Niin.
Se on lähelle vaan vai?
Ja sitten 2 muuta tyyppiä kävelytetään sinne. Mutta tähän on joskus myös, siis, koska täällä on vettä ainakin 3 sivulla, niin voi olla fiksua rakentaa satama jollain, mikä on reunaa lähellä olevalta tyypillä. Ei mä en laittanut mun väriä.
Hyvin kärkäs.
Kiitos avusta.
Oh.
Ei sillä olisi mitään väliä, kun meidän aloituspaikat on kuitenkin. No. Mutta niin kannattaa siis lähteä käveleen.
Ja sitten vihollinen ja Santtu vierekkäin täällä mun lyhyellä kyläläisellä.
Mikä näistä on mun kyläläinen? Toi.
Mikä on treaty lane, ettei pysty hyökkäämään.
Joo, sen aikaa, että kaikki on saanut kyläkeskukset rakennettua, niin ei pysty hyökkäämään. Täällä on vihollisen tyyppi, mä lähden vähän eri suuntaan, mutta sininen käveli tonne päin. Tai tosta tonne päin.
Vihreä vastaan nyt.
Täällä voi myös tulla lampaita vastaan, niin niitä voi olla hyvä ottaa 1-2 käyttöön ja sitten sen jälkeen.
Täällä tulee kyläkeskus. Vihreä tekee tonne. Ihan näköjään 2 vihollista tekee. Tänne. Saatu naapuri ihan kiinni.
Kun maailman vaikein tehtävä yrittää asua tohon. Noniin. Täällä oli kala-apaja, mutta mä en saanut mitenkään klikattua, että menepä siihen kalastelee tälle mun tyypille. Jos tekee sataman, niin sitten alussa kannattaa lähteä hakkaan puuta. Ensimmäisillä tyypeillä. Ja sitten ottaa merestä itselleen ruokaa. Idea on lähinnä se, että kun kyläläisiä saa tehtyä vain tietyllä tahdilla sieltä kyläkeskuksesta, niin koettaa hyödyntää tämän tuotannon tuplaamisen tavallaan mahdollisuuden. Mä sain kyläkeskukseni tänne siis. Tämmöisen söpön metsikköön. Tässä on ehkä enemmän semmoista kaoottista alkupeliä, jos mahdollista, niin vielä enemmän.
Varmaan kuolen vielä kohta sitten, että...
Selvä.
Että sä tiedätte.
Siellä ei ole joku luovutti, kun tuli toi nipi. Mulla on kohta kyllä keskus.
Tuossa voi myös hyödyntää, kyläläisen voi laittaa kerään rantakalaa, koska se vie sitä tonne satamaan tämmöisenä pro-tippinä myöskin. Niin se on taktiikka, jota voi käyttää, mutta sieltähän löytyy hienosti porsas. Okay. Ja jos on joutoaikaa, niin lampailla voi kierrättää pienen kierroksen tuossa, tai yhdellä esimerkiksi. Katsoo, että törmääkö johonkin resursseihin tai vihollisen kylään tai muuhun. Se voi olla hyödyllistä tietoa. Mutta siis hyvin hektinen. Kaikki vielä hallus. On. Joo. Ihan supa.
Talot kyllä loppu heti. Ei oo. Kenen idea on tehdä 100?
Nyt ihan onnistunut tuottaa tästä tarpeesta tätä ruokaa, että sais kyläläisiä tulee jotenkin jatkuvasti, mutta ne on sitten myöhempiä aikojen juttuja muutenkin. Tää on aika kerta muuten kun pelaan virallisesti tällaista Nomad-alkua. Sillä että on tiennyt tästä tässä MegaRandomissa joskus tulee. Onks kerran vai 2 ollut tämän kaltainen alku, mutta kuitenkin. Ja tuolla on siis... Onks noin molemmat siis tossa? Ilmeisesti. Okei, no nyt mä ymmärrän miksi sä kuolet. Ja sit sininen on siis tiettävästi jossain täällä. Okei. No mä kokeilen saada tehtyä jouskareita sinne jeesiksi. Ja sä voit henkisesti varautua lähteen pakoon sitten.
Mutta tää on minun sukuni maita ja...
Miksi sä keräät kultaa? Mitä tapahtuu? Siis oot Aztekilla, mä sen sinänsä ymmärrän, ei tässä mitään vahinkoa ei ole tapahtunut, tai ihan kelpo tapa pelata peliä ja sillain, mutta avaatko sä vähän tässä kuitenkin, jos täällä on joukossa joku, joka ei ole ihan vielä tuttu tämän pelin salojen suhteen, niin olisiko nyt hyvä hetki avata vähän tätä ajatusketjua tässä takana?
Ei taida tulla niin hyvä hetki.
Ai joo. Ei sitten mitään. Kyllä se tässä on vaan kiinnostuksesta lajiin. Tultiin kavereiden kanssa pohtineeksi. No se voi tehdä parakin tällä tyypillä, joka oli täällä sun huudella hengailee.
Peura tuolla mun ihan naapurissa.
Hyvä peura.
Onkohan sininen tässä ihan mun vieressä?
Dyn. Mä lähdin kakkoskaudelle, en tiedä mikä noiden status mahtaa olla. Onko joku oikeesti tehdä jotain vesityyppejä? Laivoja sen sellaista. Käykö se järkeä? Voi olla ihan ok, että ei. No tekee aika röyhkeästi taloutta. Okei, ne yritti tehdä taloa. Se on sanottu, kannattaa varmaan tehdä, kun pääset seuraavalle kaudelle, niin tuo sepän maja ja sitten yrittää saada sieltä tämä fletching, eli mikä ikinä sudinta se sitten onkaan. Jos siitä olisi apua tällaisessa puolustustaistelussa, jos tää menee siihen jossain kohtaa. Tuli mieleen. Mä yritän tehdä täällä puuhalaajia ja sitten Mehän on Puola kaiken lisäksi. Tämäkin oli jonkun aikaa työttömänä. Joo. Tästä vielä selvitään. Dyn. Otas nyt. Niin mä tein sanottua tähän sun naapurin jouskarimesta. Eli siis, jos mä ymmärsin oikein, niin tilanne voi olla sillä hyvä, että jos ei noin lähde tuolta yllättäen valuu meidän suuntaan, niin Santtu on se, jota isketään ikävimmin. Antti voi olla ehkä turvassa jonkun aikaa ja sitten toi sininen, joka oli tuolla mun yläpuolella tai ehkä jossain näillä main sitä kyläläisen liikkeestä päätellen, niin voi olla sitten semmonen tyyppi, joka jää yksin taas mun ja Antin puristukseen. Ja sehän meille sopii. Kun vaan selvitään hetki vielä hengissä. Mä teen nyt muutaman jousiukon tonne. Ja lähetetään yksi keppiukkeli katteleen tätä maailman menoa kanssa.
Noita tekee muureja.
Tekee tornia. Vaihdappa toiseen metsään. Ennen kuin sattuu mitään. Täällä on vähän tällaista. Hetkinen. Tää mun jouskariukkeli on saanut vaalean sinisen eli turkoisin käveleen aika pitkän matkan täällä. Mikä on hassua, mutta sallittua. Ja tuolla on niiden kivenkerääjä. Aina teki toisen tornin. Okei, sit sun täytyy Santtu varmaan, sä voit mennä vielä yhden pykälän alaspäin, mutta jos ne yrittää kävellä sieltä sun kyläkeskuksen alta, niin esimerkiksi tornittaa ton tuolta, niin sit sun ehkä täytyy jopa puolustautua. Miltä kuulostaa?
Niin, tää hyvä ole.
Joo. Koska... Mutta onko sä harjoitellut tota?
En.
Okay.
Kuka otti tämmösen kartan?
Ei kukaan oo ottanut mitään.
Ruksataan ne kaikki.
Näet kyläläisille niin ei poistu alta niin mun.
Sä voit lähettää sun kyläläiset tappeleen noita vastaan.
Joo.
Kun ne tekee sitä tornia siellä. Mä tuon mun tyypit jeesailee. Hetki menee. Johtuen ehkä siitä, että mulla ei kauhean montaa tyyppiä. Yritän hyökätä kyläläisten kimppuun. Yksi niin valitsee jokainen kyläläinen, niin ne ei pysty rakentamaan. Niin sitten menee resurssit hukkaan. Hienoo. Me osataan kyllä tää peli. Ei meillä ole mitään hätää. Samaan aikaan Antti on kuollut. Sitten... Joo. Eipä tässä oikein muuta. Mä kierrän tonne tekee lisää harmistuksia tonne vihollisen suuntaan. sitten ehkä tommonen kiva mylly tohon noilla tyypeillä. Mun kyläkeskus on löydetty, eli voi olla, että tuolta tulee kohta jotain harmia mun suuntaan, niin katsellaan. Onko saanut kyläläisiä tehtyä vielä?
En niin, kokonaan. Ai niin, mulla on toi koodenvaihto, niin sen takia se.
Joo, no sä ei sitä haittaa mitään. Vaalean siniseltä nyt kuitenkin kuolee täällä ihan hyvä määrä kyläläisiä, niin niiden tilanne ei ole erityisen kehuttava. Vaikka ne saikin tehtyä jotain. Oho. Ai että miten söpöä.
Ai niin, mulla ei puuta yhtään.
Ai niin, ne muuritti ton välin tosta nähtävästi. No, mä teen muutaman heposen, niin kyllä me tästä selvitään. Talous ei ehkä ihan hyvällä tolalla tässä, mutta kenellä nyt näin aikoina oikein voisi ollakaan. Pääseekö sä sieltä ulos? Et. Mä teen sulle kuljetusveneen, niin voit tulla sille. Käy vähän tutkimassa, että mikäs meno tuolla täällä on. Tää mun taloudenpito ei ole ihan hyvällä tolalla nyt, kun tässä on keskittynyt vähän muihin juttuihin. Marketti noin. Mutin Santtu, voit lähettää jonkun joukko-osaston tosta, jos hyppäät kärryyn, niin mä heitän sut johonkin tohon toiselle puolelle mettää tonne Antin sataman viereisen. Sanot vaan, okei. Tööt. Toivotaan, ettei tuu laivaa matkalla vastaan.
Joku.
Näytä sininen.
Hyvä. Tekeekö se jotain?
Ei.
Hyvä.
Sen kyllä.
Mä ostan itteni nyt, jos mahdollista, niin vähän pidemmille ajoille.
Lähetin muuria. Ja 2 sen kyläläistä pääsi hengestään.
Hyvä! Jee! Onko sä Santtu hengissä vielä?
Joo.
Jos keksit sun kyläläisille käyttöön, niin hyvä homma. Noilla on muutama ratsu. Muutama ratsu on havaittu. Ja sitten soittaa kaupungin kelloja.
Ei edes kyläläinen tapahtu. Mutta sillä on varmaan saman verran kyläläisiä kuin mulla.
Lähti varmaan Antti sinne sun suuntaan itse asiassa ne hevoset, koska niitä ei näy täällä nyt.
Mitä?
Tohon. Joo, sori. En kertonut.
Eikö ole pitkälle?
En kun teet puuhakkuumestan tohon noin. Ei sun tarvitse pidemmälle päästäkään.
Mulle puhutaan.
Joo, hepat tuli tänne.
Sit sä hakkaat ton puusiivun tosta niillä sun farmareillas. Onko sulla markettiinkaan puuta? Sulla ei oo yhtään puuta. Ei kun sä otat toi koristepuu tosta sataman vierestä, niin kyllä tää tästä etenee. Mä teen muutaman ritarin, niin sun kyläläiset voi tulla takaisin kotiin. Kato vaan, ettei mahdollisimman harva kuolisi, jos se on mahdollista välttää. Tai mahdollista järjestää. Niin kyllä me tästä selvitään. Oltiin kuitenkin ekana linna-ajassa, niin ei meillä ole tässä oikeastaan mitään hätää. Niillä on keppiukkoja. Okei, muutama jousiukka. Mitäs täällä oikein rakennellaan? Joo. Kepiheittelijöitä rakennellaan. Kyläläisiä on, moikka moi. Moikka moi. Sitten täytyy ehkä tehdä toinen kyläkeskus. Oho. Ja sitten ehkä kolmaskin. Mikä Antti sun status on siellä?
Tällä hetkellä henkissä.
Okay.
Mutta vähän kujalla.
No se on ihan okei. Mä sain täällä hoidettua tän tilapäisesti tän yhden armeijan osaston täällä. Vaalean siniseltä ja...
Aha, mulla kuoli näköjään teosia en tee yhtään.
Sulla Santtu puuta jo tehdä. Häh? Hakkaa toi metsä tosta. Monta kyläläistä sulla on? 5.
Mikä metsä?
Siis toi puu tosta. Kalastusaluksen vierestä. 100 puuta. Pistät ne kullanhakkaajat siihen ja...
Joo.
Mä lähetän siniselle muutaman ritari, jos nämä kaikki muut on niin hyvin varautuneita siihen, että mitään ei tapahtuisi. Oho, no tää mun reitti ei ollut ihan optimaalinen, mutta perusidea oli käypä. Jostain sitä sinisellä on kuitenkin 2000 pistettä, eikä toi vaalean sininenkään ole ihan hukassa. Okei, täällä on taisteluita käynnissä. Hyvin se menee. GatorGottaEat, niin kuin meillä sanotaan. Mä valmistelen kohta ton linnan, jos kaikki menee hyvin. No, vihreä lähettää täällä kyläläistä mun kyläkeskuksen vierestä, mutta se nyt ehkä sentään on pysäytetty kohta. Jes. Ei ne kiusaa mun kyläläistä täällä. Huhhuh, onneksi se on vielä hengissä. Okei. Saiko sä Santtu sen puuhakkuumesta? Mitä sulla on? Tyypillä on armeija ja kaikki. Missä sä sanoit, että sä käytät sun armeijaa? Häh? Mä voin tulla samoihin bileisiin mukaan, kun vaan annat kuun. Eli vinkin. Mä teen täällä ihan turhaa jotain katapultteja, kun meillä olikin jo suunnitelma. Ei, nyt mun kyläläin löydettiin. Ja nyt niiden piikkiukkelit hoitelee tän.
Ei, ne ei kuole. Mä en saanut tapettua
Saattu lähetä... Niin mä haluaisin esittää, että toi oli typerä idea, mutta siis on tosi söpö, että sä teit noin, mutta kun mulla on täällä tulossa katapultteja, mikä nyt tuhoutuu, kun mä lähetin mun armeijan tonne, niin... Se oli tosi uskalia se hieno taistelu, mutta tää oli vähän typerää. Ja sun ukkelit vois siivota tän tästä. Mut jos sä teet uuden armeijan, niin...
Joo.
Mut missä ne sun puuhakkaat menee?
Ne varmaan tapettiin.
No se on tietysti ihan ymmärrettävää. Okei, vihreä tiputti linnan tänne mun kylän tietämille. Ehkä mä nyt sitten puolustaudun siltä.
Kyläkeskus puhutaan.
Joo, heitäs niitä sun kyläläisiä tänne laivaan. Onko sulla puuta nyt vai onko se kaikki mennyt?
Ei.
Häh?
Ei oo puuta.
No sitten sä hyppäät tänne laivaan, me heitetään sulle puuta. Kauankohan nää on ollut nää mun kalastusalukset Joutilainen kanssa? Tänne sopii 5 kaveria. No niin, moi moi.
Jää tänne urollisesti kuolemaan isänmaan puolesta.
Joo, mutta sä voit juosta oikealle, siinä muurissa on reikä, niin sä voit juosta oikealle myös. Jos saa esittää tällaisia. Nää nyt on vähän tämmöisiä ylimielisiä vinkkejä tietysti tällä. Oho, mä yritän laskea ne tohon, jos kaikki menee hyvin. Katsotaan tuleeko laivoja matkalla vastaan.
Ei oo enää reikää, kun se oli...
Niin se ei ollut siinä kuin joku 15 vuotta, mutta... Okei, no... Eihän tässä nyt sen kummallisempaa. Joo. No mitäs mä nyt? Täällä on muurinmurtaja, joo. Ja voidaan pistää tohon vaikka sitten meidän oma linna. Ja alkaa tekemään niitä tyhmiä pukkeleita. Mut niin nyt, jos sulla sattuu vielä intoa, niin sä voit koettaa päästä takaisin peliin. Näillä helpolla muutamalla kikalla olettaen, että me saadaan toi laiva tuosta turvassa perille. Okei. Sitten vaan me johonkin esittäisin, että vaikka tohon kivikasaan ja metsän viereen. Paljon sä tarvit?
Voiko joku vipata 60, 70, 65 puuta?
Kohta voi.
Jos mä löydän sen, mistä sitä tarviks mä marketin siihen?
Joo, sä tarvit marketin siihen.
No niin.
Hetki, mä hoitelen täällä tän vihreän hyökkäyksen ennen kuin mulla menee 65. Riittääkö 75?
Osa rahaa.
Kiitos.
Ai ja täällä vaan Teutonit soturit sitten yrittää parhaansa. Ne on kyllä huono valinta näitä mun tyyppejä vastaan. No. Ei kai siinä mitään. Ja ei kestä. Ja niin riittikö se? Siinä oli veroa kuitenkin.
Joo, mä saan punakkupisteen.
Hyvä. Ei, mut sä haluat kyläkeskuksen.
Mulle hyökätään. Oh.
Menee hetki. Nää tuhoilee täällä tätä mun armeijaani, mutta onneksi sitä on vielä jäljellä. Voisin tuhota niitä tyhmät piirityskoneet.
Ei tänne tulee muuten... Antti, sun selustaan tulee...
Näköjään.
Hetken, tota me ei haluta, vaan me halutaan tää. Oho, noin, hoidetaan toi tosta. Rakennetaan tää tästä. Joo, onpas ikävää, kun siniselläkin on kaikkia joukkoja nykyään. En tiedä, jos tästä kauheasti iloa, mutta mä nyt yritän päästä tonne 4. kaudelle ja kaiken muista. Santun kyläkeskus, okei. Tietysti huono juttu on se, että se on vähän tonne vihollisen suuntaan, mutta... Ehkä me selvitään kaikesta.
Täällä toisella toisella puolella on jo vihollinen hakkaamassa Antin taloja, mutta heikot vaihtoehdot.
Mutta tää vihreä käyttää täällä Teutonisotureita on vähän hupsuveto. Niin meillä on ihan hyvät chanssit tässä pelissä. Koska ne tekee tällaista hupsua peliä. Toki nyt se, että mulla on vain 60 kyläläistä ei aina kauheasti tässä. Toisaalta tällaista hyvää meille, mutta paljon teillä on, Antti? Onko sä jossain määrissä?
Kyläläismäärissä vai?
Niin.
55.
Okei, Santulla on se 5.
4.
4, okei. Saatko sä lisää kohta?
Joo.
Tää voi olla sillään aika pitkä koitos.
No vähän hölmöä, koska mulla oli resursseja kuitenkin aivan helvetisti vielä jäljellä.
Joo.
Mä oon vaan niinkö jättänyt tekemättä sotajoukot.
No, tulee uusia mahdollisuuksia.
Tuolla varmaan joku 2-3 tuhatta ruokaa ja kultaa.
Saatko sä tehtyä siniselle silloin jonkunlaista vahinkoa vai oliko se semmoista näennäistä painoajantoa?
En mä mitään tosiaan selittää.
Näinenkin on tosi hyvä. Tietenkin. Tämä voi lähteä tuohon noin. Oho, katoin vähän huonosti, niin mun katapultille kävi huonosti. No, lähetetään uusi jonnekin tänne. Mä voin lähettää sen tuhoon näitä taloja täältä.
Vielä rakentaa ainakin tuohon naapuriin. Linnaa.
No, täälläkin on muutamat linnanrakennukset käynnissä. Mutta koska me oltiin ekana neloskaudella, niin tässä on pieni chanssi, että pystytään tekemään tällaista vaikuttamistyötä.
Jos saatana jääkö hakkaamaan sitä linnaa vaan mikä hakkaamaan? No niin, ja siellä on siis kyläläistä näköjään. Talot rakennettu ympäri. Se saa linnan tähän ihan muuhun kiinni.
Nähtävästi. Sitten kannattaa juosta pakoon. Siltä osin kun siinä on tää oma kylä tai kyläläiset uhattuna. Kokeilen päivitellä täällä vähän. Minkä värinen nyt tuli? Vaaleansininen. Okei. Evakuoi jos mahdollista, mutta niin täällä tietenkään liian kauas. Tässä menee hetki, että tää mun pelastuspartioni pystyy täältä singahtaa. Eli voi mennä oikeasti liian kauan, mutta kokeillaan. Ai, vihreältä tuhoutui niiden katapultit noin niin kuin äsper kohta. Katapultit kuin niiden noin kyläkeskukset. Mutta onko Antti jo lyöty? Näyttää vähän ikävältä. Okei. Haluaisin sanoa, että GG, mutta hiukan hankalaa on, kun on esimerkiksi tällaisia karttoja. Okei. Tai siis ajatellaan tätä meidän, mitä me ollaan harjoiteltu yhdellä kartalla, jossa on standardialoitus, niin ei se nyt sitten ehkä ihan iiseintä ole hypätä vaikka tuonne Black Forestiin, jossa on erilaista kettuilua, tai sitten tähän
taas 36.
Tähän Nomadiin, mitä ei ole ikinä pelattu. Kokeillaanko me vielä kerran, mutta pistää vähän blokkeja. vieläkö on löydytys,
Blokki.
tai siis, että estetään jotain karttoja, niin kuin tämä esimerkiksi Nomadi alku.
Kyllä mulla peli kelpaa, oli niin nopea.
Niin, mitä 15 minuuttinen.
Niin.
Ai. Mutta voi olla 5 minuutin tauko, niin ehtii käymään vessassa ja hakee kahvia ja kaikkea sellaista. Onko
Joo.
mahdollista? Mikä Antti sun status on?
Skytelette, mä pistän täältä tän kutsut tulee. Niin.
Okei, hetki. Mä katon vaan. Mä jotenkin haluan otella taikaa, niin sitten me oltiin ihan hyvässä pisteessä. Sininenkin on ollut tosi vähissä energioissa jossain kohtaa. Santtu on siellä varmaan tekemässä.
Nyt pystyy. Joo. Pidetään hetki taukoa.
Hetkinen. Otinko mä sun kutsu oikein? Okei, joo, hyvä. Pieni hetki. Eli et ökon blik.
laittanut tuon tallennuksen päälle, tuohon lähetyksen tallennuksen päälle sieltä Opsista vai? No varmaan Opsista. Discordin. Vai Twitchin? Onko se joku desktop-appi? Hetkeksi aikaa, niin että palaa sieltä sitten jollain aikajänteellä. Onko se ohjuspaneelissa?
And we are back. Congratulations, Sura, on your achievement. And sorry for the background noise. Thanks.
Tallentamaan automaattisesti korkeintaan 7 päivän ajaksi, 14 päivän ajaksi, jos et olet
Wait a second. I don't know.
Affiliate-käyttäjä ja 60 päivän ajaksi, jos olet
Oh, this is how it's done. So Zura, Subsankari, doing good, made it to 1.4k yesterday, and for that I congratulated him. Thanks. I guess practice paid off. I hadn't played ranked in a week or two. I was absolutely destroying my opponents. Each game was won in feudal or when I entered Castle Age. Well, that's the dream. Well done. Sounds really good. And one of these days I'm going to follow in your doorsteps, I was about to say, footsteps. Been talking Finnish, so everything's hard. And pardon, it's going to continue for a while.
affiliate-sä riittää keskimäärin 3 katsojaa. Onks mä tartuttanut sut nyt?
Voi olla kuka vaan.
Affiliateiksi on näköjään kaikki muut paitsi keskimäärin 3 katsojaa, niin se ei täyty kun on 1,9.
Vain ajan kysymys. Ja sitten seuraaja 50 ja jotain.
Okay. Ai niin onkin jo, mä huomaan. Joo. Seuraaja 50, niin mitä on 12. Mutta matka alkaa on suoritettu.
Mä käytin tämän meidän tahon hyväkseni ja aloitin vessan siivoamisen teidän hyvän hajuisen vessan inspiroimana.
Ja miten sinä kävi?
No nyt se on myrkyt muhimassa siellä, että pelin jälkeen voi mennä pyyhkimään.
Onko se hyvän hajuinen vessa siellä?
Kyllä se parani jo.
Ei hasumpaa.
Ei.
Hyvää duunia. Me voidaan pannia 3 karttaa, niin toi, missä ollaan niin saarissa, omissa saarissa, niin se on bannittu. Se, mä veikkaan, että se on katastrofi mun kannalta, niin veikkaan. Nomadi varmaan meni banniin nyt.
Niin mun vinkkelistä riskejähän näissä kaikissa kartoissa tietenkin on, kun niitä ei ole pelannut, sillä että areenassa tyypit osaa pelata se eka 15 minuuttia täydellisesti muurien suojassa ja sitten tulee murskaa niin kuin portugalilaiset tuolla mustassa metsässä ikään. Ja Nomadissa on noita alkujuttuja, ja toi MegaRandom voi tarkoittaa mitä vaan, sielläkin voi olla Nomadi alku, mutta jos ajattelisi, että yrittää ottaa sellaisen meille tutumman oloisen, niin ehkä sitten jonkun tommosen Nomadin voi esimerkiksi blokata.
Huomannut, että se oli tuolla eri.
Niin se on myös sellainen, minkä ehkä pistäisin blokkiin sen takia, että siinä on omanlaisensa pelityyli. Toki...
Joku, mistä sä puhuit? Nomadi vai joku muu?
Nomadi-areena ehkä. Toki Black Forestissakin on omanlaisensa pelityyli, mutta...
Nomad-areena ja Migration. Ja se Afrikan clearing, niin siinäkin on toi taso tuolla, niin aloitetaanko siinäkin ilman kyllä keskustelua?
Ai joo, nähtävästi. No me voidaan toivoa, että ihmiset ei ainakaan erityisesti valikoi sitä.
Me pannaan kans niitä.
Katsotaan miten käy.
Lähdetäänkö me sitten preferoitavaksi niin Arabia ja...
Ai niin silläkin voi tehdä.
Ja mitäs muuta me halutaan preferoida? Onks Mitchi näyttää hyvältä, jos me ollaan eri puolilla kaikki?
Joo. Mitchi...
Preferoidaanko me sitäkin?
Voidaan, tai joku Oasis ainakin, niin sitten se on selkeä, että on...
Ai siellä on vain yksi näköjään voi... Joo, no niin sit varmaan otetaan Arabia.
Mutta tappioputkihan tekee hyvää meidän elorankin. Ennemmin tai myöhemmin pakko voittaa.
Koittaakohan se etsiä silleen, että niin olisi samalla lailla, jos Timon elo on joku 5000 ja sitten mulla on joku 950 ja Santulla on joku päälle 1000. Niin etsiköhän se semmosia partuja, missä on yksi semmonen selvästi muita parempi myös.
Onko niin paljon valinnanvaraa?
Ja sieltä tulee vaan se yksi ainoa 3 hengen porukka myös, mikä on pelaamassa. Oli elot mitä tahansa. Mä painoin playtä sitten.
Ja hyvä varoitus. En tiedä mikä tämän yhdistämisen logiikka on, mutta kommenttina vielä äskeiseen peliin mulla oli semmoinen fiilis, että vastustaja ei välttämättä ollut erityisen taitava. Jos tietysti eihän mekään oltu, mutta siis pelattiin tosi hyvin, mutta ne oli mun nähdäkseni voitettavissa. Kommunikointia voi ehkä yrittää parantaa. Mä olisin voinut yrittää sanoa Santulle, että mä yritän tehdä piirityskoneita, jotta sitten ei ainakaan samalla minuutilla kävisi niin, että mulla on katapultti ilman suojausta. Santu tappaa sen armeijan, josta mä en ollut tietoinen, kyläkeskuksen nuoliin, kun noin jossain 2 minuutissa me oltaisiin hoidettu ne tornit ja kyläkeskus, jos se armeija vaan olisi seisty siinä katapultin vieressä. Niin nyt menetettiin molemmat. Niin siinä oli ehkä sellainen parantamisen paikka, tällainen momentumia ajatellen. Onko Santtu vielä täällä vai menikö se vessaan?
Ei, mä tulin jo.
Kommentteja?
Joo, mä en edes tajunnut, että sä oot siellä vieressä. Mä olin niin pelkästään vihollisten ympäröimänä.
Se on ihan hauskaa, kun mä olin sitä kuitenkin jonkun aikaa sillain puljannut, että siellä on yksi kyläläinen tekemässä kaikkea puolustuskoneista ja muuta, mutta siis en tietenkään tarpeeksi selkeästi. Sen takia mä etin ne puuhakkaat siihen mun kylään tai se edustan taakse tavallaan, kun mä ajattelin, että se on tarpeeksi lähellä ja tarpeeksi turvassa. Mutta okei, no nyt meillä on sitten puoli tuntia rauhallista rakentelua.
Onko tämä meidän välissä on...
No.
Etsä, voi ei.
Ja sitten Timo menee heti hakkaamaan puut siitä pois ja sitten me ollaan
Niin, me yritetään estää Timoa.
Niin, meidän menee hepat tappaan Timo heppoja puuhakkaajia. Et mene sinne.
Voi ei, tää on just tämmönen...
Istutetaan puita tilalle.
Puoli tuntia ihan rauhallista kaupunkisuunnittelua, sitä yhtäkkiä ei tosi.
Hirveä määrä kyläläisiä.
Okei, joten tähänkin kuuluu tämmönen kikka-alko. On nää kyllä ihmeellisiä nää. Okei, niin, mutta se johtuu siis tietysti siitä, että koska tässä saa rakennella 100 vuotta rauhassa, niin sitten... Tää on aika lähellä sitä Empire Wars alkua, siis. Että on joku tällainen kyläläismäärä ja... Mä lähetän nää puuhakkaat saman tien hakkaan tonne reikää tonne
Ei.
Niin saadaan nopeutettua vähän tätä, ei tätä ei mitään muuten lopu ikinä. Okei, niin tässäkin on näkyvä kartta ja joo. Katsotaan.
Siis joko se meni sinne?
Joo.
Jumalauta. Ei kauaa mennyt.
Mut siis tämähän on hyvä kenttä harjoitella tällaista rauhallista elämäntyyliä. Ja
Hätäisyyteen me ollaan kaaduttu aina.
jep. Nythän tässä saa aikaa sitten tutustua kaikkiin. Korealaisena mä voisin esimerkiksi tehdä jotain torneja tähän metsän laidalle ja kaikkea. Mutta striimivinkki Tsuralta. So, Tsura, all you guys playing on Michi, here's my recommendation. Click up at 23 pop. Whatever bills you train now, send on food, 5 on berries, and last 2 on gold.
No meni ihan täysin ohitteen.
Then you are not going like this. Niin. Eli a quick translation.
Ei, älä karkaa.
Oli pelaatte Mitsiä. Suositukseni olisi mennä seuraavalle kaudelle, kun on 23 tyyppiä, eli 22 kyläläistä. Kaikki kyläläiset kerää ruokaa, jotka vaan tässä kohtaa voi.
Jaha.
Mutta siis Tsura oli viisaudessa ottanut myös huomioon, että mulla oli nämä 5 puuhakkaajaa. Eli se oli tästä eteenpäin kaikki jatkotyypit tonne. Kiitos ja thanks. Ja sitten voidaan katsoa, miten hienosti täällä. Joo, erinomaista. Kuten aina. Joo, se ei mitään valittamista.
Mihin ne kuskas? Jumalauta. Jos mä pistän nää keräämään lihat lampaasta, ei kun lehmästä, niin mikä on farmin vieressä, niin nämä pirut menee kuskaamaan sen kyläkeskukselle.
Kuin ne kehtaa.
Jumalauta,
Oho.
mitä?
Mulla on myös liikaa. Upsi. Mulla on jo liikaa kyläläisiä ja
Voi, ei kai kukaan näe tätä.
Mitä?
Niinpä. Kuten sanotaan, even the best advice can be lost on execution.
Mitä tapahtuu?
Mulla oli yksi tehtävä 2-3 kyläläisellä seuraavalle kaudelle ja sitten mulla loppuu keskittymiskyky ja ruoka kesken ja kaikki. Yes. Mutta onneksi täällä ei kauhean vaativa yleisö ei ole.
No hyvä.
Joo, ja on myös hyvin salliva, koska harjoitus tekee mestaria ja niin edelleen.
Juuri näin. Kultaa lähemmä.
Katsotaas nyt. Ja sit loppuu talot. Okei. Ja.
Bryllyp. Profiksella on kauheat pisteet ja se ei ois. No nyt se on. Nyt se on.
Mikä meidän suunnitelma on, paitsi onnistu suurimmassa osassa asioista?
Vahva talous.
Vahva talous, okei. Saksan malli.
Kuten aina.
Dun. Sopivasti kaikki puu on käytetty. Me halutaan myös. No, meillä on varaa tähän.
No tossahan oli helvetinmoinen kultakasa, kun mä rupesin rakentaa sitä jokin ihan skutsaan, kun mä en huomannut mikä on ihan kyläkeskuksen vieressä.
Eli riskinä on se, että
ne hakkaa siellä sua vastaan juuri.
Se riski on siis, että ne hakkaa. Okei, 3. kausi. Että ne on kaikki tehneet nopean linnaajan.
Joo.
Mä pääsin nyt klikkaa 3. kaudelle itse myös, mut sit meidän täytyy päästä myös melko vikkelästi. Mikä meidän taktiikka on? Mitä me oikein tehdään?
No en minä tiedä. Mitä meidän pitäisi tehdä?
Meidän pitää ainakin varautua siihen,
niin.
että ne hyppää tuolta aikanaan päästessään tonne. Oho, pitäis tosta vähän hakkuutehoja. Kun ne pääsee seuraaville kausille, niin sitten ne alkaa moukaroimaan meitä inhottavalla tavalla. Siihen me voidaan varmaan varautua. Oho.
Rupeeks ne jollain mettääkö pysty kaataa jollain mangolilla?
Vasta tuolla Onagirilla, eli pitää olla 4. kauden. Koska noi Khmerien ballista elefantit pystyy myöskin tulee metsän läpi. Eli on mahdollista, että vihreä teki jotain sellaista. Ollaanko me varauduttu siihen mitenkään?
Ei.
Okei. Ei meidän tarvi kaikkeen varautuakaan. Ehditään myöhemminkin. Missähän se näistä olisi? Taas. Pom. Mä pistän tässä kaukaa viisaasti noita maailman hienoimpia kyläkeskuksia tulee ja kyllä lähtee. Mut sinänsä niin kauan kun ei olla tuolla vikalla kaudella, niin noi ei ole tulossa läpi. Mut tässä ehkä näkyy tämmönen tämmönen, että tässä pystyy harjoittelemaan ensimmäiset metrit aika rutiininomaisiksi.
Joo,
niin,
tää on ihan kiva.
Mikä ei välttämättä. Tää on ihan kiva.
Ei oikeesti oo vai?
Ei vaan, tää oli se kysymys. Sanoitko sä, että tää on ihan kiva?
Joo, kyllä. Tää on ihan hyvä harjoitus täältä.
Niin ainakin äskeisen jälkeen. Ja... Santtu, onko sulla täällä tornit naamassa?
Ei ole.
En ehtinyt kommentoimaan, mutta kuolen. Niin sitten me halutaan tietysti, nyt kun me ollaan tosi fiksuja, niin meillä ei ole muutama hassu kyläläinen jonossa, mutta ei mitä mä tein. Noin. No niin. Sit lähtee. Neljän kyläkeskuksen supervyörytys. Täällä on
Miten hitossa ne on siellä?
Se voisi olla, että ne on käyttänyt niitä elefantteja ehkä. Se voisi olla semmoinen potentiaalinen.
Eikö meidän lähteä scouttihommiin?
No ehkä tässä jossain kohtaa voi vähän silmätä, että mitä noi oikein tekee.
Kattoo mistä on puut kaadettu.
Täällä on nää elefantit. Mä oon niin onnellinen tästä.
Elefantit on missä? Sulla kylässä?
Joo, ja sit täällä on linna myöskin vastassa. Mutta meillä ei ole suoraan mitään isoa hätää, me vaan jatketaan tähän omaan tyyliin tässä.
Mikä meidän oma tyyli on?
Tämmönen voittava. Mutta voi olla, että me lähettää muutaman apurin sitten sinne. Mehän saadaan tosi hyviä torneja sillä, ettei meillä kauhean iso hätää ole, mutta... Se meinaa myös, että pää on auki niiden suuntaan.
Kyllä. Molempiin suuntiin menee nyt tämä.
Tietää kumman etu tämä on.
Jep. Et nyt vaan kun siellä Santtu tai joku tekee hyviä tyyppejä, niin onks teidän kylät vielä rauhassa?
Minkälaisia yksiköitä, eli keppiäjiä? Mulla ei ole minkäänlaista sotajoukkoa, kun mä ajattelin, että tässä on aikaa.
Niin. No mutta on kiva, että vastustaja pelaa kunnolla.
Olinpas mä tyhmä.
Mitä huijattiin, se on syytä itse.
Niin just.
Niin kai.
Karambitteja. Joo, ei, nyt ei pidä missään nimessä lähteä siihen itsensä syyttelyleikkiin.
Mun pitää alkaa rakentaa varmaan muureja sinne teidän suuntaan nyt.
Hei!
Täällä rakennetaan jotain tässä. Sininen rakentaa tässä. Onpas ne hyökkääväistä porukkaa.
Niin kuin ne kehtaa. Tänne vaan tullaan.
Tappoi sun kylän.
Niin.
Niin,
Mitä joukkoja niillä on? Niillä on kaikkea mitä hakataan kepeillä. Karambitteja. Mitäs karambit tottelee?
Noi on tommosia aika köykäisiä jalkaväen ukkeleita. Niin. Mitä tahansa. Sinänsä. Tappo sun 5 keppitökkiä. Kyllä ne kehtaa. Mut joo, ehkä nyt tää vähän sitten kuitenkin pysähtyi tää mun kehitykseni täällä huonoiseen vaiheeseen. Perutaan toi, otetaan muutamat tollaset ratsujoustariukkelit. Mutta ennuste on siis sitten kuitenkin aika huono.
No mites nyt?
Mutta on tosi hienoa, että ne teki tollain, koska toi oli ainoa keino päästä kolmoskaudella metsän läpi ilman, että täytyy hakata metsän läpi tietä. Niin sitten kun näki Khmerin, niin olisi voinut tietysti suhtautua siihen semmoisella vakavuudella, että jotain tällaista ne varmaan tekee.
4 kyläläistä.
Monta?
4 kyläläistä.
Joo.
Siellä on tilanne keskihuono jo.
Joo. No mutta tämähän on ihan
Mistä
kiva.
ne tuli läpi täältä? Löydetäänkö me se reitti?
Se on varmaan... Katsotaas täällä. Siis täällähän jopa tää mun scouttini kävi täällä tavallaan huomasi, että täällä on näitä talleja ja rupes hakkaa niitä, mutta mä en vaan ite tajunnut missään kohtaa. Et jos olisin katsellut vähän karttaa, niin olisin voinut huomata, että siellähän on sinistä.
Älkää tulko tänne. Älkää tänne tuu.
Ei hätää, Santtu pidättelee vielä hetken aikaa. Nyt vaan luotat siihen. Käydään katsomassa, että mistä siellä oikein on tultu. Vähän mittailemassa täällä. Mut joo, siis tää näyttää siltä, että me on saatettu hävitä tää peli. Olisiko ne tullut täältä ihan reunasta? Olisiko semmonen nokkela vaihtoehto?
Varmaankin joo.
Missä
No nythän me se nähdään.
No. Miksi mä pystyn nyt...
Tuossa keskellä. Ihan keskellä.
Ne luovutti ennen meitä. Minkä takia? Me siis saatiin voitto, mutta oliks tää joku niiden, että ne oli niin, että sori, että oltiin täällä smurfaamassa, niin ei ollut tarkoitus pilata teidän päivää.
Varmaan haluaa huonontaa omaa rankkia, niin pääsee vielä huonompia vastaan pelaamaan.
Voi olla. Joo, eli saatiin voitto sen ansiosta, että mä olin hidas luovuttaa.
Joo.
Korkoisi on vanhasta tottumuksesta tehnyt talomuurin tonne.
Joo, nähtävästi. Santtu, kommentti?
No hieno toi niiden reitti tosta metsän läpi.
On kyllä. Ihan luoti suora.
Ei mistään niinku reunasta, vaan ihan keskeltä.
Jep, sen olisi voinut melkein huomata. Mutta sen takia ne hyökkäs mun kylään sitten. Koska se oli tässä ekana vastassa.
Miten sen elukon saa hyökkää metsän kimppuun? Pitääkö painaa jotain nappia?
Ei, pitää vaan klikata puuta. Niin sitten se hyökkää. Jos sä kysyt, että miten...
7 eloa. Niin, klikkaa vaan puuta.
Jos sä kysyt, että miten...
Niin, joo.
Eli periaatteessa kehitysehdotuksena, jos tulee tämmönen partta, niin ehkä pitäisi laittaa noi scoutit partioimaan metsän reunustaa, eikä jättää vaan niinku kaivaa nenää kyläkeskun.
Jep.
Voi olla.
Siltä se vähän vaikutti. Mullakin se kaivelin nenää siinä kyläkeskuksen vieressä, että sä oot nyt turha jätkä, mutta en viitti teillä eikä painaa.
Se vaan naureskeli noille työläisille, että mihin mun ei tarvitse tehdä mitään.
Jaksaa.
Mulkerot.
Ai.
No niin.
Kyllä ainoa upseeri. Joo, mutta niin siis joo, eli tähän karttaan pitäisi siis sillä varautua sellaisella, että vähän ikään kuin toi Black Forest siinä suhteessa, että voi olla kaikkea tämmöistä yllättävää jekkuilua, mutta teoriassa ainakin linna-aikaan pääsee. Ja siis mun mielestä tämä on ainoa tapa päästä, jos ei hakkaa puuta olan takaa, niin ainoastaan näillä hienoilla ballista-elefanteilla pääsee puiden läpi.
No.
Ja sitten olisi voinut ehkä ajatella, että koska ne nyt sattuu oleen ihan sattumalta toi Khmer, niin ehkä ne aikoo käyttää sitä myös, eikä vaan puhua siitä. Ehkä. Mutta sitä ajattelin, että kun elo on alle tonni, niin ei voi olla niin taitavia tyyppejä.
Ei siellä oikeastaan kun toi profis tullut niin sotajoukoilla, että muilla oli aika ohutta.
Niin se elo tippuu luovuttaa ajoissa.
Niin.
Mutta oli tuolla Vatilla oli noita Burgundien kavaliereja, eli ne on itse asiassa rakentanut tämän niiden kompon niin, että niillä on linna-aikaan sopivat edut, koska näillä malesialaisilla on nämä näiden karambitit, jotka on tämmöinen lasikanuuna-yksikkö, eli jos vastustajalla on mitään yksiköitä, niin ne kyllä hoitelee ne helposti, mutta jos pääsee tollain rauhassa mättämään, niin kaatuu kylät ja kuolee kyläläiset hetkessä. Sitten on noin ballista elefantit, joilla pääsee metsän läpi, ja sitten burgundialaista on ainoa, mikä saa kavalierin kautta aikaisemmin käyttöönsä, niin ne saa tällaisen voimahevosen sitä kautta. Niin voisi kuvitella, että hän on koonneet tämmöisen vahvan kolmikon, millä mennään.
Jep.
Vähän niin kuin me, mutta eri tavalla. Kun meillä on vaan tälleen, meillä on vahvoja ihmisiä, mutta sitten ehkä vähän, ei vanhempia, miksei. Mutta sitten annetaan näissä pelitaktiikoissa sitten jonkun verran etua välillä. Mutta tämähän oli nopea peli. Sitähän me haluttiin.
harmittaa toi, että ne tuli sieltä läpi, koska mä olin valmistautunut tähän, että me hakataan reittiä tuohon noin nyt, että tää loppuilta. Sitten jossain kohtaa on niin mehevät taistelut.
Joo, sori.
Epistä. Meillä oli taktiikka.
Niin me oltiin pelaamassa 2 tunnin peliä sillä, että ei mulla vaan lauantai-iltana ole mitään. Jollain toisella voi olla, mutta luovuttakaa sit, jos teillä on kerran jotain menoa. Mut ei.
Hirmullista tämmöinen. Eri taktiikalla, olisi pitänyt sopia alussa.
Niin. Niin olisi pitänyt.
Ja sitten tulee sitä mettä läpi.
Et ei nyt sit mitään nopeita. Voitaisko pelata semmoinen rauhallinen?
Mm.
Niin. Ehkä tuossa sitten oma tunto soilassa. Mutta 39 päästiin takaisin 900, tai minä pääsin yli 900. Te olette varmaan ollut siinä koko ajan.
Mulla on 984.
Voi ei, tää nousi.
Niin. Kyllä ne pelaa meitä parempia asemia. Mutta oli niillä ehkä alussa...
Militari sai 8 pistettä ja Santula 0.
No Santtu ei ihan ehti tappaa ketään, vaikka sillä oli meidän joukkueen isoja armeija.
Näköjään.
Ne vaan sitten kaikki luovutti tai jotain.
Ei, mutta ne oli aika hyvä niiden kombo, niiden lasikanuudet tappoi nämä mun kepitökkijät.
Joo, ihan varmasti.
Sai yhtään eposta matalaksi.
Ai. Nyt onpas harmi, että tänä tiimikartoissa on näin paljon, tai siis miten ihmeessä ihmiset pystyy pelaamaan jotain tavallisia tiimipelejä. Et missä on 3 vastaan 3 jossain Arabiassa, mitä sille on tapahtunut? Tietysti meillä on vasta 3 peliä alla, mutta onko fiilikset kuitenkin sellaista, että tällaista pystyy ihmiset jatkaa, vaikka välillä treenattaisikin jotain tekoälyä vastaan meille suotuisissa ympäristöissä? Mikä tuntumaa?
Nämä on aika nopeita pelejä, että tässä ei niin, no kyllä tää ehkä kehittyy. Ehkä.
No mä luulen, että siinä, jos joku mun areenahistoria käy mitenkään verrokkina, niin siinä heti kun vihollinen töytäs, niin sitten kuoltiin. Mutta sitten kun on pelannut muutaman kerran, niin sitten onnistuukin sinnittelemään jo tunnin verran. Ennen kuin on telineissä. No on tämä joka tapauksessa tosi syvään päätyy homma, paitsi lähtee pelaamaan näitä pelejä näin, niin myöskin se, että ei ole selkeästi tiedossa mitä karttoja, miten niitä pelataan, mitkä olisi hyviä kansoja niihin, että pelaa vaan niillä kansoilla, mitkä tuntuu hyviltä käteen. Niin. Kun noilla selkeästi oli tollanen setti, jonka kanssa on valmistauduttu siihen, että vastustaja on myös koonnut jonkun joukkueen, että niillä on 3 tähtipelaajaa ketjussa, ja sitten me tullaan tollain heitelle vähän noppia, että no miten tämä olisi varmaan aika hauska. Että minkäs näköinen kyläkeskus näillä olikaan. Mutta eihän ne kaikki pelit sellaisia. Ja sitten tässä on muitakin vaikuttavia tekijöitä. Mutta yllättäen tuo Nomadi-peli olikin kaikista tasoisin tähän mennessä.
Niin, ei se Nomadi silleen ollut välttämättä paha karttana. Siinä oli vaan se, että siinä kävi Santula ehkä hieman paskamäin.
Joo. Jos pitänyt rakentaa se paremmin, se evakuoida sieltä heti tyyppejä pois esimerkiksi. Vaikka siinä olisikin tullut vähän takkiin, niin sitten lähtee menee ja rakentaa kyläkeskus jonnekin muualle. Niin sitten siellä on vastustella 5 tornia ihan turhaa. Esimerkiksi. Katsoo vaan, että on tarpeeksi puita. Et ehkä Nomadi voi palauttaa tuonne soittolistalle. Ainakin ennemmin kuin tällaisen, missä tuleekin sit eri tavalla valikoituja taktiikoita.
Haluaisin ajatella, että tässä kartassa tulisi vielä joskus vastaan sellaiset, jotka ei rynnistä heti ton mettän läpi.
Ei mulla ole tällainen kiva kartta, mutta tosiaan tuolla niin viulakin oli armeija oli 53 tuossa kohtaa, kun mulla ei ollut niin populaatiota sen verran. Eikä se oli vähän vähän semmonen, että liigapelaaja tuli höntsäämään tuonne harrasteeseen.
Ja ihan hauskaahan tää tällainen.
Ehkä tätä pitäisi pelata ihan samalla taktiikalla kuin mitä taas muutakin karttaa siis.
Niin ainakin tollain nyt siinä kohtaa kun vastustaa, siis kyllähän sen sitä kansasta näkee, että onko niillä mahdollista tulla metsän läpi. Että sen verran voi olla tiedossa. Niin. Sitten nyt kun tiedettiin, että ne voi tulla, niin sitten ainakin, jos olisi pistänyt muutaman torni tohon metsän reunaa, tai edes jonkun scoutin juoksentelee edestakaisin, niin sen olisi nähnyt jotain minuuttia, paria ennen kuin sieltä on mahdollisuus tulla norsulla läpi. Et sitten vaan valmistautua siihen, koska toi on tosi hidas tapa, siis joka tapauksessa tulla tollain. Ei ihan hidas, mutta siinä menee jonkun aikaa, kun lähtee yhdellä norsulla raivaan tietä ja sitten hissukseen tulee toinen jeesailee ja muuta. Niin sitten olisi ehtinyt tekemään jotain valmistavia toimenpiteitä. Mutta ei nyt varmasti kaikki pelaa näin myöskään.
Mä luotin siihen, että kuuluu se semmonen, kun jos katapultti ampuu jossain kauempana, niin sitähän kuuluu semmonen kajahdusääni vähän. Kun... Mä luotin siihen, että kuulee kyllä sitten, kun ne meinaa tulla sitten.
Jep.
Ja se ei ole vielä.
Mutta täällähän on nyt siis nämä meidän yksi vastustajista ainakin tämä Profis, niin sillä on 3 pelin tappioputki alla ja sen...
Semmosen näet.
Täältä löytyy vaikka AOE2.ggstä löytyy vaikka näitä. On muitakin, mihin nämä on koottu nämä tilastot.
Eikä
niin,
se kerran mustakin tilastoja siihen.
Luultavasti. Kyllä täältä löytyy. Hopsi paapeli. Tai 57 pinnaa tuosta äskeistä koitoksesta. Ja olihan nämä sillain tasaiset tiimit. 800 molemmin puoli. Tän numeroiden mukaan. Mä en tiedä, onko tässä joku eri pistelaskusysteemi vai miten se menee, mutta ne on ainakin pelannut tuolla samalla kombolla, niin vaikka joku tunti sitten viimeksi Mitsiä, mutta silloin on ollut Espanja ja Turkki ja persialaiset. Joo, nyt variaatioita on. Mutta on niitä pelejäkin 1000 jo plakkarissa. Et ehkä siinä näkyy tällainen laatuero.
Download replay.
Mitä tää osaa näyttää täällä? Ai siellä ollaan vähän kikkailemassa.
On niin kovin monikansallisia nää. Santo on unknown country, mutta mä ja Timo näytään suomena. Edelliset sentään puhuu oletettavasti samaa kieltä tiiminä, mutta sitä edeltävä oli Kiina, Tanska, Australia esimerkiksi.
No niin, ehkä siellä olikin vaan tyyppi, joka haluaa pelata monin peliin ilman. Ja sitten ne joutuu kommunikoimaan siinä lennossa. Myöskin tekemisiä.
Jos ne kommunikoi.
Niin, jos ne kommunikoi, jos niitä edes tarvii.
Niin,
täältä löytyy...
sama kuin meillä.
Niin, et no niin, kuolin. Jaa, mun kylä on tuhottu. Tällaista tänään. Joko voidaan lopettaa. Täällä vielä niiden ukkeja. On tää varmaan ollut aikamoinen tämmönen pyyhkäisy, että valmisteltiin 20 minsaa, hienoa me osataan tää ja sitten vastustajilla on 3 kyläkeskusta jossain ja jotenkin puoliksi palaa kun tulee paikalle, koska joku tosi ikävä villisika on hyökännyt sen kimppuun. Voi ei, mitä mä nyt teen? Lähettäkää teidän ratsut tänne, hei, täällä on hätätilanne. Villiintynyt eläin. Niin voi siinä olla tietty sellainen olo, että no, nää tarvii pisteitä enemmän kuin me.
Niin.
Se on kyllä kiva temppu, koska nyt tulee taas niin vaikeampia vastustajia, vaikka jos menee niin päin. Tää ei toimi näin.
Jee. Vieläks meillä on voimia ottaa matsia vai miltä teidän illat näyttää?
Mä kyllä voin ottaa, koska tää on niin nopeita. Ei ole edes hiki tullut vielä.
Tiimipelaajan puhetta.
Mun tarvii käydä niistämässä.
Mä käyn vettä lisää.
Joo, mä voin sitten jutella mun chatilleni. Katsotaan mitä siitä tulee. Alright, so let's see if I manage to set things right. So we've been first time ever playing ranked team games with old friends of mine, and well, it has been a very exciting experience. Now we have so far played only against AI, 2 AIs or 3 AIs, hard or hardest, trying to find ways to play the game and to win eventually, and that's where my willingness or this idea of playing ranked ladder for reals stemmed from. And luckily now we have also got the inspiration to try this for reals, perhaps partially due to this ladder attempt. And I will go through the happenings shortly, but perhaps that helps to explain our performance so far. So early days. And I'm partially glad that our opponents used the Khmer ballista elephant tool that they had at their disposal, and also it's rather familiar thing for us who have been following the stream in the past, that we talk about things that we should do some preparations against some strategies or tactics, for example. And, they're making cavalry, perhaps we should prepare some spearman line units, and then 5 minutes later we have 0. So something similar happened, but this was a very fun game, and also gave us a chance to practice the casual aids build-up skills, and now we are eager for more. So let's see what happens, or if anything happens or comes out of that. But surprising thing from our opponent to grant us the points. Perhaps they felt that this was too one-sided a game, or that they were using too clever set of tactics and ruined our day or something, and then decided that we might want those points. Don't know, but it's nice to see teams that have prepared something, as they did have civilizations, Khmer and Burgundians, and also what else? Vietnamese, was it, with their Ratan? No, but they're not Ratanasias. I'm confusing things. Well, I could just verify very easily. Dun. Perhaps I'll remember. Malay, yes. As they Turk. Khmer, Burgundians and Malay. So each of those had nice castle age military unit options, and ballista elephants, of course, to get through the forest, and then cavalier, and it was like surprising again that people are just having tactics, but it's also a source of inspiration. So you can expect us to have some hardship for the next times, days, weeks, how long we ever are struggling if we decide to stick with this, but at least playing against humans gives a different sort of games than playing against AI, and it has been fun so far. So thanks for sticking around, even though our communication will be mostly in Finnish, I'm afraid. Just for the efficiency purposes. And to inspire people to practice a language that's perhaps foreign to them. It may be less foreign after an hour of fighting. And Zura, of course, understandable as a reaction to one of the things I said.
Joo.
Yes, presumably.
Lobby valmiina.
See ya in a bit.
Tulee.
Jee.
Hurraa. Pidin uskomattoman pitkän
Paikalta.
monologin tässä odotellessa, niin jolta tietysti säästin teidät. Tai no, Santtu nyt ei olisi kuullutkaan, jos kerran oli siivoushommia. Ootko Antti saanut hyvää palautetta tästä toivotusta sisällöstä? Mun chatti on pätkinyt, kun on katsonut tätä sun.
Mä oon nyt täällä sun omassa, niin mä en näe sen tuota Windowsin kautta.
Niin sä oot täällä mun. Tuliko se sinne kuulolle?
Mä tulin lukemaan, että minkälaista vinkkiä tuli.
Ja sovelsit?
You wish. I wish. Everybody wishes.
We wish. Ai.
Christmas.
Ja happy new game. Okei, jotenka... Kyllä me ollaan eroja. Joo. Oliko Santtu tekemässä jotain?
Niin me ollaan jo voittu putkessa.
Niin, jo yhden jälkeen on vielä aikas tuuletella, mutta jos 2 menee putkeen, niin se on jo sellainen, että olisiko tää sarja nyt kääntymässä meille.
Ei ole tullut muuta kommenttia kuin Legua, niin tätä on opetettu.
Se on hieno alku. Mistä ne lukee, että odotellaan, että Hopsi tulee jonoon? Onko sulla jotain klikkauksia siellä tehtävä? Ei kun niin sä et ole laittanut tätä. Aivan! Niin.
Pitäisikö meillä on nyt Arena ja Migrationi täällä, eli mä pistän vielä Africa Clearingin pois.
Okei.
Se tulee MegaRandom.
Voidaan toivoa.
No,
Siellä joutuu ehkä jonkun verran tutkimaankin ja ympäristöä. Ehkä. Tudududun.
Äskeinen alku meni kyllä ihan hyvin, kun mä tein jotenkin pääs vähän rentoutua, kun tiesi, että ei ne tuu vielä pitkään aikaa. Mutta sitten tapahtui ikäviä asioita.
Oli
Siihen
siellä...
asti se oli semmoista renton letkeet.
Ihan se oli auringon nousua jollain kylpytakissasi terassilla ja katsoin, ai, tämä se on elämää.
Ja kutsuin kyläläisetkin siihen, että ei tässä mitään hätää vielä.
Kuunnelkaa, ei oo katapulttien ylinää missään.
Aivan. Ainoat kaatuvat puut on näitä, mitä itse hakataan. Sori Antti, mitä?
Että Timo kaataa mettä vasta 2 tunnin päästä, että otellaan me tässä ihan
Ei.
Siinä kävi kyllä huono tuuri, että en pistänyt siihen keskelle niitä puuhakkaa, kun siitähän se olisi paljastunut.
Siihen joku olisi puuhakkauspaikka ollut somasti. Koittaa teräytellä läpi. Siihen taloriviä vaan eteen.
Mut sillain esteettisesti. Eli rivitalo, jossa on sitten takapihaan metsään päin.
Puiston laidalla. No Onks tää heti kiinteistön arvo? Haluttu yhden tason puiston laita asunto. Puistonäkyminen. Joka onkin täysin hoitamaton ryteikkä, mutta suojavyöhyke. Ei oo naapuriin maisema. Metsä peittää.
Kovaa myyntipuhetta. Okei, no mutta tähän me osataan.
Arabia.
Nyt ei enää mitään selitystä, jos ei pärjätä.
Tottahan
Ei
se on.
olla sitä koitettu selitellä tähänkään asti.
Santtu keskellä ja sitten odotellaan tukea. Oliks tää näin?
Joo.
Joo.
Älkää pääsekö niitä rintaan.
Hyvä. Ja
Älkää
sit
päästäkö mitä?
niitä päättää virkkeitä.
Aivan, okei. Pitäisikö tässä tehdä muuri? Puumuuri? Olisiko suotavaa?
Ainakaan sitä ei haittaa, jos vetää pientä puumuuria sillain, että suoraan ei pääse välttämättä vaikka jotain metsää kiusaamaan, hakkaamaan. Että saa ohjattua sinne kyläkeskuksen suuntaan hyökkääviä joukkoja.
Monella kyläläisellä kannattaa puumuurin kimppuun lähteä niin rakentamaan, uhrata yksi kyläläinen siihen sekä rakentaa sinne.
Niin, sitä voi niitä tavallaan myöhempiä taloja, eli ei ihan ensimmäistä 2 taloa, mutta niiden jälkeen kun alkaa tekemään taloja ja muita tuotantolaitoksia, niin laittaa niitä sillain metsästä tavallaan muurittavaan suuntaan tai muista resursseista kartan reunasta muurittavaan suuntaan. Ja sitten, ei mikä mä oikein oon? Ne hunnit, aivan, joo. Tässä meni jonkun aikaa ihmetellessä, koska tää on niin vaikeaa keksiä, että miten hinnalla pelataan.
Älä tee taloja.
Joo. Ensin naputtelin täällä, että nyt on niin paljon viivettä, ettei tästä tule mitään, mutta se olikin vain minä sitten.
Ja karttakin on nyt, pääsee skootitkin hommiin. Ensimmäistä kertaa tänään.
Ai niin.
Niin tarvii vaan seistä siinä kyläkeskuksen vieressä.
Ja tai olla olemassa olematon, kuten meidän nomadissamme. Mä yritin Antti lähettää ihmisiä sun lähetyksen pariin.
Ei.
Että jos kiinnostaa nähdä toinen näkökulma asiaan, niin tonne vaan.
Se voi olla aika
Että jos tää kerran näyttää kamalalta, niin menkää tonne sitten.
Vähän
täällä pyöriä.
sitä nurmikon vihreällistä.
Tyn. 8 tyyppiä keräilemässä on varmaan ihan kylliksi ja enemmänkin. Tuolla on kivan näköistä metsää.
Kiitämme takametsää.
Niinpä. Mut niin tyyliin vaikka, että tohon väliin voi heittää jonkun muurin pätkä. Jos haluaa olla turvassa. Niin.
Skoutteloin tässä.
Ei, no nyt täällä ihmiset tappaa taas montaa lammasta, kun hetken mietin elämän vaikeutta. No. Jotenkin tästäkin selvitään. Ketä meillä on vastas? Katsotaas.
Joo, liettualaiset ja britit, mutta yhtään muista.
Joo, frankit, liettualaiset ja britit. Elikkä varmaan sitten... Ei mulla ole tarpeeksi puuta. Ei kun en mä tarvit puuta, kun mulla on nää hunnit. Noniin. Täällä sitä vaan sitten sekoillaan menemään. Jotenkin näin. Mutta se mitä siis piti sanomani, niin vois kuvitella, että jos nää pelaa tällainen standardin mukaisesti, niin sitten noi britit tulee tekemään jouskariukkoja. Ja sitten noin 2 muuta. Elikkä sitten frankit ja liettualaiset tekee ensin näitä tutkimuskoutteja ja sitten myöhemmin ritareita. johtuen siitä, että näin tämä yleensä menee. Että on se kansa tai kaksi, joka tekee ratsuja ja kansa tai kaksi, joka tekee jouskariukkoja. Meidän ei tietenkään tarvitse tehdä niin.
Okay.
Mutta voi olla, että... Mitähän se yleensä menee? Onko se niin, että kaksi kamppailee tavallaan kahta vastaan ja sitten yksi on sehän on mun peurani muuten myöskin menee tuolla. Ja sitten yhdelle jää 1-1 tilanne. Ehkä sillä tavallisesti. Mut voidaan seurailla miten tää tässä kulkee ja harjoitella samalla kun mennään. Ei juokse! No menetin yhden kyläläisen, mutta se oli vain yksi kyläläinen. Välttämätön hinta oikeastaan tälle kaikelle menestykselle ja hyvälle mitä meillä on nyt ollut. Ai siellä on jo muurin tynkää. Sillä voi voittaa ratkaisevia sekunteja siihen, että ei välttämättä ihan ensimmäinen auto.
Se mun muurin hakkaja päättikin alkaa nyt tää mun paletti ihan sekaisin. Muurinhakkaaja hakkaskin puuta eikä rakentanut aina sitä vähän ohitte, niin mä ihmettelin mitä se tuo kävelee nyt helvetin Jöörasta.
Oi, epäonnistu peuran ohjaustoiminnat samaan aikaan. Tässä on niin monta juttua. Huh. No. Toi vähän kauas. Mä koitan tää uskaliasta jouskari-avausta. Katsotaan mitä sitten käy. Mähän on siis hunnit edelleen, mutta joo. Emme anna se häiritä liian paljon. Ei. Silloin joskus kun olin anti-jeesinä laittamassa noita kyläläisiä. Ei vaan. Kun menetit se ratsu siinä ekassa pelissä ja olin työntöjeesinä, niin silloin se meni tosi hienosti se peuran ohjaaminen ne kohti kylän keskusta, mutta nyt ei vaan mene yhtään ihan niin hienosti.
Eikö mene?
Ei, nämä matkat on liian pitkiä ja tiet on liian vaaraisia. Ja kannattaa ehkä tehdä muutama keihäsunkkelivaruiksi jonnekin. Sitten kun olette siinä pisteessä. Ihan niinku 1-2 jos sattuu olemaan parakkia olemassa, niin voi olla ihan kiva.
Hyvä vinkki.
Tässä näin nyt kun itse asiassa mehän tapetaan toi tohon ja te menette jeesailen tossa kanssa ja sun tehtävä rakentaa toi. Joo. Ainakin pidän sitä hieman yllättävänä, jos sieltä ei tulisi mitään. Työntöjoukkoja. Upsista. Saatoin unohtaa myös jouskareiden tekemisen ja sitten peura palaa kotiin. Ja
nyt perkele peura karkaa. Se peura lähti. Olkoon. Ei oo mun juttuja niin noin peura.
Joo, ei näin ei kenenkään juttuja. Vastenmielisiä.
No.
Marketti tehdään vielä, niin on sitten liikutuskykyä.
Tää mun peli on nyt aivan koosta tällä hetkellä. Mä menetän katsojia.
Korjaa.
Ei tää oo aina tämmöstä.
Eli kun nyt tulkaa itse kokeilemaan tähän tiimin kanssa, hei. Ei tarvitse jotain vinkkejä, hei. Nyt vuorovaikutetaan. Nonni. Hienosti tästä lähtee. Muutama jouskari lisää. Mä oon vähän ehkä myöhässä tän mun uskomattoman aggressiivisuuteni kanssa, mut sinisen yksinäinen ratsu kulki tästä ohitte. Varmaan ihan hyvillä aikeilla. Sitten täällä on muutama kyllästynyt marjasta ja...
Voi ei kyllä. Valokuvat putoaa.
Ja mikä... Täällä on tehty kivimuuri. Mutta jotenkin tää mun ratsuni selvisi tosta ohitte. Okei. Katsotaan onnistuuko meistään tuon laajentaminen sitten. Vai onks mä nimenomaan myöhässä tekemässä sitä? Tyn tyn tyn. Pari tyyppiä voisi hakata vaikka puuta sitten. Kultaa pitäisi tulla 1 000 000 ja kyllähän me tästä selvitään sitten hienosti. Okei. Mä käyn tsekkailemaan, että mikä homma täällä sinisellä oikein. Mä en oo ikinä nähnyt kenenkään tekevän kivimuuria tällä lailla. Täällä on niiden metikkä.
Hyvä merkki.
Niin, vai niillä on joku taktiikka. Täällä on nyt ainakin... Siniseltä kuolee joku kyläläinen tässä. Mutta ei sen enempää. En tiedä sitten, oliks niillä jotenkin katsottu tää reitti sillain. Nyt mulla on muutama työtön ollut toisaalta kotona, mutta... Ketään tästä? Täällä on farmeja. Täällä oli yksi yksittäinen kivenhakkaa, joka kuolee kohta. Sanokaa jos huomaatte, että noi vaihtaa kautta tässä välissä.
Joo.
Voi mennä ohitte tällaisia pikkujuttuja hetkittäin. Turhaan kävelytin näitä mun. Kyläläisiä nyt on. Ainakin pitäisin yllättävänä, jos ei ne yrittäisi tässä. Oho. Olin laittanut tyypit ammuskeleen farmin suuntaan. Sinisellä on jonkun verran kyläläisiä täällä. Huomaatte ehkä, jos katsotte oikein tarkkaan.
Oho. Onko siinä koko kylä ja sitten siellä tulee vielä susi niiden perässä?
Kyllä sitten kävellä vähän matkaa.
Meillä on näköjään tuplamuurit täällä. Tuolla on kivimuurit tällä turkoisilla ja...
Okei, no ehkä tää pelityyli suosii sitten meitä kuitenkin.
Joo, se on tehnyt tänne nämä kivimuurit. Meillä on tuplamuuritus. Ja nyt se hyökkäisi arkkereilla mun muuripätkän kimppuun.
Pitäis tehdä lisää farmeja, mulla on vaan...
Mulle tulee kohta arkkerin pusku. Tiedoksenne.
Onko sulla Santtu lähettää jotain?
Joo.
Sininen ei ole menettänyt kauhean montaa kyläläistä sinänsä, mutta niin jonkun verran on tullut ehkä tämmöistä joutilasta odotteluaikaa tämän seurauksena. Ja nyt kun mulla on täällä jo 9 kyläläistä, okei, eli vihreä on siis linna-ajassa.
Turkoosi tuli tänne nyt noille arkkereille.
Okay. Tänne tulee siis varmaan kohta muutama ritari tekeen kiusaa tänne, jos toi on yhtään tiimipelaaja. Mä kokeilen ostaa itteni tonne seuraavalla kaudella. Noin. Tämä sininen on kuitenkin ikään kuin tarpeeksi kuollut. Vihreä on tuolla keskellä. Vihreälläkin on siis muurinpätkä. Joo. Ai, sininen sai tän muurin tehtyä, kun mä en seurannut tarpeeksi tarkkaan.
Hyvä Santtu, kiitos. Loistavaa.
Joten nää yrittää pelata täällä tämmöstä pitkää peliä. Se ehkä jopa onnistuu, koska mulla on täällä muutamat tyypit nyt vähän huonoissa paikoissa. Katsotaan. Täällä on tehty torni, okei.
Sori Santtu, mutta mä teen nyt semmosen verran, että mä muuritan silleen, että ne tulee sun kylään seuraavalle puskulle.
Selvä.
Selvä. Okei, sinne lähetti taas uuden armeijan.
Joka tuli Timo viestiä striimiin, että kävin katsomassa, mutta en mä pystynyt enempää.
Et joko tuli viestiä vai tuli viestiä?
Joka tuli viestiä.
Ei tullut vielä viestiä.
Kävin katsomassa, mutta tuli niin huono olo, että ei pysty.
Joo, se ei tapahtunut vielä. Mulle ei tapahtunut vielä tällaista palautetta.
Jep.
Mikäs meidän voittava taktiikka sitten on? Voi ei.
Onks meillä sellaista?
Säkin oot linnaajassa. Okei. Eikä meillä sitten mitään hätää. Sen kun vaan pöhistää. Okei, vihreällä on toi linna tuossa. Liettua kun on. Itse asiassa me lähdetään tälle.
Tällä vihreä jotenkin juoksutti ja hitosti susia kylään.
Ja selviäksä sä tästä vai oliks tää pelipäätös? Sitten sun kyläkeskus palaa ja...
Se oli erikoinen taktiikka.
Se oli kyllä vähän nyt jotain uutta.
Ne alkaa olla liian edistyneitä meille kaikki. Otas. Tyn. Aika paljon niillä on kaikkia muurinpätkiä, joo. Mitähän täällä näyttää? Ehkä otan varmuuden vuoksi ton kyläneuvostonkin kasaan, että nähdään vähän pidemmällä. Sitten tehdään vähän koneja. Okei, toi vaaleansininen tekee hevosia, kannattaa ehkä tehdä keppiukkeleita sillain kodin turvajoukoiksi, jos ei aiemmin ole käynyt mielessä, niin sillain ehkä niinku parikymmentä.
Parikymmentä?
Sanoisin, noi on vielä mitä ne on, leitikset, niin on suhteellisen kovaluontoisia tyyppejä, niin en pitäisi ihan hupsuna ratkaisuna koettaa tehdä niin. Santtu vetelee pisteissä, millä ilveellä? Hienoa. Jos voit tuoda joukkoa johonkin sillain hyvin tarkkailuasemiin, niin se voisi olla hyvä idea. Siis tietysti niitä on hyvä jättää kotiinkin.
Mun muurin kimppuun hyökättiin hirveellä jousiarmaadalla. Santtu, ne tulee! Hirveen pitkälle ampuvat vielä.
Okei, koitapa sitten vaan.
Mulla on vissiin pinnakin siihen sun viereen.
Jep.
Okei, tee lisää, älä suotta hyökkää vielä, jos voit olla hyökkäämättä. Tee lisää noita kepiheittäjäukkoja. Ne on kuitenkin aika tasaiset noi voimasuhteet, niin et vahingossa jää sinne linnan alle.
Santulta tulee 2 kepinheittäjää.
Aika.
Mä katon saanko mä vähän päivitettyä täällä voimasuhteita meille kanssa. Minkään nää mun iloiset farmin pyörittelijätyyppini oikein on mennyt. No. Selviää varmaan myöhemmin. Mukava, että nää on tehty tämmöset tiimimuurit. Miltä siellä Antti muuten näyttää? Tai siis että...
Se koittaa peitata mua tonne.
Okei. Saatko sä tehtyä omaa linnaa tohon turvaksi mitenkään ikinä?
No, huomasin äsken, että mulla ei oo sitten yhtä kivenhakkaajaa ollut koko aikana.
Kun niillä tulee noita jouskareita, mikä ampuu älypitkälle, niin... Sä voisit tähän muurin murtaa, jos sä saat tehtyä sieltä... on saanut myös vinkin. Zura. Cancel skirms and add another archer range. In fact, add 3 more. No niin.
Minä vai?
Minä. Mutta... Tai ainakin mä kuvittelen niin. Koska mulla oli täällä vähän tutkia käynnissä. Mutta... Japani, koska niillä tulee jouskareita, mikä ampuu älypitkälle, niin niiden heikkous on muurinmurtajat, jotka vie nuolia kadotukseen, niin sitä voi koettaa hyödyntää. Ja sit mä voin koettaa lähettää sinne sun suuntaan. Mä hyppään 4. kaudelle nyt, kun mulla on vielä aikaa. Niin. Lähden vähän kattelee, että miltä toi näyttää toi. Nähtävästi keltainen myös.
On vasta 51 kyläläistä.
Joo. Saaks tehtyä lisää?
Saan jo.
Mä oon nyt 82, mutta vasta. Pystytkö sä Santtu olemaan siellä jeesinä, mikä sun status on?
Joo, tarvitaan.
Eli sellainen, ettei hätää status ilmeisesti.
Mitä joukkoja tarvitaan? Kepiheittäjiä.
Ei oikeastaan. Sä voisit tähän, jos saat tehtyä noita kotkasotureita siihen, että ne tekee kohta, kun ne pääsee 4. kaudelle toi vaaleansininen, niin se alkaa tekemään noita isoja katapultteja, niin sä voisit käydä tappaa ne, kun saat tehtyä 30 tai jotain sinne sun tavallaan ei Antin kylään, vaan tyyliin tänne, taikka siis tänne, niin että voit iskeä täältä tuhoon ton linnaalle tulevat tuhoamisjoukot. Ja sitten Antti teet noita keppiukkoja, että kun ne tulee ratsuilla ammuskeleen, niin selviät.
Mun makoneeli tuhottiin heti.
Hyvä. Joo, älä ainakaan vie sieltä oman kyläkeskuksen alta kauhean pitkälle.
Joo. Tää kyllä ampuu ihan törkeen pitkälle tällä hetkellä.
Jep. Sinne tulee joku pari per kausi tai jotain niitä. Okei, mulla on muutama työtön täällä ollut jonkin aikaa hengailemassa vähän. Vaikka tohon tommonen linna, tohon vaikka tohon tollanen linna. Ja mä tuon muutama ukkelin sinne päin. Mä en oo ihan varma mikä täällä on status, mutta kohtaan me se nähdään. Sininen on kuitenkin pisteessä alimpana. Mä en tiedä onko niiden taktiikka myös sellainen, että että ne säästelisi tätä. Katsellaan. Otetaan tää seka-armeija tänne. Mistä tää ääni kuuluu?
Mä lautan nää, mutta tappaa nyt aika vauhdilla näitä mun joukkoja.
Santtu, onks sä hengissä? Okei, Santtu, nyt ois sellainen iskun paikka. Ja vie sun köpi heittää tonne Antille Jeesaan kanssa. Sinne kaupungin puolelle. Sä voit Antti ottaa sun kyläläistä ja vetää ne tonne takalinjoille. Niin, suosittelen ottaa sun kyläläistä rakentaa uusi kyläkeskus tonne niin kuin pari kuvaruutua kauemmas. Mä lähetän sinne noita hepoisia kopoisia. Menee hetki. Tarkkaneen me ei oikeastaan tarvita, joo. Ja niin kuin nyt näkyy, niin toi on vasta tuolla. Oho, nyt mä tuhoan täällä mun pikkuarmeijani täällä linnan alla. Teimme parhaamme, mutta mun sotajoukot oli ehkä vähän hukassa. Mutta lisää tulee. Mitä joukkoja teillä on nyt? Vieläks ne työntää sieltä?
En tiedä, onko mulla mitään joukkoja. Mulla on code.
Saatko sä saatu tehtyä niitä kotkasotureita?
Joo.
No. Okei, vihreä tuli Jeesan sinistä. Tällä 1000-päisellä armeijallaan, joka oli vähän inhottavaa. En tiedä, pitäisikö munkin tehdä jotain armeijaa, mutta ainakin mä teen tänne nyt sitten parakkeja. Hetkinen. Tää mun mahdollisuuteni iskeä oli vähän huono. Mä yritän tehdä muutaman piirityskoneen, niin tuun tuhoon sen linnan siellä takavinkkelistä. Katsotaan. Mutta hyviä uutisia. Me ollaan kauppayhteyksissä. Voi olla, että menee hetki ennen kuin ne huomaa näin hyvässä tapauksessa. Katsotaan. Okei, no mä tarvinkin mun kanuunat täällä, kun nää rupes tuhoon mun linnaa.
Melkein tuhottuu sen trebuchet. Toiset sai
tervetuloa, tervetuloa. Hyvä Yri. Katsotaan, saatisiko me tosta tehtyä tarpeeksi tuhojoukkoja. Nyt päivittelen meille vähän ratsuja kanssa.
Joo, ei tästä tuu taas mitään. Mä kuolen ennen kuin ne pääsee noiden luokse.
Santtu.
Eikä mulla tarpeeksi resursseja.
Pystytkö sä juokseen hetken aikaa?
Nyt menee aivan ikuisuus, että tää tuo noita joukkoja.
Okei, saaks sä vedettyä? Onko sulla Santtu joukkoja yhtään esim?
Joo, matkalla.
Oho, multa loppu kivi tässä kesken kaikki. Otellaanpas vähän lisää. Tum tum tum. Tum tum. Niin pystytkö sä Antti olemaan hetken aikaa vielä hengissä jollain ilveellä? Niin kuin juoksuttaan kyläläisiä turvaan tai jotain vai?
Ei, sille tuli Santun. Jee, sä tuhotit sen trebuchet.
Oi, mutta siinäkin ihan puoli kyllä kaivaponnaa myös kotkasotureita.
Ei se mitään.
Nää ilkeät tykkiukkelit täältä liettualaisilta tuhoo mun linnaa, mutta... Pitäisikö mun vaan antaa sen mennä, todennäköisesti. Koska mä saan tosta lisää. Tällä vihreältä jonkun verran tällaista painetta. Mä en ehkä tuota ihan tarpeeksi noita keppiukkeleita täällä myöskään. Just nyt. Katsotaan. Ootte sitten vielä hengissä? Kyllä ei.
Juu.
Joo.
Okei. Katsotaan onnistuuko mä hoitelemaan noin 20 miljoonaa tykkiä tästä. Se on mukavaa. Linnalle ette voi mitään. Ja nähtävästi toi kauppalinjojen tuhoaja sakki on myöskin tuhottu tässä välissä, mutta mä teen nyt 20 miljoonaa keppitökkiä ukkoon, niin kyllä tää tästä. Mä voin mennä tonne metsään. Jossain kohtaa täytyy tehdä vähän kauppalinjojakin, mutta...
Mulla on kauppa.
Sulla on kauppa. Kyllä mennä tosta muurista läpi vaikka niin, että heilahtaa. Ei. Ei voidakaan mennä, kun ne just hyökkää. Saataisiko me noin pelastettua tonne noin. Meille ehkä vähän lisää joukko psykooseja, jos mahdollista. En tiedä, jos tässä on mitään valtavan isoa hätää, mun täytyy vaan keskittyä hoitelemaan noitten ratsut. Keltaisella on ehkä vähän turhan kova.
Tää näyttää range on kyllä vähän epäreilu.
Jep. Kun...
on sillä, että ne on tässä niin lähellä linnaa, että...
Sitten kun sä pääset hyökkään niiden kimppuun, niin sit se kääntyy. Nyt ongelmana on se, että kun ne painaa, niin se tuntuu kauhean inhottavalta.
On kyllä nyt ihan resignin paljon sun jaksa tämmöstä.
Okei.
Ei kuupakin. Ei pysty tekemään yhtään mitään.
Joten ilmiselvästi toi noiden paineen antaminen toimi. No sitten lähettää sinne muutama, niin kuin nytkin mulla on täällä tää ratsujoukko, siis nää jouskariukkelit, 20 päinen armeija.
Ei sillä näköjään ollut mitään muuta kuin tuo yksi linna tossa, et sinne kun olisi selkää vaan mennyt, niin siinähän se...
Jep, ja sit siellä on parikymmentä kyläläistä, jotka on varmaan ollut joutilaana puolet pelistä. Ja kun tässä aika usein on kuitenkin se, että ihmiset keskittyy siihen yhteen kahteen asiaan, niin tai että on tavallaan kokeillaan hyökätä näin ja sitten se joko toimii tai ei. Että tämä sininen on täällä ihan telineessä, että sen tehtävä on ollut rakentaa muureja ja pysyä hengissä. Ja sitten se ei tehnyt yhtään mitään. Tai se voi olla vähätellen sanottu, mutta se, että taktiikka selkeästi oli tällainen, että muuritetaan toi keskusta hinnalla millä hyvänsä ja sitten käytetään liettualaisten voimaa.
Muutama linna tuolla vihreällä.
Katsotaan. Mun olisi pitänyt olla tossa hereillä, kun silloin kun te hyökkäsitte, siis mä en tiedä, olitte sitten tietoisia, että mulla on tää 20-päinen jouskariarmeija tällä linnan vieressä odottamassa. Mutta mä en ehtinyt huomaamaan sitä, että kun teillä oli taisteluita, että mä olisin tullut siihen sotiin mukaan. Kun sit se linna ampuu kuitenkin vain yhtä kohdetta kerrallaan.
Mun kyllä pitänyt heti omasta linnasta, niin kun pääsin imperiaalle, niin tehdä muutama katapultti. Ja moukoroida vihun linnaa, joka oli aika lähellä omaa linnaa. Niin...
Joo, ja siis tossa joku 3-4 muurinmurtajaa olisi saanut aikaan se, että oli linnais tuhottu. Niin muutama muurinmurtaja ja pari kepiheittäjää siihen tukeen, kun niillä ei ollut kuin jousiukkoja siinä yhdessä kohtaa. Ja nyt täällä kohtaa, kun nämä vihreän ratsut on tullut tänne tukeen tätä mun painostamista, niin yhtäkkiä toi vaaleansininen oli ihan yksin kahta vastaan. Et sit siinä kohtaa Antilta oli vaan tuhottu puolet kylää. Mutta teitä kiinnostaa kuulla tämä. Zura, unfortunate that you guys lost, but it was a great archer rush at the start. Niin, että kyllä tässä oli onnistumisia, vaikka ne nyt oli sitten tällä laidalla. Ne mitkä näkyy. Sitten kun hän olisi ollut katsomassa Hopsin näkymiä, niin sieltä olisi tullut joku eri kehu.
Kehu.
Mä olisin voinut myös selkeämmin kommunikoida sitä, että mulla ei ole tällä puolella mitään hätää. Että mulla oli tää todennäköisesti heikoin tai ainakin pelitaktisesti heikoin vastustaja, joka yritti vaan olla muurien takana piilossa. Niin, että Santtu voi ihan rauhassa yrittää torpata sen puolen.
Ei toi paha tän turkoisen pusku oli, että täällä on joku parikymmentä näitä jousia ja sitten trebusee yksi kappale.
Yeah. Se on vaan just tarpeeksi, että sitten...
Kaksi trebuseita ja sitten no jousiaajat ja silleen niin riittävän monta jousiaajaa, että mä pistin 20 samuraita, niin ne tapettiin tyyliin silleen, että ne kerkes kosketusetä ja silleen ne oli kuolleita kaikki.
Joo. Se ei...
nyt tehdä heppoja, mutta ei ollut mitään resursseja enää ruveta upgradeaan niitä, niin kun oli pistänyt paukut muussa.
Kyllä. Ja tää näiden systeemi, että rakennetaan muurit on tehty sitä varten, että ne voi olla pienellä armeijalla vyöryttää ja keskittyä sen armeijan seuraamiseen ilman, että kotipesässä soi. Niin. Mutta toihan toimi toi sun muuri. Siinä suhteessa, että se linna rakennettiin muurin taakse, niin sitten olisi pitänyt vaan joko saada tehtyä oma linna niin tavallaan hidastaan tätä, tai sitten olla tarpeeksi joukkoja, että sen saa tuhottua siihen paikkaan, tai sitten tavallaan saman tien vetäytyä, että siirtää koko talous sen ruudun verran syrjempää tavallaan tänne takalaitaan, missä sulla nyt on vaikka puuhakkaajia vielä. Niin ajatellaan, että tässä menee hetki, että me saadaan toi linna tuhottua, niin katsotaan, ettei tule vahinkoa. Ja sitten ihan turhaan iskee siinä tavallaan niin kihnuttaa eteenpäin. Niin se olisi voinut olla myös taktiikka.
No mä laitoin tai tein kaksi tommoista siege-soppia ja upgradeasin noi kiven viskoja tappiin. Olisiko niistä ollut mitään hyötyä noita niinku jouskareita vastaan vai ei?
Joo, olis ne on. Joo. Siis se on siinä ja siinä, että jos niitä on 1-2, niin ne ei välttämättä enää tossa pääse lähellä. Mutta se, että jos samalla hyökkää muullakin armeijalla, niin ainakin ne joutuu kiinnittää huomioon. Siinä suhteessa ne muurinmurtajat on parempia, koska ne kestää nuolia vielä vähän enemmän.
On kuullut vähän huonosti toi puheenvuoro.
Odota.
Mullekin tuli jo.
Entäs nyt?
Varmasti kehuit ja sanoit, että juuri on oikein ratkaisun teit.
Noniin. Joo. Eli toisin sanoen mun mikrofoniongelma on yhä olemassa oleva. Mutta siis koitin sitä sanoa, että ne katapultit on tosi hyviä, mutta niiden kantama on vähän huono brittejä vastaan, koska ne ampuu sen jonkun, mitä täällä on, 6+6, 12 päähän. Ja pääseekö katapultillakin 9? Mitä tää sanoo? 9. Se, että niitä katapultteja pitää olla aika monta, tai sitten pitää olla joku muu armeija, mikä on siinä huomion kohteena, jotta niillä katapulteilla pääsee ampuun, kun niitä on noin monta, niitä tyyppejä. Ja sen takia muurinmurtajat on parempia, koska ne kestää nuolia hyvän määrän. Sillä että niihin saa ampua se jonkun 100 tai 200 nuolta ennen kuin ne lahoo. Niin niillä voi saada tavallaan tehtyä armeijalle tukea. Erityisesti koska sitten kun ne tökkäsee kerran tuommoista katapulttia, niin se tuhoutuu. Kerran tai 2 riippuen miten sä oot päivittänyt niitä. Mutta se, että jos pääsee hyökkäämään, niin sitten ne on tietysti tosi kivoja, koska ne jouskarit joutuu koko ajan pakeneen, että ne ei joutuisi tämmöisen kivisateen alle. Koska kyllä niistä kaatuu, jos tuohon kerran osuu, niin puolet armeijasta kaatuu. Et se ei ollut taktisesti huono veto. Ja tää mitä mä ajattelin, mitä olisi voinut yrittää tehdä vähän aikaisemmin ehkä, kun sulla on Santtu täällä linnan vieressä näitä tyyppejä, noita kotkasotureita, niin se, että silloin kun Antti puolustautuu tuossa kultakasoilla, niin sitten isket tuolta linnan takaa silloin, kun ne piirityskoneet oli vielä siinä linnan juuressa, niin siihen linnan alle hakkaamaan, että sitten onnistuisi.
Ja linnaa vai?
Piirityskonetta tai tuota katapulttia. Ja kyllä sitten juoksee pois, jos tarve vaatii. Mä en tiedä, teikö sä niin monta kertaa tässä välissä.
Pari joukko-osastoa laitoin sieltä hakkaamaan. Mä en viitin yksi kerrallaan lähettää.
Joo, tosiaan.
Sen takia taas on tommonen joukko odottamassa seuraavaa aaltoa. Eli milloin mä lähden.
Mutta siis tää oli tosi hyvä. Me oltiin kuitenkin pisteessä tuossa kohtaa, vaikka Antti oli jo mookaroitu maihin, niin oltiin silti pisteessä tosi hyvällä tolalla. Että tässä ei ollut muuta kuin toi, olisi täytynyt reagoida vahvemmin siihen, kun tuli toi.
Oli niillä aika heikkona.
Jep. Jo vaikutti, että sillä oli jo semmonen, jos ei nyt tukirooli, niin kuitenkin tommonen. Että kyllä mä täältä pikkuhiljaa nousen, mutta siltä oli kuollut varmasti kymmeniä kyläläisiä siinä vaiheessa jo kakkoskaudella. Että se takamatka oli jonkun verran, mutta ne onnistui sitten tappaan Anttia enemmän kuin mitä tää sinisen rampauttaminen tavallaan teki, niin sehän vaikeutti. Mun olisi ehkä pitänyt rakentaa myös puolustus jotenkin fiksummin tänne, että mä olisin voinut tulla jollain. Mun piti jossain kohtaa rakentaa ratsutallia ja sieltä tehdä parikymmentä heppaa, mutta sitten kaikki suunnitelmat jäi vähän jäihin, kun yritin juoksennella. Mut siis hyvä peli. Haluaisin väittää. Santtu, nyt vähän sun mikki mumisee.
Joo. Enemmän olisi pitänyt sanottu noita kotkasotureita tällainen keskipelaajana ja aikaisemmin tuotettua. Nyt mä sain semmosia niin kuin, en mä tiedä, 15 pyrskähdyksiä kerrallaan, enkä sellainen tasvimaan virtana.
Ja sitten vielä koordinointi, että koska mennään. Että ei käy niin, että ensin anttiheittäjät kuin kepiheittäjät viimeiset 10 jouskareihin ja sitten tulee kotkasoturit ja sitten mä tuun vielä mun ratsujousilla vähän ajan päästä, että kaikki saa tappaa sillain yksitellä. Kun sitten kun siihen olisi saanut tarpeeksi massaa, niin yhtäkkiä toi olisikin tapettu toi työntö. Ja eihän siellä mitään muuta ollut käynnissä. Siis paitsi tää sininen nyt piski täällä mun kulmalla, mutta siinä ei ollut sellaista tavallaan välitöntä hädän tuntua kuitenkaan. Vaikka ne sainkin joku linnaa toista tuhottua, niin se olisi joutunut kuitenkin miettimään, että miten jaetaan joukkoja sit sinne puolelle, kun oltaisiin saatu toi yksittäinen linna tuhottua. Ihan hyvä puolustusharjoitus, sanoisin.
Ihan hauska oli kuitenkin. Tästä on hyvä jatkaa.
Niinpä, yllättävän hauskaa.
Katsellaan taas. Kyllä meni aika tunteisiin toi viimeinen, mutta katsellaan taas.
Ei mitään henkilökohtaista.
Kyllä se siitä oli.
Katot nauhoitetta, niin huomaat, että...
Siinä vaan painotus oli mulla niin päin helvettiä, ettei niinkään ollut mitään säässiä tässä noin, niin siinä missä... No, kun olis tajunnut sen, että hei noihän ampuu kuinka paljon pidemmälle kuin noi skirmisserit, niin ajoissa eikä olisi tehnyt 20 skirmisseriä vaan tapettavaksi, niin olis voinut tehdä sen sijaan ja tehdä kaikkia jousipäivityksiä, niin olis sen sijaan eikä voinut tehdä heppoille sen saman.
Ehkä. Ja siis se, että koen, että se on ihan hyvä, että niitä on parikymmentä niitä tavallaan semmoisena taustajoukkona, että sitten kun sinne tulee niitä kotkia tai tulee ihan mitä vaan muuta, niin sit ne ei pystykään tähtäämään näihin, on ne sitten muurinmurteja tai mitä vaan, mikä on tavallaan isompi prioriteetti, niin sitten ne tekee ne keihäänheittelijät ihan hyvää vahinkoa. Et se ei sinänsä ole huono olla niitä. Joo, koska sitten toi estää sen, että ne jouskarit ei voi vaan lähteä kävelemään sinne kylään tappaan kyläläisiä, vaan ne joutuu eteneen sillain kitkutelle. Kun taas sitten se 20 heppaa, niin edelleen voi päästä iskuetäisyydelle ja tappaa muutaman jouskarin, mutta sitten samalla linna ampuu niskaan ja tavallaan en näe, että se olisi, että jos pitää valita jompi kumpi, niin se, että on kepiheittäjiä on ainakin siitä hyvä, että ne on tommonen puolustuksellinen hidastava joukko.
Sitten siinä oli siis se, että ne kepiheittäjät, niin niillä ei ollut mitään chanssiä niitä trebucheita vastaan, niin hepät olisi ehkä ottanut siinä.
Joo, kyllä. Ja just siihen kohtaan, siis että sitten olisi saanut tehtyä muutamat noi hevoset tai vaikka se joku Santun katapultin siihen kohtaan ampuun piirityskonetta, että sitten ne kepiheittäjät voi keskittyä siihen jouskareiden tappamiseen ja joku tuhoo piirityskoneet ja sitten noiden jousiukot joutuu. Esimerkiksi vaikka siis ne muurimurtajat toimii siinä, että se pitää tietysti testata, että sen uskoo, mutta kun muurimurtaja tökkäsee tuollaista katapulttia, niin se tuhoutuu iskusta tai kahdesta. Niin se, että jos saa tehtyä 3-4 muurimurtajaa, mitkä lähtee piirityskonetta kohti, niin hyvin äkkiä se pistää pakettia ja lähdetään takaisin kotiin. Jos ihminen osaa pelata. Tai sitten se on se pari tökkäisyä, piirityskone on tuhottu, ja sitten koko sen ajan, kun jousiäijät yrittää ampua niitä piirityskoneita, tai niitä muurimurtajia, niin koko sen ajan omat keihäheittäjät voi heittää keihätä niiden niskaan. Että se ei tavallaan tarvitse välttämättä olla mikään kauhean nopea yksikkö, kunhan se vaan kestää nuolia. Millä ton voi saada torpattua. Vaikka se ei tunnu loogiselta. Nyt kun tuolla ei ollut hevosia, toki siis välissä oli, mutta nyt kun siellä ei enää ollut hevosia, näitä vihreän laitikseja, niin silloin se olisi toiminut. Mutta hyvä harjoitus. Tässähän näitä tulee näitä tavallaan pelikirjakikkoja myöskin.
Kyllä. Jos ne muistaa myöhemmin.
Niin, mutta sitten ensi kerralla tietää, kun sanoo, että muurimurtajia, niin sitten, että no kokeillaan. Ilman, että täytyy muistaa, että miksi välttämättä. No ei, mutta hyvä show. Kiitos suorituksista. Palaillaan. Ja sisällöstä. Moi moi. And that's a game. So we got handful of games. Lost each and every one of those except for the one where our opponent was quicker to resign on the Michi map. Now I'm thinking of having a few minutes of a break and then seeing if I have anything to give on the ladder after all this practicing. But meanwhile, things we have learned in the previous. What has happened to my? And thanks for all of you for enjoying the Finnish content. Hope you liked that and all the clever correspondence that we had. Oh no, we lost a few comments that I was about to read aloud, or at least my chat history doesn't go that far back. But thank you, Chura, for the commentary. The previous ones, but also regarding the game, you need to put down castle. Yes, and that's one of the things I've come to notice regarding team games is that communication is perhaps more important than the game skills, at least to a certain degree. And while we had conversations regarding the castle push that the Britons threw at Hopsi-Papelis, we were perhaps a bit confused, lost, and otherwise conflicted about how to get rid of that. So that's what the post-game conversation mostly revolved around as well. That how to defend against long range British archers and a castle push, and now we hope that next time we will have a few more rams to help with that, for example. Of course, there was also a huge amount of compliments that were given to Hopsi for slowing down the push. But things that I and also Santtu could have done differently were multiple. Like I could have played without losing the horse archers or the cavalry archers under that castle, for example. And also I could have invested, since I teched to some rams, I could have invested on creating a few towards the castle as well, in order to show some example. But fun game nevertheless, and I'm glad that we got to see Arabia as well after a handful of maps that are more or less tricky or trickier when played first time with people who haven't played online against real people either at all, as in case of Hopsi Paapeli, or just a handful of games, which is the case of Santtu. So this new, very promising team that shows much potential still has a few things to learn, which is nice. And Zura, and don't forget chemistry in university building. I was so happy to read that after I had clicked, or at least that's how I remember it. But yes, indeed, good thinking. But I don't know how many minutes of delay there was. Probably 15 minutes or so. But that's due to problems on my end or in my head. But alright. And also, Zura, thanks. We will carry on with the stream after some 5 minutes, perhaps. Take this as a promise, or at least take that as something that we are aiming to do. And as you could very easily tell, all this playing has made all the difference, but still take some more arena games, for example, probably, I think, to learn how to counter the cannon push that Lithuanians threw at us. Alright, Zura, sure thing, I'll eat some food meanwhile. That is an excellent idea. Be right back and see ya. exactly 5 minutes later we are back. And are we back for good? Let's verify that now that we are here. Now already we can tick that we have had few team games with friends. And in Finnish, yes. And is there a chance for us to try to get this camera thing working again? If it doesn't work, then it's no biggie, but if it does, then good for us. So let's see. Once we get this constant stream of money, which of course can't take too long, let's give it 2 hours, getting a real nice camera is something we can try to invest that money in. For some reason, to me it looks like this is really slow or something. There's a word for that. Let's see, or let's hear it out and see how it goes. Dum 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 dum, nan 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 nan, da 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 da, na 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 na. Perhaps now it's about right. Well, there is a certain difficulty when leaning away from the microphone. And at least to me it seems that there's certain none too none too good delay with the camera as well, so we'll fix that. Well, we will sort it out later. We are never going to fix it, but we will sort it out later. We are not hosting a game now. We'll take some. No. Random map. Perhaps now. Oh. How would my previous teammates feel if they saw me queuing for a team game without them? That was almost a friendship ending move. Right. So that we can try to sort out later. And we had some goals for our games. Now we have learned that Sura is already 1.4k elo player, and you can tell from the advice he has granted to us that he has a clue. And what we are trying to do here is slowly reach some stability to our games as well. Perhaps using those neat little clues here and there whenever possible. But it's been a few days without any games before the afternoon's team games, so remains to be seen how well this soloing is going to go. And now we are also trying to focus on MegaRandom. That's very good. Just a second. Right. I thought I heard a cat, but I also was not able to see one. So the perhaps well hiding cat is also somewhat audible. All right, MegaRandom. Yes. We are very ready, of course. So Chinese against Britons, and we got few towers to help us with our defenses. We can wish our opponent good times and hope that that ends up being truthful. Ooh. So we have some animals there, or herbables as they say. We also have some water, right? In fact, let's take a grander view around the premises. So Britons, we know how to do a nasty castle drop if needed. That we learned with the last game, but we also have other things going for us. Let's verify the corners to a degree at least, because this feels like there isn't too much wood, or it's very sparse or scarce. No. Okay, thanks. Oh, so they were here so close all along. That's neat. Dun, 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 dun. Neat. Zura, is this MegaRandom? Indeed it is. Welcome back. So we have MegaRandom at our hands, and thus the towers, and thus the excitement of scouting that is not always there. Let's see the outer edge even further if possible. So here's the boar, very good. Oh, houses! Okay, well, we will manage. Perhaps like that. Okay. And let's see how we will do after all this. Okay, so 5, so that's 1 extra that we don't actually ideally want, but Zura, don't get housed. Yes, 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 yes. That's a very good advice. And you may have noticed that there was absolutely no risk of that ever happening. No idea. Well, some collapses had to be made. So it seems that there's water everywhere around us. And now the question is, do we want to cleverly do some fish trapping at some stage of the game? Let's see. We have 17 people or villagers. I'm not counting the militaristic one there, just to get some safety. Send the next few and berries. I noticed that you tend to neglect berries. Yep, that's right. Usually when I'm so focused on, wasn't this just a happy little push? When there's so much happening, I'm trying to prioritize this. Oh, but okay. Well, it's perfect. Anzura, it's a slow food source, so earlier you get started on it, the better. Yeah, makes sense, so that we don't get harassed later when we are still collecting berries and there's a couple of scouts, for example. Beanie, hi, welcome. Says, just about to go for a walk, but I'll drop in after. Hey man, you will lurk for now. Well, welcome. We are very appreciative towards lurking as well, being somewhat capable of doing that ourselves too. So nice to have you all around. But yes, I usually try to focus on this pushing, for example. So, like very well, hard, much, and yes. And then the end result is that the people that could be gathering berries never go there for some reason. And we will want to get some. Although archers are so. Ooh, oh no! I forgot that we had this thing that we wanted. So let's do wheelbarrow just to make stats look neater. While it's a waste of time at this stage, usually. But so they have towers, and I'm thinking that archers is something that you expect from Britons, obviously. But perhaps there's a chance that we could still try to make that happen. Somehow. But we need more. No. We don't need spearman. We want archer range, yes. And more people collecting wood. Eventually. Yeah, but this is a very good advice. Like, because berries are also free, so. And first time chatter tells my Twitch, so welcome. The Zipper Sapper says hashtag match, which I presume that if I had a real nice bot or a mod around might mean that that someone would reply automatically. But we are playing around 1k ranked. Ooh, they know how to avoid TC fire. Good for them. And me being a sankari and FT20 being themselves. And that's it. No prize pool to speak of as of yet, for example. But welcome. And in this match we are trying to learn how to avoid some nasty things such as getting housed, but also being really tolerant towards place where we actually get housed, for example, because that's something that happens to the best of us. And now I'm referring, of course, to the Viper, but there may be others, and therefore we are not too worried. But still, we are trying to get an edge over the professionals, so this is what we are aiming at. That's why we are trying to hone our housing games, because those small things might be just enough to get us through to the finals whenever we apply to any tournament or get invited to even try to apply to any. Nevertheless, we were idling our scout as misplay, perhaps one might say. How do we want to progress? We will probably want to go to Castle Age surprisingly fast, so even if our opponent is doing the very same thing. Oh, but we will want to get the second building. Oh, but we have that. Okay, no worries. I was thinking blacksmith, but I was wrong on that front. So where are our units? Enjoying their lives and as they should. Very good. Let's see what's going on. Oof. We were so close. All this time. No, for some reason I expect that FT20 might be castle aging before us, but I don't know. You're under attack. All right, that tower, right. Some stone mining, why not? Yes, that's a very good habit. Oh no. And then in the end I just ran into it, but that goes to show that you can still play the game even if you don't always manage to do all the right moves. There's the castle age, and now we spent the wood that we would have pretty much wanted to get for the lumber camp, but you can always buy some. That's very important skill in this game too. Dun 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 dun. And somehow we will manage. So we can expect to see a castle rather soon. And oh, we were missing the. That makes sense. Alright, well, let's buy just enough to get this going. I didn't even need to buy more. Oh. Perhaps we would like to have units that could deal or units that would use different resources besides wood, since it has been so tough for us to reach or collect's the word. Now we are really annoying with the non-fletching archer that we have. Run! And what next? So we will presume that we will get castle dropped. I may be wrong, but oh, there's this huge forest, and only now did I realize. Perhaps they are doing something else then. Huh. Good scouting. Too bad we lost our scout in the process. But it was for greater good. Ah, the houses. So how do we want to do this? This is good. Skirmishers. If there's one thing I've learned from Zura, it's that if we force our opponent to create skirmishers, then we are in a good position. So that's what we actually managed to do, and that's very good. And where are all of the people who are supposed to build us more houses? Oh. And now, after all this booming, we are aiming for knights, because we still happen to get those, and hope that that's enough to surprise our opponent for a moment. Now, professionals tend to do things like checking upgrades. Could we even use some ships? We could. So they could have checked that we don't have much going for us in that on that front, because we created fletching, or we researched fletching, so that would be a false statement from me. Perhaps they checked that and decided that it was not too large an investment to make. To get some security against early aggression that we are not throwing at their way right now, but we will surprise them later. That's what we do. We will surprise them and ourselves too, if need be. We might want to get that too. Few extra houses, why not? And then farms. We also have a relic, so let's collect that. And then the night play shall commence shortly. But what are they doing with the castle of theirs then? Well, perhaps we will see that soon. Ah! Now. Hello? Here. Few monks. They are probably doing something, since that takes a while for them to notice. So I should be really, really afraid. And knights, if I wasn't mistaken. Could have paid more attention to that. Let's see. Found more stone, good for us. Some upgrades. Very good idea. So perhaps it would also be a good idea to prepare for the push of any sorts. But what's wrong with our farms? We are trying to do very many things, but not too many of those in a good fashion. And if they know how to play the game, then they might just out-boom us. That's what usually happens. But we could also create few scouts, just to see if we have a chance to interrupt their relic gathering. One there. Now we only have a few, right. Few units, as we were about to say, but they should be enough to make the lives of those people that much more harder. I may have been a bit slow to send those out of the harm's way. That's just for the defensive structures. Losing few villages here and there. That's no biggie. Or wait. Of course, that may end up being a biggie. Few idle units here and there. We have longbowmen with huge reach, so we can play with that. Ooh, well, that's a daring move. If we ever make them pay for that, we may not be in a good enough position to make them pay, but we can still try. Few units like that, thank you very much. And we should have enough for a new castle. Perhaps like here, for example. We can garrison few units here. Few houses would be nice. And that's nothing to be too worried about. Perhaps later on, but not now. That was the wrong building for the occasion, but I forgot about these, but luckily they did as well. Shoot! Well, they still lost a few units. So more farms somewhere here, perhaps. Welcome to my castle. So I lost a few units, but perhaps that's that. Alright, so what else do we have? We have this horsey here doing the work. The monk is doing... Okay, we can't go there really. Building a castle. Let's see if we can stop that from actually going up. No. No, 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 no. Perhaps we can expect the trebuchet play to follow soon after. Okay, let's not go there. And then it's time to go in, and yes, we lost few units for free, but only a few. And then we have enough stone for a castle of our own. We can perhaps go take a look at their whereabouts here. And collect, yes. Yes. Dun 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 dun. Right, so the things we were supposed to do. A few siege workshops, perhaps. At least we could try that. Few extra farms would be nice since we are still at 23. Oops. We have been idle for some time. Few catapults and also few siege rams. Let's see if we have enough to make those happen. Then we probably add a castle here and few more siege workshops. This is for example a very good place for that. Few archers, ballistics, masonry. Next castle, do we care about that? No, not probably now. And we can still make them pay for that. All we need is onagers, perhaps. Let's see if that works. I'll go there, and you can try to repair that. And once that's done, we can carry on with buildings like this. And, ooh, we need more houses. And we may be losing our hard-earned positions a bit, but it doesn't matter too much. They still only have this one single push that they are playing with. And let's create just some neat cavalry units. Now they are losing quite a few of their units. Luckily for them, we also did a similar losing thing. We still have some eco, so let's just move here. And you guys can also move here. And let's move here while we are at it. Extra onager, perhaps. No. Ooh, we also have these units here. Good. Extra workshop. And once that's done, we can carry on with those. And let's move here to get some wood. What? Oh well, perhaps it wasn't too hard to figure out that once you lose your tower that there might be something going on here. Suddenly things are looking more grim than ever. Beanie Bong Baron is back. Welcome to witness this a rather passive dying scheme that we are having at our hands this time. After a really sort of, they also have camels. A really slow build up. We don't need this actually. We are showing very little resistance to our opponent's menial tasks. No, they're not menial, they are mean. And we are getting slowly pushed away just like this. Even though we have resources, but we haven't been really able to do much. Like that's probably due to my skillfulness less and having light cavalry isn't the, like the best choice we have, especially since we are lacking few upgrades here and there. But this really sneaky forward base that we had here has been well, hey, well, weren't you clever people? But somehow they managed to find out that the thing that destroyed their tower was actually a castle, and then they reacted accordingly. But now finally the push is not dead, but the price may have been a bit too heavy for us to. Okay, well, it didn't die, but it almost. Oh, what the like this sort of shooting, like if only we still had some units alive, we would have a really nice chance to come back to the game. But too bad, we may have lost a few units in the process. We still have 20 villagers. How is that possible? There's the next push, okay, but run. That's the wrong type of building here. No, well. Well, isn't that nice? So had we created, since we still have resources, we could, but had we created even more like onagers, for example, as soon as we got to the castle age, we still have resources for a castle. We got everything that one could ask for. But had we also utilized those, that the boom would have been better than it now actually was. Now this is something that we are trying to learn here as well. But now we must be quite much behind on every front. But still, I think the approach was like otherwise good, which should have just taken the push more seriously than we did. That's our most common culprit, is that we just hang around and see the pieces falling without reacting too much. Like we could have built a castle here right next to theirs. We could have created some army perhaps. No, I don't think that we were too much behind in eco in castle age, for example. But the largest army curse is still within us. Only through 100 units plus to their deaths. So villager high, not by much, but some edge there. But having some sort of army would have been good. So perhaps we will practice that next game. And let's see how the facts really are, if we still have the power with us. Or the power in us to do so. Alright, we are still lacking the video, but just perhaps tomorrow. But really nice map. Took me some time to witness to realize the forest, but still. So for about other issues, while we wait for the game to proceed. Yes, so Capture it has this new neat update that shows the tech tree just like this. Binny, that forest is interesting 11. Indeed. And had I witnessed that this is so thick, you can't really easily reach over that with trebuchets or anything. We could have also moved more of our eco here and secured the edges, for example. But this is the beauty of MegaRandom, at least with the scouting skills that I have at the moment, that after some 5 minutes or so, or at least stage, I'm still thinking that we don't have too much. Can we do it like this? Like we don't have too much wood on the map. I'm very casually trying to push the deer every now and then and so forth. And that's why I check the wetlands or the water as well, in case there was wood behind that. And then, even though the archer revealed that there's this forest, I didn't notice it. So, but this was really lucky positioning. So they knew that my archer was there, but no, just hanging around. I wasn't watching too carefully to see if the archer range was a reaction to that, but this would have been a nice place to hit with a few archers. So I just should have played more aggressively instead of loading some food, for example, as we are doing here. So if we had 5 archers dancing here, we could have killed a few villagers. Oh, but some 15 weeks ago, Binny, if you are still around, you asked where I'm from, since the accent was Scandinavian, and indeed I'm from Finland. So not part of Scandinavia per se, but still close enough that we are taught in school that that we are at least spiritually part of Scandinavia, having this Swedish as the supportive another language of the country and all. So now you know. The accent is there for sure. Haha, says Binny, after confirming that you are here by saying, I am. Yes. Takes more practicing to get rid of the accent, or to translate to a different sort of an accent. Just give me some extra weeks, perhaps 50 or 100, and watching streamers who have a different sort of accent could also be a very good learning experience. Alright, but quick check. So we are behind in villagers just a bit. They have 3,000ers up and running, and a castle is about to drop, but they start with a defensive one to get to these two canoes. Makes sense. And we are probably quite lost at times with this. Like balancing our eco, trying to do gazillion of things at the same time, gathering relics and omitting some parts that would be important. And also I haven't really verified the key locations for us. Like we have woodline and stone here, that's nice, but this is a really nice hill, so that calls or asks a castle to be built on top of that. But we also have multiple piles of gold here, so there's also a hill, so we could have also tried to secure this location by planning a castle here, or perhaps here. since there were only 2 ways into into our side of the island. Of course, one can always rotate around the back, but still, like, I'm not thinking about those things, and that's probably something that would be very, very useful thing to do. Whereas the FT20, even if they have a defensive castle, it nicely protects the main gold and some stone, where they don't have town centers at the moment. So if I was about to do something similar to what they did and run around the town, I wouldn't find much to hurt. This archer here was able to kill 1 villager, and that was just out of reach of these defensive structures. And now the army numbers are 16 to 2, and the 2 are monks who are lost at sea. But still, we are, even though that's the case, we are still behind in villagers, so our boom isn't too good. And now the push comes, and I'm thinking that we don't mind losing a few villagers, but we end up losing probably 5 to 10 to 15 during the raids before we finally do the siege workshop. And now we are suddenly almost 10 villages behind, and some of the eco is idle too. Oh, but we were lucky that those clicked to, that those archers weren't patrolling. Would have been a few extra dead villagers if they were. And here I'm losing the tower. Also, they are losing some army, and here we are. I think we are in a good position, basically. The difference, of course, being that FT20 has clicked to Imperial Age, and we are only just planning that we should probably do something about things. And this 1 villager castle took me a while to realize that was happening, and by then there were other villages around. But this could have been easily denied by sending all these villages earlier. Also starting to build a castle here earlier. So that's also map awareness kind of thing. Now, I think we are in a situation where we would have to play this well in order to be able to win, since FT20 has this initiative. They have built army, they have managed to kill a handful of our, or 2 fistfuls of our units and villagers primarily. We are behind in army numbers, and we don't really have the composition going for us at the moment. We have few monks here and there, we have probably a single horse somewhere, and few longbowmen just thinking about their lives. And I guess Jugonos' range isn't too good. Something to try to remember in the future. But we are 10 villages ahead and going to the Imperial Age. So playing this, and we also have resources for multiple mangonels or to be onagers, for example. So the siege workshops could have been built more to the back. Now I'm just throwing wood away. I could have built a castle, but then again they had a few trebuchets already. But now 20 villagers more, significantly behind in army numbers. Had I built a castle like anywhere, let's say build it there, and would have few castles from which to produce trebuchets, then presumably I could try to fight this back. Now I lost this longbow numbers trying to deny the castle, didn't kill a villager, so nice try. And also I had these villagers who could have repaired for quite some time, but now well, I only lost one villager. I felt that there was a chance to lose way more, especially since Britons get good trebuchets, probably at least one of the best of in the game. So I think that here we are giving up really easily, just expecting or hoping that the push is weak enough so that we don't have to worry. And now when we build the castle, it should have been here. So if we want to like get back to the game, just try to get rid of their eco, because their castles didn't, as itself, they didn't do too much. Of course, they still had the army, they had trebuchets with which to push towards our eco, and now they are doing the kills. But if we were able to snuck this castle here without them noticing, then that would have evened the game, at least for a while. And then we could have also tried to rotate. We still had enough resources for an additional castle which we built here. We could have carried on either dropping another castle here or securing this new base of ours with another castle and migrating these villagers here as the push continued. Oh yeah, well, at least that's something that we could have tried, that would have made the game more interesting than it actually was. And it wouldn't have required too much of our attention either. Even though they were floating huge amounts of food and so forth, but it would have been a more interesting play. I salute us for taking this as long as it did, but we even still we aren't utilizing the gold too much. We don't have production buildings like having anything, 5 of anything. Any buildings would be nice. Instead we are building 1 here and there and no. Enjoying the life, which is a very good skill to have, but didn't do us very much good. We just a while ago we were still leading in villages, but we're still behind in total population, and quite heavily with that as well. So that was the moment to make more chaos. We might have still lost probably due to lack of army numbers, but getting the castle down and few trebuchets would have been nice play to make them defend for a change. So perhaps next time when I see a castle dropped and think that doesn't bother us too much, the next thing that I'm thinking about could be, where do we drop our castle so that it bothers them more than this castle here bothered us. Let's see. But good things. Bini, so before I go to the positives, Bini Bong Baron, and I can see the question marks. Continues. Never played this one. Yes. This variant of MegaRandom. Or never played a game where someone dropped a forward castle on your face. Yes, not seen this variant. Yes, after 5 MegaRandom games, I was expecting that this would be similar to the one that I played earlier, but then there was no forest outside or on the edge of the maps, and I was lost. Bini, haha, I'm usually the one with the castle in their face. Yes. Yes, I'm afraid you are. And that serves you right. That's a good play. And one of these days, I'm going to be able to accomplish something as valiant. Valiant is a nice word, by the way, if you ever think about words, like top words, valiant. But one of these days I'm going to play in a similar manner. Just give me some time and 650 stone. It will happen. And Bini, always the kind person that he is, says everyone has their own style. I recommend you check out Poop Lord on YouTube. Yes. And then nice thing about this, like first of all, nice thing about this path and documenting that also on stream is to see how my style forms eventually perhaps, and how it might change game after game or on monthly basis, perhaps slowly when some things get more easy or more I get more familiar with them, and once I realize that something's really fun type of play, for example. And there's a link for Poop Lord's YouTube, and Bini continues, he's the king of memers. I hope to be similar one day. Yes, I can see that you are. I have no reason to believe that you wouldn't get there one day, because you are already on a well not traversed path, because there aren't too many meme players, but I have come to notice that you have a style and ideas of how to play the game, and that's very not only refreshing and exciting to watch, but also inspiring. And Poop Lord indeed is the person who connected us, I believe, by raiding this channel 2 weeks ago, perhaps. And while I haven't watched his YouTube videos, I don't think, unless at least not during the couple of weeks, I have watched his stream some. So I've come to learn some ways to play the game, even if my execution is still not there. But perhaps like some things eventually you can see that hey, this is something that Poop Lord might have done, even if it's only a few seconds of gameplay. And similarly, I would like to have some signature moves of Bini Bong Baron as well. But okay, let's try this crazy strat. But I have to admit, I still have much to learn. Like, oh, and Bini, I'm glad to entertain you, me, and a few people around the world as well. I'm glad that you do. And yeah, he did rate you, so our memories agree about the issue. And once you learn the build orders and strategies, the gameplay will follow after practice. Yeah, that's that's what we are hoping for, and makes sense. And even if my build orders are still a bit lackluster, I've luckily gotten some help on those, and also just you may have noticed, or perhaps you didn't, because you were from keyboard at times, but I even managed to lure the boar, shoot it with town center with 4 villagers, and kill it under the TC without losing any people in the process. I thought, like, just like that. Of course, I had to concentrate for a minute, but still, that's not build order per se. But like, I mean, those small things under one's belt are probably going to be quite useful as the game progresses, because once some things move more automatic and get after some routine forms, then one might have more brain power to think about other things, like, does this map have any forest by any chance? Is it possible that there's something in the middle? And Bini, well done, good job, thank you. And it will, right? I'ma go game for now. I'll drop by later. Good luck. You're getting the hang of it. Thanks. And good games. And I presume you will be streaming, so we'll see who outlasts who. But enjoy your games. And thanks for visiting. Always glad to have you around. Probably hear this very often, but still. At least you should. And I think that all of the people following the stream should see that more often, so thank you for being around. Sura? See ya, Bini. Well, I'm +1 on that comment. Right, and just well, at this late of a stage, it doesn't really matter that our opponent had over an hour of idle DC time, but I think that with some better plays we could have had a better match at our hands. So that's a good take for this one, even if it still takes some time to get to the point where we actually are able to follow our ideas with some consistency. Let's see. So time to hop to the game view. Good start of the ranked 101s in any case. And let's see if there's actually dun. How do I do that? Dun. Now I'm not letting you in with what I'm trying to do. So this is a surprise. But at least I can't see that Bini would be online right now, but perhaps in a sec. Oh, and yeah, that was something that Sura commented, and I lost the plans to. No, I didn't lost that. I just forgot. So the plan was to stream tomorrow morning. So if there happens to be any people who are awake in 12 hours or so, then you should give him a look. I'll do it. Did I do this already? But let's see if I can share these shout outs left and right soon. And MegaRandom again we have. Now I'm just waiting for a few extra seconds so all my friends get online or watch the stream. But that was now a vocal shout out. And here's the technical one as well. Lest I forget during the game. Because we get to play as Aztecs against Byzantines. Last time we play. Oh no. We have a map. And plenty of stone. Bum, ba, da, da, da. Dun, dun, dun. Right, let's eat the sheep. It's very good for your health. Last time we had Aztecs, I think it was a Mesosif, and I think it was Aztecs, but I might be wrong. We got no, we don't want to go there as of yet. Ooh, plenty of sheep. Okay. We got overrun by cataphracts, and since this map has a plenty of stone, there might be a reasonable argument to be made about the possibility that we are going to see some castle actions taking place this time too. But perhaps... But... Okay, for a while I was thinking that someone is going to lame us, but it was just ordinary piggy talk. Alright, and there you go. So not much forest this time either, but now I'm not going to make the call so soon. Nice little forest we have there. GatorGottaEat is our opponent of the time. In some idle time, but that's inevitable at this level. And where we are going, we don't care about idle TC time, referring to the fact that at Elo 500 or so. House? I'm glad that I'm reading the chat more than I'm reading the game. Yes. And new villager. Nice. Some people probably get scouting in it. I think I've seen Doubt, at least, giving scouting or coaching in a fashion where they are casting the... not probably even casting, but just playing with the same color so that they get to show if there's something, like you can fix your wood line like this by sending, can you tell a difference now that I sent these villagers, la la la, and then they also have the chance to shout that it's time to create a house, and everything's going perfectly according to the plan that we don't have and we don't stick to very well. And so I got to simulate that in my head now. So thanks for that, Sura. Too much on wood. Level, yes, that's one possibility, but luckily we can try to fix that soon. Of course, might take some time to do it, but do we have berries anywhere? I should have scouted that too, because we don't need no gold, but gotta stop at 5 at least at start, continues Zura regarding the wood advice. And yeah, indeed, having 7 on wood is not very... again, we have water like this, or ice in this case. We don't do too much with that. Now we accidentally... But if we don't have a... that's a terrible one. These are all going to be a bit terrible, but if we don't get the second building in any other way, then let's make it some idle time is inevitable, yes. And up we go. So I was collecting wood as if we were about to build a dock or something, which we of course weren't doing. No. Okay. Good enough. But actually, just not keeping count was my demise. Just trying to. Oh no. Trying to make the deer push happen and all that, while villagers are running free, doing as they please. Was almost almost took too heavy a toll on our performance. Okay, let's see, we have some sheep eaters there. We'll carry on with that. And since we still haven't found any other easy source of food, I'm starting to think that there may not be that. Zura, make a wood line in the corner, sooner you do it better. Wood camp. Meaning this. Yes. We can make that happen quite soon actually. Now we can add some very precious, clever. Ooh, and there's a scout. How are they going to study the? We are very close to. We will send some. Just one spearman there because we don't have loom. See, I'm very clever. And then we will want to get archers because that's the very clever thing to do. A house, and then onwards we go. Just a few gatherers there. Okay, and now they're going to spot that. Who are we playing against? Byzantines, yes, that's correct. Oh, but we need a mill. So perhaps like here, for example. No, 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 no. Dun. Wasn't that lucky? And few extra. But perhaps we could try to utilize the market if only we had one. We could have also tried to kill that. Okay, change of plans. And 4 more to the wood line, right? It's going to take a while, but we will get there. More villages, good idea. One more farm just to make things roll. And soon. Okay. Poke. Perhaps we could. Oh no! Just when I thought these were safe. Okay, let's run if there's a chance. Well, losing a few villagers is of course very bad, but it's not the end of the game. And then let's add another wood line there out of the reach of all these mean people. House, make it fast. And then what's happening? At least I'm not paying too much attention. No. Oops, that's a misclick. No worries. So we have lost a few archers, we have lost a few villagers. We have had some idle time. We are still lacking the market to fix everything. But we are still only giving our opponent a false sense of success. That won't last for too long. So we can now try to rotate these. Alright, we had this scout as well. Oops. Let's take few units with us. Let's try to have a look at the whereabouts. Okay, extra market. No, extra house, and then we can try to buy ourselves up. Eventually, sorry, because we have had a little rough start. That doesn't bother us too much. There are walls, alright. Some skirmishers. Preempted skirms. This has to be the greatest build ever. And then we could also move just a few units to gather some stone to secure us the game. Da 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 da. Zura, you could kill those skirms with Eagle Warrior, but also Byzantines has cheaper skirms and spear line. Indeed. And now I'm trying to give them this false sense of fear from my part. And see how that goes. Ooh, they have quite a few units. There. Na 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 na. Da 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 da. How do you do? Hello, hello. How's life? Alright, so they have their skirms here. We could probably send our units just a bit further back. And how are things going here? Oh, I thought I told these not to commit too much, but then again I probably also clicked them to kill someone, so makes sense. Alright, let's hope this works. Because else. Dun, 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 dun. Few eagles. And then perhaps once we get enough stone. No, enough wood. We could also try to make that happen. That's just one villager? Okay. No. Okay. And we can have this next farm here. Perhaps they are strong enough to make this happen. Ah, but now I'm losing some of the focus here. And we don't even need the wood anymore. Farm, very nice. Another one, yes. Right. And now the early aggression is killed, but of course they were able to kill more of our units than we could. And Things we could try to do next are, for example, this securing a forward castle, or this protective forward castle, if we have a chance to make it work. And then we don't probably care about those too much. Feels like they have an idea. Let's see if that's the case. So knights, that shouldn't surprise too much, since we are this quite typical eagle civilization, but we could try to create a few monks, for example, to convert some of those, and also carry on with our superb eco. Few houses, yes, and a farm, why not? More farms. I think we are a bit... What's that? I wonder what's the story behind that villager. Dun, dun, dun. And a monk. Some spearmen or pikemen at this stage, just to give us some more room to breathe. And then we could raid their eco soonish. Can we make this work? Well, at least we can try. And then retreat if things go bad. This is of course very defensive one. Again, but just to give them some pressure, or sense of pressure. We would like to get the pikeman at some point, but also it would be nice to... So we are actually behind in these farms especially. In you go! And there are a few knights, but we don't mind about those too much. There's a town center there just in case, just to enjoy the lives. And in we go. Let's see if they ever find this. There's a castle. So this town center ain't going to do too much, but perhaps it's just a question of time. But we don't have much going for us at the moment. So, besides the fact that we are still alive, ooh, some idle citizens here and there. Few extra pikes would be nice. More farms wouldn't hurt. Perhaps we could try to learn that. Visibility thingy before it's too late. Then we could afford an additional castle soon, but let's think where we will want to position that. If there even is a place where we would. Some time ago we had gold, but that's long lost phase. More farms, why not? Well, space reasons. So I think that they will be aiming to get to the next age, since this is so passive in other fronts. But perhaps we could have our eagle factory here. And let's see what happens after that. Extra woodcutters. So coal mining upgrade would be nice. So it's again cataphracts. I don't think there's too much. Let's build a defensive castle. One more of those. And then not care too much about the... Okay, scouting this here. Welcome. So they're probably going to harass us soon enough. Okay, and back to work. Boom, boom. More hit points, why not? And then more rams, just a few. Hold on. Alright, they found this. Too bad. Well, that was a sacrifice that was well worth it. And then we will presume that they don't have too many, because they have probably walled that castle in already. But let's see. Dun, dun, dun. Bravely. Throwing away some units. Oh. Too bad that they have few more units defending against. Oh, but I also did have these monks. I just didn't take it to. I didn't utilize them too much. But well, these Jaguar warriors have earned their pays or their salaries. Perhaps you could try to convert that. You could try to convert that. Thank you very much. And do we still have someone? No? Okay. So a few extra monks. Why not sell the wood and go to the next age, if possible. And prepare for this next stage of our plan. If we have... Ooh, well, this was a misplay. We still have 6 units resting on their laurels. Oopsie. So where are they? Right, that makes sense. Okay, so they were trying to drive us out from the map. I don't know about this idea of theirs. It's probably very good, but it also feels dumb. Then again, that's exactly what I did against them, sending these rams in earlier, so Few extra monks, pikemen, why not? And then we can expect to see the horde of cataphracts and also trebuchets thrown at our way. Curious play, but that's something that we always tend to do ourselves too, so shouldn't surprise us too much. And then there's the trebuchet. Let's create a few. Oops. Display. But still. And you guys could help there. You go there. And we are still lacking the necessary resources. Let's see if we have enough power in us to stop them from progressing too much. Oh yeah. Oh, we could use a few. But this control group thing I'm not doing is not very efficient. Perhaps we could try to get rid of their trebuchets now. If only we have a chance. Some more units might be good. Someone could probably repair something as well. And then let's destroy those things if we have a chance to do that. Few extra barracks, yes. And few extra rams too. All right, you could help. Ah, gotta love the monks. Sura, as soon as you're up, get 4 traps at least. Good advice. Oh, we were a bit late to fix all those, but and also we could try to utilize the oops. Okay, well there's one pikeman here. But still, you could try to convert that. Few monks would be nice. Perhaps you could try to convert this. And another push could commence. Infantry extra attack. Oh no, well. Luckily we have other I was about to say that luckily we have other castles, but we are actually using them for something else now, so that's not too true-ish. Oh, we aren't. Oopsie. Okay, few houses, that's good. Let's try to take that stone as well. Few pikemen would be nice. Let's convert these if we still have a chance. Every little counts. You could also help a bit, and you can perhaps help by fighting right here. And now that's least one of the things we are working with here is the question of resources, and I think my opponent has superior access to resources as we speak, and our best bet is to, or we should hope that that it takes a while for them to carry on with their push. But we also have some militia here. Oops. Could have been a misplay, but we will never get to know for sure. Cavalry archer, and now the dreams are falling. We have enough stone for another castle, but we will not make it count. We could also add a few extra buildings, and then few extra farms, but having just 4 extra farms isn't too good. I don't know why you're staying here. Hand cannoneers and all. Well, I think we could have had. Well, we still could have a better game at our hands. But we are going to need more barracks and farms, and we are going to lose quite a few things while waiting. Oopsie. And Zura got to sell some wood. Yes! A splendid idea. And then this raiding isn't going to do too much, I have to admit. But that would have been a good idea to do even earlier. Oh, but it was your mission, I guess. Your villagers. Just passing. What a hero of a pikeman we have here. Na 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 na. So we are approaching the GG moment, but we can still see if there was anything. Ooh. Well, these workers here have done well. I could have hit quite a few farms around here if I had paid enough attention. Oops. No, 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 no. So we are losing few villagers here. Right. So the level of play is just too much. I could have also scouted these like these resources that were up for grabs. Ooh, the quick walls, like showing some talent. That we can't probably deny. That's just out of the reach. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Ooh, but we have so much resources. We could even try to do something with those. What? How dare they? So the cataphracts, of course, get a bit of extra damage against our super eagles, but castle denied. For now, of course, it's not going to last for long, but still. What a fun game. And then they have a few hand calendars here. And we have very little things. Right, because of the housing issue. Okay, let's not build that one. Now, wasn't this fun? But yeah, take some practice to be able to win these longer games. I think it GG, well played. I think that the longer, like if I don't do anything by the 15 minutes, then I'm not going to do too much during the rest of the game. Like as a sort of what's the correct word for that now? As a sort of guideline that if you watch the first 15 minutes real time perhaps, so let's give it like 20 minutes or so. If I don't manage to do too much by then I very easily get in this passive mode or and at least when playing Aztecs I feel the options are quite limited, even if that's not actually true, because it's just the mesos that I'm not too familiar with, I reckon. But this time I avoided the error of massing 20 or trying to mass eagles against cataphracts. I could have just tried to get more farms down earlier, since I was floating loads of wood. Like if I had done this earlier, that would have given me couple of hundred of extra food to produce, for example the eagles, for all these raiding duties, because we got very easily 10 or 20 villagers here, or at least it felt like that, and they were playing quite open elsewhere too, so they were relying on the push, like building castles, combining their forces, and if at that time we would have been able to plant enough castles, as like sort of we did, just slowing them down and then wearing them down with good enough eco producing eagles. That would have been one of the ways to get an edge in the game, and also just more pressure from the early minutes on wouldn't hurt. Zura, was a good match. Thank you, and I also did enjoy that. And I'm trying to see if there's something like obvious that would have made it more winnable for us. This time we got even 36 larger star. Like just having 20 more pikemen, I think the production buildings at least would have helped when we were in it. For a moment we were in this stalemate situation where I had few castles preventing them from advancing. Had I had the room and the thinking to produce pikemen to make it that much more hard for them to destroy the trebuchets that I had, that would have been good. Using control groups to monks would have helped, or at least if I had researched the only one monk must rest after conversion tech and then shift clicking through the different cataphracts, that would have been a really, like having all the monks in a single control group and then just shift clicking through the attacking forces, that would have been good. Since we got occasionally the scales adjusted just slightly to our advantage, like in this at least tactical point of view, so that we were able to, in thus a fashion, that we were able to hold and destroy our opponent's resources instead. But yes, I could have scouted the map. Oh, there were resources behind the... No, they just looked like stone, but they are trees. Alright. So here we had nothing, here we had stone. Knowing that I could have sent just few eagles to harass my opponent. It was up to me to know, but I decided against knowing. The woodlines were surprisingly safe. Of course, that was partially because I never competed those or tried to harass my opponent's woodlines. Even when I had a few archers, I threw them at against their town's walls instead of sending just a few archers here. So this is just like not thinking played a factor, I would think. They have a very nice base, and they also had this forward town center. I could have scouted that and dropped my castle in reach of that. But I never scouted those sort of things. Like the castle of theirs was much better in that regard because it pushed me away from the gold, and I didn't know that, or I didn't think about the fact that I only had these 2 golds at my possession after they reached out to these middle golds and also drove me away from that one. If I had just a mining camp, I wouldn't have been forced to go anywhere, but still. Nice, 37 minutes in game, eco kills 5-2. And we are quite even in villagers too. But also knowing that Byzantines are a late game powerhouse, due to the trash that they get for so cheap, it would have made sense to try to end the game quicker or try to find a way to end the game. Instead, I was sort of thinking about this economical approach. Not necessarily that we are just going to try to outboom them, but let's try to get enough resources and see what happens. But here we have had a few good, like we lost our castles, weren't able to destroy theirs, so not very ideal. And here having a few extra pikemen, now we have about 8. Having 20 or so pikemen would have been good, because the skirmishers were forced to come to the reach of the castle, so I could have easily killed those so long I had the castles. But this is a stage where I had food and gold. I hadn't teched too much into eagles, for example, but I had these barracks here already, so just sending few eagles here would have prevented them from getting all the stone as easily, at least, as they did. So it's just sort of omissions, I'd like to think. And in any case, the army numbers are quite even. For once, the problem is that they still have their castles, they have their trebuchets. I just am about to lose mine, not repairing them well enough, or almost at all. And then I'm losing the rams, which I should have upgraded to siege rams after I had thrown a couple of thousand of resources to create those to very little. Well, we managed to destroy all the trebuchets, so it wasn't too bad. But if those were siege ram, then we would have also been able to, oh, there's one more, but we would have also been able to hurt the castles, or we could have moved right under the castles here to get rid of those archer ranges and all that. But you can tell us that GatorGottaEat knows how to play the game, since they are floating very little. This is very good just-in-time type of eco, whereas we are still floating 4k wood, almost 1000 food, and only now we are spending all the gold we can, since we ran out of gold without noticing, and through probably 2000 or so gold to get the rams that we lost right away. But yeah, we could have been more assertive again, more aggressive to try to build the castles, like add just enough pikemen, for example, to be able to securely roam across the map further than we usually did or dared in this game, and then drop the castle here, for example, instead of building it here, just like few meters further to secure us this gold mine. That would have been nice as an idea. And now this, like, at this stage we are very much out of the game, but the hold here was still good. We just didn't do enough of the right things, like using control groups to have all the military buildings at our control and producing, not raiding, since they were all this time they were playing 2 TC. They just produce from those TCs, whereas our idle TC time is 1 hour and counting. So we didn't do much with all these like 4 or 5 TCs that we had during the game. But it was a fun game, even still. And now let's see. The eco kills is, or kill death ratio is still only just 18 to 2. Now we are going to lose a few more. But I think that the defense in general was alright. But after, like, if I lose 10 or 20 villagers, I also would need to replenish those. Because else it's very... like, they are starting to hurt if I don't. And now they have this 60 head army, and we are able to beautify the numbers a bit, even if we are still losing all of this. But eco kills 25 looks much better, even if it's a last minute, doesn't really matter sort of raid. But let's see. At one point we have had more military than our opponent, but those were far in between. Killers ratio, yes, yes. Economy, yes. They also had relics. This APM might show that we also have played a few games today. Perhaps. But long past are the times when we had APM max of 100 or so. But the total G APM is still about 30, so like nothing was lost there. GatorGottaEat also showed at least game sense, if not swiftness, by all these falling in the castle builders sort of place. But even now, here we still have enough resources to create 100 pikemen, and having 100 pikemen would be hard to deal, even if you manage to have 53 hand cannoneers, especially if you are able to just walk in from here and have a few skirmishes thrown in between. So I think the eco play is sort of like we have huge amount of idle TC time, but in this game, since it lasted a bit longer, we had this worker efficiency lead, resources collected, we were a bit behind, but like not by a huge amount, like under 10%, but utilizing those, creating the like 50 skirmishers and 50 pikemen, and positioning them to the right places. Like if we had them here, it would have been that much harder for them to push. If we had them here on this hill earlier, it would have been very hard for them to push. We would have done well to try to grab the land area, not only because of the cold, but also to get more room for these buildings. That we never did. But yes, GG, and just a short break for me, and I'll see if there's still some power vested to us to try to find a way to crave ourselves victory. All these great products and things we have. Alright, be right back. Alright, let's check whether this thing works any better now. Dun 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 din din din. Alright, there's hope. Even if the exact reason is still a mystery to us. Well, might be that there are very similar things to these streaming technologies as there are to playing AOE to begin with, so if only we watch these recordings really carefully, then we might just be able to pinpoint the reasons for the audio problems and then very easily fix those. Now, in comparison to some of the earlier audio corrupting problems, we didn't get any OBS messages, so it's a bit of a mystery. Or, of course, it's also possible that I just didn't notice them, since I haven't been watching that log too carefully. And now we have some connection issues. No. Right. Obviously no connection issues. Alright, but this we do know. Arabia. Having played a few matches on this already. And Burgundians against Gurjaras. Now Gurjaras are one of the old Indians, so does it work? Yes. Everything works exactly as they should. Let's choose that one. So they have camels at least, and I may have to verify my knowledge to good luck, fun have. But Burgundians get this eco you too. They get these eco upgrades an age earlier than the ordinary people do, and also as stated during the team games, the Cavalier unit is also at their disposal. Mounted units deal bonus damage, yes. Melee armor, chakram throwers they do have. Okay, let's try to utilize the wood line a bit earlier. 7 on wood. We are missing a few sheep. Alright. Let's run. And then let's keep you busy. Well, some misclicks, but all for the sake of the performance. And there you go. 11 people. No need for a house, but soon we have. Or soon we do. then perhaps we should have enough wood to get some berries. Or wasn't that just nice? Oop. Ah, the missing sheep. And then also the deer. Okay, let's take them away. And practice this pushing game that we haven't been too good already, but then again, every deer that you manage to push shows that you have achieved or gotten new experience points on this skill, so nothing to be too not happy about. Then we can try this 20 people up, perhaps. Let's see if we manage to do that. Oops, well, few seconds of idle time, but at this level we can tolerate that. We have even worse problems. Oh no, okay. You are the chosen one now, thanks to the very clever double push that we had going for us. No! Okay, again. And then this is the next one, right? There's nothing we need from there. Although we could do a very clever one. Oh no, we can't. One militia scouting thingy that nobody ever does for some reason. Perhaps because it's a waste of gold and food, could be the case. And then we can try to push this and see how it goes. Some upgrades would be nice. And then we can build this archer range to the back of our base, which is the very wrong place to position any buildings. And we need more food. Oh no. If you are ever trying to get these archers out. Okay, so one militia whose sole mission is to locate all their... Ooh, there's a camel. Let's see if they follow us through. House. And more coal mining. Few archers behind this. Oh no. Okay, it's time to make loom. Without loom, we are doomed. Okay, where's the deer? Now. Additional upgrade, very good. Few extra archers soon. Oh no, the deer. Dun 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 dun. Blacksmith. Exactly there. Few extra coal miners. And the other thought. Just like this, okay. Now we may be a bit late to this archer surprise move place, but okay. Few extra archers. Fights incoming soon. Okay, so there are walls. Alright. And then we should be able to harass their units a bit. How's the deer? Oh no. Run! Oh no. Okay, so where do we hit? We will try to get here. Their scout is here. So that's good news for us, even if we lost the militia. No. Few extra woodcutters will hurt. And then we still have a few. So the deer is going just fine. So let's position that there and see how things go and proceed from here. Oh no. Okay. So this early aggression of ours was a bit later than usual. Later than we would have preferred. But, ooh, did they already see us? Perhaps they did. Nice hill they have here. And that's a stable for them, okay. Didn't lose a single unit. So we can expect them to push us with their cavalry soon. Then. So we will want to get few units of our own. Burgundians. Well, we could try to get for cavalry, but then again they have these. They do have the camels of their own. But at least it wouldn't hurt to get an additional barracks and get a few spears out. And then no, we actually want that as of yet. How is our second town center going to look like? Well, it can look like this. Not ideal, but alright. Just to secure us some room. That's the dream. Alright, pikeman upgrade. Oh, they are still here. Alright. How's the deer bushing going? Very well. Thank you very much for asking. And all of a sudden we send all our woodcutters away. well. And what do they have? Surrounds riders. Alright. Well, they're going to lose a few of those, but they're still going to be very annoying to try to deal with those. Can you please? Thank you. So what were we supposed to do? Yes. The deer. Oh no. And in you go. And then we might correctly presume that they are going to miss having a few of those alive. More farms. More units in general. Few stone miners. Why not? And back they come. And we lost one, but should also get a few. Well, may have lost a few extras. But what's the harm in that? Well, that might punish us a bit as the game progresses, especially if we send them back just like that. But it's also meaning that they are not watching the game constantly. They can't be watching the game constantly. So perhaps there's something that we can try to make happen. Well, ballistics would be nice. And the next round, few extra pikemen perhaps, and few kills. And having 1,000 around here would probably be a very clever thing to do too. So let's do that. Alright, so our pikeman was, well, miscontrol perhaps on my part. We could have saved few units by better controlling ours. Dun dun dun. Few rams. And then few extra houses, of course, that would be good. Now they should have plenty of skirmishers that they will throw at our way. But perhaps we could try to see what we can do with these few units of... Ooh. Yes. Time to practice these garrisoning things. Na na na. Because at least the pressure that they applied to us was very good. So now we can see whether there's any comeback mechanism for us. Try to hurt them in any way. In we go. Alright, and then we have this scout pushing activity going on. Dun 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 dun. Well, it's actually not scout pushing, but deer pushing. But that's what we are trying to do here. Dun dun dun. Na 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 na. Dun dun da da da. What? You have nothing to do? Ah, you people. Ah, now the deer. Right. Well, that went surprisingly well. So that we will take care of. And then we will have other things to... There was a monk. Well, good for us. Alright, let's go in. Let's... Could you... Well... Next time you can try to help the rams if we ever have a chance to have a similar situation again. No, it was all too much to ask for, but next time. Okay, and a forward castle, just in case. Oh no. Well, it might have been a mistake to send them the very same route. But who then knows what's a mistake ever? But we will not build a forward castle with a single unit, so at least not right away. And a few farms, just in case. I don't know how long you have been idle here, but town just in case. What's going on here? Oh no! Just like that, we lost few of our key assets. But well, new ones will appear from mysterious locations. So what's going on here? Not much. Alright, few extra rams then. Some attack upgrades. More woodcutters. Why not? Plenty of gold, but that's doesn't help us too much. Oh, wasn't this a nice little battle that we had? Hello? And they have other units as well, but well, let's see if we can make this happen, even though there are some Siramses around. And perhaps we could now try to get few. Oops. In you go. Please, just hop in. Perhaps you can help there a bit. Your fellow friends. But luckily, they were aiming at the wrong things. Ah, it's just like that, they lost a plenty of units. Well, this was nice. Alright, so how are things here? Castellier we have, if we want to create a few of those. Now, of course, they cost food, so we shouldn't probably idle too much of our eco. If avoidable, some bonuses would be nice. And our opponent actually is in Imperial Age as well. That I didn't know this in time. So perhaps we should try to get there too. But let's first build this castle and then carry on with the other. Oopsie, so we're a bit late. So trebuchet is over there. That's alright. Trying to build a forward castle. I don't know if we mind that too much. Ah! Just destroy that, please. And the villager. And try to stay around for some time. So that we could have more units of value. And are we right again? Well, more or less, yes. But perhaps it would make sense to send a few pikemen there. Just a few pikemen. And then imp is what we would like to get. Imperial Age. Ah, this Castellier. What a great unit. And do we have other upgrades? Yes, if we could try to get. Indeed we do. Nice gates they have in place. That's what people do when they are scared. Okay, castle here and fall back. Because that didn't do much. Of course it was a castle, but still. Now, what could we do? We only have 67 villagers, so I think we are in a bad position, even though we weren't supposed to be. Like, all of a sudden, things are looking grim. And their armies are a bit ill positioned. Goodbye. And few villagers are yet looking for work. Yes, but the fact that we only have a few units at our or in our armies is not too good for our long-term survival. I reckon. Perhaps we could try to create the second push here as well. A few extra pikemen. Why not? University, always good building to have around. But we are lacking some 50 farms perhaps, so boom, boom, just like this. Oh, and there's also something happening here that I didn't notice. Oopsie. Well, that's clever, and that explains why they didn't have much to throw at our way then. So perhaps we threw the game by not booming enough. That's one thing, and also by giving them the peace of mind. GG mate is called. Right, and our push was a bit well, enough farms. No, not enough farms. So more farms in the last or in the previous game, and also in this one. If only we had 50 farmers, the game would have looked a bit different. Now we were again lacking the buildings to make like produce enough like largest armies very similar. So vaeVictis got like not an easy win, but very uncontested one, since they had 143 villagers. Does this work? Let's see. At least the feeling that I got was that we were able to keep the army number up to a certain point, thanks to the fact that we had some 5 or so 10 pikemen at our base. Not that they were able to do much, but like but we were stationing them to our town, and then when we could have fought our opponent, we had our units in ill positions. Still early walls, but I still think that I should have built the military buildings in front, and also the archers should have moved in earlier, and they could have moved here where there was gold. Now I just forgot their existence and left them there, but moving around would have made a difference, since it would have been at least some idle time and 100 extra wood spent on the gold mine. So if we are comparing the raids, they were fully walled, or at least enough walled, when I approached their city, whereas a bit later when when the Siramsa riders arrive, we have very little protection around the key resource, or so it felt, of gold. Like this is like this lumber camp placement probably was the key issue. I just didn't want to remove that since it was our only lumber camp. But we could have very easily built, now that we had sort of this map presence, we could have built this town center here. So we would have secured this forward gold. There's no reason to secure this food line any further. It could have been here. And so far eco kill death ratio is even, but it won't take long for the handful of Siramsa riders to join the party, and due to my unit management and the fact that I didn't research ballistics, so Siramsa riders avoid some number of arrows, even if they would normally hit them, and then if the arrows don't even hit them, then that's all the worse. So kill death ratio still 10-3, and we have lost 4 villagers, are about to lose more. The spearman or the pikeman was not supposed to walk to the town center, but that was my miscontrol there. And now even still, even at this stage, this town center could have been here. We have lost 6 villagers and are 16 behind. So our boom, like the amount of farms that we have is not enough. We didn't need this gold actually, we needed farms. And they even went all the way back home. I don't know if they're going to heal them or... But still, quite a huge... like the amount of idle time they have caused with just few Siramsas. So not well defended on my part. And we are still collecting gold even though we don't have much use for that. And all these gold collecting villagers could have been farmers. Like, for example, right here. And then we would have had very natural castle positions here and here. Given the amount of protection that we got. And no, given the time of free time that we got. Some professional pro tip might be to wall this side, so that they can't just walk in without being noticed, and perhaps add an house or two here just to get extra visibility. But here the pikemen did their work. Now as soon as we were able to attack with these units, but now we are like, focusing on drawn things here. Like killing houses is very good, but the building placements is not right where it could be. This castle could have been here too. Now it didn't happen because they read that there might be some forward villages coming and we were able to kill them. Well played by them. I don't usually do this, but when I do, it doesn't happen. And then here I'm not watching, they are raiding at the proper time, even if they do very little damage. And then I fail to notice that there's this villager fight commencing, and this ram could have easily destroyed this mangonel, but I just wasn't watching, so that didn't happen. Later on we had some good encounters. Good. I'll find the word later on. Engagements, yes. Around these premises, but at that stage the game was already very heavily leaning towards vaeVictis, which is Latin I've understood, and means voe for those who have been vanquished. Vanquished, perhaps. Too bad for those who lost. vaeVictis, but I may be wrong, so please do check that before quoting. Now this cleanup was something that we didn't have the right tools for the jobs. We could have had a stable around here as well, but I'm really glad that we were able to destroy this huge amount of these chakram warriors. Also destroy 3 mangonels and also this scorpion. Now we could not beat the elephant, but still, like, that was a comeback moment, if anything. But already they were in the Imperial Age. We are still lacking. We could have bought ourselves to the Imp with all this gold that we had. We were a bit late to add the castles. And like, I only just realized, like, around this time I realized that we actually have just 60 or so villagers. When I was thinking that we have, like, I was constantly, at least in my head, I was constantly using the town centers control group, adding more villagers, but probably only had like 50 or 100 wood so that I could queue 1 or 2. Like, now we have 4 queued as a panic move. And here we had some, like, our opponent plays in a good way, sort of, adding gates to protect the trebuchets and all that, but still they managed to lose quite a few units, trebuchets and others, for very little for quite cheap price. But that's probably because they are sneaking around the base, adding this castle to the back of my base, so that's where their focus is, at times at least. Whereas we have very little happening. Like, they are not adding any more villagers, but neither are we, and we are 15,000 behind in resources collected. And this is something that I didn't notice in time. Like, they had this second castle here before I realized that there was a castle. These pikemen all were shouting alarms, but little did I notice until the villagers are queued. Sometime from now. Dun dun ta da, not now, but soon. Yes, dun na 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 na, tra la 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 la. Even securing this in case I had any units. Meanwhile, we had a few battles where we managed to kill a few of their units, but there's also this army control problem that we sometimes send a couple of units forward and then manage to lose those. Like, based on the number of units, if those had faced each other in a fair fight, then we would have had a chance. Only 16, even if they are heavy camel riders, but there are only 16 of them, and we had sort of 40 cavalry units of our own. Siramsa riders are of course very good, but they are more a rider unit than damage dealers. And chakram throwers, I don't think they necessarily shine against cavalry. I think they are anti-infantry unit. Makes sense to check now that I'm thinking about that very question. Let's see if I have it in me to verify that sort of thing. So, chakram throwers. Unique infantry unit with ranged melee attack. Throws projectiles that pierce multiple units. Strong versus infantry, weak versus cavalry. Weak versus archers, I wish. Weak versus archers and siege weapons. Yes. So at least there was a chance. So they were there to kill the pikemen, for example. And the cavalry numbers we never had in one place that we could have made a difference with that. Alright. So we are losing Elo, but finding new joy in our lives. So that's not a bad trade. Alright. Let's see if the sound issue is back. Sorry about the hassle. No. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Testing. Doop doop doop. Well, isn't this odd? So it has something to do with the capture age, perhaps, or it may not be strictly because of that. But I'll see if there's something we can try to do about that. So let's see. Keep those on, but get rid of some of the beautifying things. Alright. And just a minute and I'll fetch some drink for me. And onwards we go. Full speed ahead. Perhaps this has to do with the team games that we had earlier. Losing all of them. Par 1 where we were in a very heavily losing position, but managed to be slower to resign than our opponents. Perhaps it takes a while to shake the memory of that off our shoulders. And now we have this good luck bringing cat. Of course you can't see it because we have a problem of sorts. See if there's something we can try to do to ease the To ease the burden of the game. We still have 30 seconds. That's very good. Should be enough. We could try to destroy some of the processes between the next games, for example, but at least now things look as if they are promising. And islands it is. Alright. We have played islands once. We had huge success. Now we have a purring cat on our laps. So what could go wrong? Turks we are against Dravidians. And Dravidians are said to be a very good water civilization. So if there's any truth to that, then we might be in trouble. I think there was some changes to Dravidians. Was it shipwright or something that they perhaps lost in the latest patch? I'm somehow thinking that I saw a video stating something of that sort. Good luck, have fun to JamesWebbST. That nickname sounds familiar, but that could also be because James Webb in itself. Oh no, and we got a pause. Just good luck, have fun. Aww. Sorry, can't type. Ooh. I even typoed thoughtfulness since our opponent said sorry, can't type that fast. As an explanation for the pause. And here I am. That's quite alright. I can't write. What's wrong with the deer? Everything was going so well. We had a game in our hands and then suddenly all the deer went to a wrong direction. Perhaps we could have won the last game if we weren't insisting on pushing the deer half the. Oh, fell. But that's exactly what we are here to practice. This sort of moves. So now it's just some extra villagers to gather some wood. Yes. And then we will create a back dock. And then later on we will surprise them with a very clever forward. Of course. So we still have a few. Let's create a third villager to collect some wood. Okay. That's how it goes. Right. And then we will want to get the boar. If possible. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, we still have enough wood, but only barely. And no. Oh, deers aren't too easy to handle, but then again, boars weren't too easy to handle in the past either. So no. Perhaps that's something that one can learn. House here and carry on. Good. Perfect place for a dock. No, this for some reason I think our dock is a little bit later than some other people would have preferred to have it. But run. Run. Well, that's the button I was about to click. But the best thing is that we didn't lose any villagers. So losing a boar, that's something that we can tolerate. But I like the fact that the boar avoided like 15,000 volleys, and then my inability to make the villagers ungarrison was what made the boar killing impossible. Alright, so one more villager, and then with the berries we can. Oh, but we also have this deer. Yes. Yes, we can. Okay. Is this enough? Easily. Alright, but then we will want to get some houses. So house here. Very good. And we will also, we would like to get this forward set up quite soon. How would we like to do this? I don't know if we need to worry about any raids too much, but you never know. Doo-doo-doo. Few extra villagers, that's alright. Then there's this deer. And just like that. And perhaps one more push. Oh well, one more push. And perhaps that's how it's done. Right. And then we could try to get this transport thing going on and see if we have it in us to build a forward of any sorts. Let's utilize this ship to scout a bit, even if that is suboptimal. Oh, no. Right, so we have fish there. Good for us. Oh, we don't want to use that. Okay, so you two. You three go and make things happen. And then we could have few wood gatherers. Extra house. And then in we go. And we can take the same route as the fishing ship took. Bling bling. And let's hope it goes according to a plan. And then after a while we should be able to also afford hold on. This is their ship. No, this is our ship. This is their island. Well, yes. All these tough games and losing is slowly starting to take a toll on me. I don't know if you can tell, but I can't barely hide that. Few extra units and then the buildings that we need is obviously a blacksmith. And few extra houses, right. So that's where the dock is. So they are probably quite close to that then. A house and a barracks and oh no. Run! Oh no. Castle age as well, and we are still a bit late to the party. Let's cancel this. Let's see if we can make the Turks clever play happen and get back to fishing. Where was that? Yes. Alright, and we never clicked up, but now we have a plenty of resources, so what gives? Nothing. And we can only hope that we are still fast enough to make everything that we want to happen. One scout. Oh no. Oh no. We don't need that actually. We will want to get a few offensive units. That would be nice. Oh no, they found the transport ship. So now we are in a rush to make everything happen as we want to. Let's see if we even have it in us to do it fast enough. Adding the university, that's very nice. Few extra units. Alright, and back we go. Let's see what happens. Oh no 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 no. Well, we almost made it. Oh. Few extra farms would be nice. They may be having the water at their disposal right now, and we may be a bit behind on some fronts, but let's see if we can keep the push going. Since we have been able to kill quite a few units already. Run! Run, I said. So the price was heavy. And now we might want to add some siege. And what else is there? More more defenses would be nice. More unit kills if possible. And then just a few mangonels. Ooh, so they have ships there. Alright. Have I already lost something? Perhaps a few houses. No, it wouldn't surprise me if they were to add some forward or send some units forward as well, if they have a chance to. But let's see. Now we have lost quite a few units of our own. And then the archer's dead. And we are still behind in numbers. Oh noes. So what's the follow-up going to be like? More farms. Who volunteers? We need the castle as soon as possible. We may already be late for that. Uh, 20 farms is not enough. I've learned from the previous games. Let's see, what sort of upgrades can we hope for? Hope to get. There's a knight, alright. Then there's probably going to be... Ooh, a castle? Who knows? That castle is going to go up, but can we try to escape that somehow? Just like a bit. We can, but we can't. We can't really. We can try, but we can't really. A castle of our own, perhaps here, just for the giggles, if we are able to do it. Let's see. Might be impossible to pull off, as we have quite a few things going on that we haven't been able to. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Alright, let's collect forces for a bit. And then we could try to collect that stone there. Now the number of Urumi swordsmen is quite large. Now they're trying to get to the castle, perhaps. Can we try to... Ah! No, 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 run! Run away, run away. Very good. And then, what's going on? Our opponent still hasn't reached the next age, but it's probably going to be only a matter of time, since they have played so well to this point as well. Alright, let's leave those be. Cavalry archers, extra HP. Alright, and then some Janissaries, and perhaps the push is almost dead, but not quite. Now what we might want to get is a few extra units. Alright, makes sense. And once that's done, farms. How many do we want to get? Quite a few. Just like this, alright. And then Archer is still doing the work. But it was only now that we have gotten the... Oh no, 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 no. Alright. Well. No, 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 no. Alright, well, perhaps we will practice this movement thingy a bit in the future. So would be nice, and also this gold mining spot utilized to the fullest. Gillnet, since we still have a few units of our own. And do we want to try to secure our base? Probably doesn't hurt us if we do. And then the imp. just to give us a fighting chance. 41 farmers, so that's what it feels like. Right, so how many rams do we think we might need? Perhaps we could try to send a few units here. To see if there's some way to make their fish less. Move here. Very cleverly. Okay, and you guys move here. They made it to the imp. But the cost is going to... Okay, perhaps you can try to kill the villagers too. So the castle is going up. No question about it, but... they are going to lose quite a few villagers in the process too. No. Well, let's run. If we can we? Just run away a bit. Here we are. And then create a few more units. This is a very nice game, despite all the weird things that are taking place. We might probably want to create more of everything. This is something we are missing. Let's see. Wheelbarrow thing is probably a good thing to have. We should have a few gunpowder units of our own. What's going on with our gold? Right, we only have a few units collecting gold. Well, perhaps that's the thing that's going on. Few extra houses. Stable. No. Some upgrades. Just to give us a better chance. Oh no. Just when we thought we had the game. We need more gold units then. So Hussar we have, but not too many of those. Have this nice castle here. Gold mining upgrade makes sense. Few extra units would be nice. Right, let's attack. Onward. So the push is slowly happening. Let's create a few skirmishers. Gold. There's probably some coal in the island as well, but we just haven't been looking for that too much. Our side doesn't have too much, I don't think. No. Okay, so what sort of upgrades could we want to have? That doesn't matter. Those hardly matter. Right, the relic. Alright, we are now giving our opponents too much time to gather their forces, perhaps. Okay, is there something happening that I'm not noticing? Sometimes there is. But is this the case? No, that's just that. Okay, let's collect some more wood. So gold we could use. But how do we get that? Let's just try to run past them. Na 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 na. Goodbye, goodbye. On a mission, don't you worry about us too much. Ooh, what are you guys doing here? Some plans? Perhaps? What's going on with our gold? No more gold on the island? There's this... Oh, I forgot about these neutral islands. Ah. Should not have forgotten about these, but I did. Okay. Let's not waste that. Perhaps we could try to destroy a few of their units. We still have some units here. GG, well played, I'd say as well. So, did our opponent get the middle islands? Not yet. Were they planning on doing that? Perhaps. Too bad for me that I forgot about their existence. Like, we didn't have much water control, so we wouldn't have been able to compete on water too quickly. Oh, there was the cold. Okay, well, that's good. But the fact that we got half of their map, even if the only resource that we actually secured for us was the stone, and even then they had these ships around. Now I'm wondering, was this more close a game that I realized? Because I thought that we had a very good position for quite some time, but I've been wrong before, so did we? We killed more units, but still not by much, and the largest army was in their favor. And that's how they got the military lead. Okay, well, eco was quite convincingly in our favor. But they weren't much behind with villagers. So I was... Perhaps at this stage I shouldn't have been too worried, but we still were lacking the army and it took quite some time to get to the numbers. So even with the small army of theirs, they were able... Like with the small eco that they had, they were able to amass an army that was enough to hold our push for how long? 10 extra minutes or so? Bringing the boar in right away. Okay, well, 14 villages already. I'm just lost or slow to react to things. Back dock, another back dock at 21 villages, about 14 on wood. We only had 7. I don't think I hope that people don't look at our build and push and think that this was very well prepared one. I think that this is a very scary looking eco. 9 fishing ships already. And just getting the buildings necessary to get to the next stage. Now, did they realize, or did they have a chance to realize what was happening? They have scouted their map. I didn't do that. Didn't have time and tools to do it. Now they're scouting my map. 9 on gold, Castle Age coming up and harassing us on the water. Meanwhile, our forward is slowly in this construction mode. Our idle TC time is minute more, worker efficiency 10%, units more, and or less. Yes, less. So worse. And they are slowly... Now they found, if they realized, could be that they just patrolled in. And these are just far enough so that they are not visible. Okay, well, so they didn't notice that there was this transport ship. And that was to my advantage, because now... Hold on. So was there any reaction to the... I think the answer is no. The transport ship. Because that's the reason why I put up more speed, or increase the speed of the attack. Okay, but right away it doesn't seem that there's anything. Okay, so they didn't have a chance to realize that that was a transport ship. It may have been a stupid idea to hide it in their corner. So next time, if I hide it in front of my base, then perhaps it looks like the scouts were even able to, only barely visible. But okay, monastery, university, barracks. So they dropped the barracks when? Okay, well, at least it doesn't seem like they got any visibility before they dropped that, so it was just part of the build that okay, now it's time to drop monastery and university and then barracks to start planning the military build. Reaction here was on point as soon as the scouts appeared. And here, perhaps due to my a bit lackluster build. Here before we arrived to the scene, oh, they even have town watch. And it was just a couple of seconds late to save them from the surprise attack. Okay, so they do know how to play the game. But yeah, having I only have 37 villagers. They have 53 and 15 fishing ships. So they have double the eco at the moment, and still I felt like this, we have a nice things going for us. But now the good thing was that they noticed the scouts right away, but the archers and the spearmen on the cold, that took a while for them to realize. And perhaps my error was to move the scouts this way so that they got the visuals, perhaps. Now I've lost 2 fishing ships so far, and they didn't lose too much, like all of their units or anything of that, so it's just 6 villagers at the moment. Now this scout was just a bit lost, trying to find things to do, or light cavalry was a bit lost. But these archers here are doing good job idling their eco, and also now here's 3 archery ranges are dropped, and at the very same moment the scouts appear, and now all of a sudden it's 39 villagers to 45, and the ships are of a wrong type with their short range. Just witnessing the horrendous sight. And now I'm lacking the... Oh, we have the first attack upgrade. Okay, so forging. So that gives us something. But our major... I looked this wrong earlier. Okay, well, 11, 12, 6 it's now. In any case. But we are throwing away units that we could really have used later on. For example, here it would have been nice to have few scouts come in earlier. But yeah, still 18 villagers dead. They are still ahead in villagers thanks to 3,000ers, and 15 villagers are queued, but they are just lacking the production buildings to make an army to compete with what we have. And even here they aren't able to see the army slowly walking in. And I'm glad even these archers were able to stay alive for quite some time, even though we are losing units here and there. But now only 10 villagers behind. But this is a really fragile situation to be in. And I'm lucky that we got this little corner here where to plant this archer, so that without murder holes the castle can reach us, and also the town center just quite doesn't reach us either. And now the knights came at just the right time to rescue the archer, who has been able to kill, can I click, 4 units and cause that much harassment too. But still, they have queued 3 more villagers. Now I'm ahead in villager numbers, but they still have 19 fishing ships soon to help them. And it took us a while to contest any of these docks. Like even here, they have 4 fishing ships that we could have very easily denied from them. So something worth remembering in the future is to try to park these archers also near the docks, because there are also things worth killing there. Now the ships are moving about, And I think few galleys would have made it harder for me to try to. And now they're scouting the defenses that I have, or the offenses that I have. Because presumably they were waiting for. Yeah, they have now witnessed this all as well. But in the beginning they might have thought that we have been able to transport some units over the ridge. And then seeing the production buildings, that of course makes things a bit different. They weren't producing from these archery ranges. It would have made sense for me to skip destroying these and just focus on the down center instead, to be able to push the gold. So that was a misplay. I thought that we were in a good position, and we are not in a bad position, but we are still one villager behind. Resources collected, there's only 500 difference, and this, had I noticed this right away, I could have triple shot the castle and made it at least a few extra villagers with the castle, just like that. But well played by JamesWebbST. And here we are losing a bit momentum too. They haven't been queuing more villagers for a while, and the nature of fishing ships is that they get. Oh, so there was pikeman as well, or spearman addition as well. So the nature of fishing ships is that they get worse as the fish grows scarce. So even if this is still a very short distance in my opinion. But now having more villagers is usually nicer as game progresses. But these are something that I could have tried to destroy with these siege rams, for example. Oh, the battering rams, for example. But now eco kills 44 to 6, so that's quite nice. Even if we are losing militarily, at least unit wise, we are losing quite much here and there. Some misclicks were made, but then I'm happy to announce that we were able to save a villager in the process. And this was a bit difficult. We could have sent few archers garrisoned inside these rams to get some security for the rams, but instead we threw some units away later on. Still nothing harassing these docks. 44 to 7. But now we got the score lead thanks to the economy. Mostly, yes. So finally we got ahead in resources collected. But they have been able to calm the situation. They only have two-thirds of their island, but the push is, if not dead, at least on hold. Now I could have sent these archers, for example, here. They still have their berry bushes. Just see if there was something on the back of their base that we could have harassed, and there was. So just whereas we did have very little here, like just throwing away units like that was not very sensible thing to do. And later on, once we did try to push our opponent or split their attention from this gold location here, then we were able to finish the game. But now I think that there was very little going for them, besides the fact that there were these middle islands, which I could have, for example, castled, given the time. Just get the 10-20 villagers there, castle the island, take the resources. Would have been nice. And here We moved in, but the skirmishers were in already, and I didn't even notice this, I think. And suddenly they got the score lead. Trebuchets and all. And things took a turn to a worse for a while. Now again, I didn't think we had much. Of course, the forward itself was very nice to have and all. But now this was army numbers game. And luckily we had enough resources to create army numbers and to upgrade them as well. This was a bit passive play from them, but then again this takes... Oh, and they ran out of wood. Oh, I could have tried to take that into account as well. That they... The little, like, this was a sign perhaps that they had... Already they've lost 80 units and us just 80 villagers. And they're slowly trying to regain their resources. And soon they are planning on moving the units out, I presume. Of course there was no transport ship in the queue. But now getting these Hussar into their eco, killing some 30 or so extra villagers. And simultaneously pushing from the front again, killing some 20 or so. Well, that was a tough one, I'd like to think. So we got the army quality, I'd say, and we were barely able to make more use of our resources. But army high was in their favor. Just the skill death ratio that was terrible. That, well, not as terrible as we have grown accustomed to for ourselves, but still, I think we could have won the game earlier. But there were probably places where we could have also lost it. So, GG. And now the... What? So, JamesWebbST knows how to use their keyboards. I don't think I've ever witnessed during my short stint here such an APM, like peaking 450. Now for a player who says that they can't type, that sounds like a meta or no meta game, but mind game. But who knows, perhaps they were just hacking the keyboard. But for some reason the eco APM is huge at times. Like making sure that everything happens, everything flows. So that's really nice. Alright. Short break, I think, and then one more game, as is sort of habit of ours. But be back in 5 minutes, I presume. I promise. Short break. See you. Ah, now that's how you interact with people. Of course, eventually I'm going to find even better ways to do that, but of course. And alright. See ya in a sec. Alright. Exactly under 5 minutes. Just as promised. And now, let's give this camera thing a new try. So we can all witness the morning star. That's called the sun. And let's see how that works. Alright, more of the same. Now the very clever idea for people who have the APM to... Now I dare to share this since we are so few in numbers, and once this goes viral it's already known due to the way we play. But I was thinking that it might be fun to do on the island, on the islands, do the forward drop and then retreat with the ship to the back dock for example, or in the forward back to your own island nevertheless, and then garrison some cheap enough unit like spearman there, so that it looks like you are about to do your landing if you haven't been witnessed before, and that you failed. So that's what we are going to aim at in this game. Mark these words. We may fail. And we are... Oh no. Cumans. Would it make sense to do a forward? Good luck, have fun, take some practicing. To do a forward TC drop. Sir fart a lot says, hey you too. Thanks. Oh. Got to love the game and the players. What is there not to love? Alright, so we have some deer here, okay. First we can try to do a quick deer push just to practice the skills. And then that's the next. I have no idea how to play against Cumans on this map. Japanese they are. It would be, I don't know if there's a mod for having the idle TC information, seconds and all, visible somewhere on the screen mid-game, but that would probably be too much information. To be allowed or to be treated as a good like sportsmanship or something. Okay, let's try to get that. Oh, but we are late for the house and we are late for the sheep and everything's not perfect around here. Let's change the plan. You go to... Okay, so what we learned now was that pushing the first deer may not be worth it if it comes at the expense of... Oh no. Run! Of not finding your sheep. Okay, well that was too quick, but well. Still practicing, so at least no villagers were killed in the process. And no boar meat was lost in the process either. Okay, so one more step towards the okay, well that will do. Oopsie. Well, don't forget to cut strangle trees. Alright, so Sir Father Lord said, don't forget to cut strangle trees, just in case T90 sees this. To which I replied, as you may be able to read, but who knows? I will try to keep that in mind. And actually, we should go up, but we can't. Oh no. That... Actually, I already cut one a bit. Must be proud of me if he does. To which he replied, that is the spirit. Which indeed is the case. Okay, now we go up. What a build, what a build. Alright, so this time it's going to be a forward dock. Where is the fish? And for all of you who can't participate in this, alright, there's this, oopsie, well, the boar game, indeed. Run! Few fish would be nice. Okay, but we can tell from the comments that are what's the house, right? This wasn't too good of a lumber camp. I just learned. But if someone knows T90, then they must know the game. So the next ship that we are going to do is going to be the damn, that was quick, he said, or they said, to which I confirmed that I am impressed myself, which is no lie. Now we will want to leave a few of these units behind, just in case something goes wrong, which is quite probable. And now they must be scouting, or it would be fun if they didn't. Or it would be odd if they did not, since the power of Cumans is in the 2 TC approach. Not too shabby either. Okay. So that's where we stay. Then we go back there. Let's, on the other hand, let's build the house here. Just to get some idea. Then we will want to. Okay, we were a bit lost or a bit late on that. Barracks, a fishing ship or two, and then we need plenty of wood. How are we going to get that? There is no way. Okay, well, more villages on wood, perhaps. And we will want to get the spearmen there. Archery range, just in case. More villages on wood. That's the play. Now we wait. How much does it cost to build a town center? 275. Ah, we're never going to get there. Help! One lumber camp is not enough. That much we know now. And then we will just build it there. There's gold. That's nice. We have this idle villager here, and then we must try to run away with this ship. Oh, we could have gotten up, right? No, not yet. Run away and hope for the best. Siege workshop is very important, but that's wrong because we refer to blacksmith as such. Run! Too bad that we had lost that citizen who had done very little wrong. Alright, let's see if there's anything we can do. Ooh, what's this now? An archer range that is being rushed by 15,000 people. Isn't that a very surprising thing to do at this stage? Oh, and we are also housed. Oops. Run! Alright, so what else do we have? Castle age would be nice, but we need more food for that. More food. Then again, we need much. I don't know. Run. Oops. Well, if nothing's going wrong at our base, then things are going quite nice. But I can sorry, tell that we have been omitting a few parts of our eco while doing all this pushing thing, so let's see what's actually going on here. That was sneaky, says our opponent, to which I replied, thanks, I thought about it during a break. Ah, houses. But then, when they say something like that, that usually means that they also have something up their sleeves. And in this case it seems that they have... Could you please... Right, well done. Get rid of the few units, right? So... Towers they have, at least. And what else? What else is going on? Our way or their way? Market and up. Few houses. More defenses. Oh, and we are now behind in the horsey numbers, for example. And all of a sudden they are back in the game. So how do we stop that then? Few extra stables, and then buy the food. Click up, prepare extra farms. You could be a farmer. Thank you very much. And then few horses could be nice as well. But what do they have here? Let's see if they have dogs or something that we could try to make use of. Oh, no, 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 run away, run away. Let's see if we can make that happen. So we haven't yet made quite the damage that we could have, and they probably have ways to utilize the... I could have also made... it would have made sense to try to make the age advancement on the other town center, but few scouts would be nice. Some more. Oh no. Few knights, few other units. Why not? We should be able to kill those with these, even if they are not the best units for the job. Let's cancel these archers and create a few extra ones. And then in we go. Upgrade the siege. And get some more. And perhaps even a... Let's see. Third town center would probably be nice as well. So let's plan it there. Just like this. Where is stone? What do they have here? Not much, but it's only going to be a matter of time when they find the proper unit composition, for example. Right, so let's take care of that fishing ship and then onwards we go. And see what they have here. Let's circumvent around those. Don't worry too much. And then we should be able to get rid of these pikemans. And carry on. Right, more houses would be nice. So, who's going to build those? You guys. GG, says Sir Fatherlot, and if only I spotted the landing. And GG, I said, thanks for the chatting too, you seem like a nice person. If only I spotted the landing, I think I could have had a chance. To which I replied, yeah, I think that if you had spotted it, my game plan would have been in ruins. Very weird shaped islands, by the way. I don't think I've seen... Like, this landmass has very little value whatsoever, for example. Let's see if the stats tell us anything. Like villager high, we managed to get there eventually. Don't think if this is a thing for Cumans ever, actually, but But at least it was a nice one to try out. Give it a go sometime. Largest army in a very fair manner equal 26. But I'll have to verify. We were only barely ahead in villager numbers. But I don't know if their fish... We managed to kill quite a few of their fishing ships. They only had this one fire galley. Ooh, and this transport ship even lived. Huh. Never realized. And all we had was this barracks at our base. Don't know if this is ever going to... Alright, and they had this line of houses providing them vision. Right. Huh. Okay, well this is going to be an interesting one to watch, just because we were... bye. See you around, bye. Just in case they are still in game, I don't know if there's a chance to know that, whether they've left a game room. Alright, and also let's verify whether we are still audible. And capture age it is. Right. Nice banner we had there. Japanese get their cheaper, like the fishing bonus is... Oh, and there are struggles. Very good. So Japanese get the wood bonuses and fishing ship bonuses. So that makes them a water civilization, at least. And there's not too shabby either. I am trying. But what are they trying? So house walls between those. I don't know if forwards are so generic thing. There are these house walls happening. I was lucky that I didn't run across those. And the last time when I used the fishing ship to investigate, although that was a waste of like gathering time, it still gave me a chance to... Alright, let's see if this still works. Ah, splendid. So it still gave us the chance to get feel about their dock location. They happened to have back dock around here, but then we knew that if we leave our villagers around here, for example, we shouldn't be in too much of a pain right away. This town center here could have been town center here if I had scouted the cold a bit earlier. And now they are slowly reaching a point where they should... I don't know if they can witness the range. Range indicator, or if it only happens once you see the building. I think it should be like that you shouldn't see the range, so perhaps there's nothing to worry. But even now they are just still, there's this landing attempt. On the pseudo landing attempt, and then they see the house. And now they should know that okay, something's up. And there's right away the barracks. So how long has that house been on their viewpoint? What was it? Oh, when the villager moved. Yeah, so they went. So it's just okay. But the barracks was already. Oh yeah, because they saw that. Yeah, it makes sense that since we had this tricking ship here, that they thought that okay, it's time to build some land defenses, and then they managed to find that there was a house. Okay, but if people do house outposts such as this, then it makes sense for us to try to keep the, like, not just because of the ships that might bypass, but also and the tower was at it right then, even without knowing what is there. Oh, that's neat. And what else happened? So they are castle age just when the push comes. Have 3 villagers more than us, even though we have been Cumans with 2 town centers at the moment. Now they see the town center 2. And building archer ranges on the back. They've lost 3 villagers, we've lost 3 fishing ships. And are barely leading in villager numbers because they are not currently queuing any. Retreating to the back of their island. Here's one of the times when my army control was a bit off. Like I have archers here. Takes me a while to notice that there's something threatening them, and takes me a while to notice while we have few scouts here. The spearmen are slowly targeted, and then we still have these rams that are sacrificing themselves against the spearmen. Now here of course we had a very nice micro that we can thank for only losing a few units, but Sir fought a lot, has lost 8 villagers in the process, and due to the fact that they only have 7 fishing ships and 30 villagers, 5 queued on the other hand. So the reaction I think was good. Had few towns, and perhaps this could have been right next to the cold to allow cold gathering. So there might have been a bit of that was a sneaky bit of panicking in a sense. But basically what's going on? We have 15 more villagers or economic units, and our push is only troubled by the tower here, which is on the wrong side basically. Like if it was here it would harass all the units, but now it didn't do much. Later we got rid of that, but we had very little reason to do it, to prioritize that. Couple of villagers more queued in. Yeah, but it seems like they didn't have much resources to produce. No gold units. I don't know if they're going to add mining camp here or extra towns, for example. I can't remember. So the idea is probably to add a castle at this stage. But now the tower went down. Don't know if they managed to destroy a few archers in the process, but still. And now it would have made sense just to go around the island and destroy the houses, since we had a little sort of little going for us, like little initiative. Yes, the mining camp, but we haven't queued villagers for a while. Now we have one more on the way. Castle Age is queued, so this is like the moment. If they were able to drop a castle here, I don't know if I had army numbers. No, not really, because we were preparing the cavalry switch. So if they had more potent units than just archers without fletching. They don't have blacksmith, right? Oh, they do. They just haven't utilized that. Perhaps due to the lack of gold. Could have played a role. But now they are in a rather weak position, like just lingering. And it takes me a while to get to the right unit composition and to get to the upgrades. But yeah, okay, so they upgraded fletching when they queued in the crossbowman. Alright. Well, that was like the moment of realization that archers could save us from the trouble. And if we weren't on the way to Castle Age, then that would have made our defenses very tough. Now I don't understand. Alright, yeah, because they saw a unit moving, so that was the reaction to that. Probably trying to catch my army and leave the spearmen take care of the rams. And we are a bit late to save both of them, but luckily we were able to save the other one. And there's the 4th TC from them. And we are now almost even on villagers. Resources collected are still a couple of thousand in our favor. And now we are harassing the fishing ships. I never realized how tough these units are. But now only like a few archers, like this group of archers, are able to destroy these few cavalry units, but not without some losses still. Like so, due to the numbers, 7 crossbowmen and 4 skirmishers, they don't pack a punch enough to be able to withstand an equal numbered army with some upgrades as well, because they don't currently have any armor upgrades. No. And here, thanks to the rams, we are able to pick few of those pikemen, and then using the very careful army control and the cavalry armor that's just now applied to our units, we are able to win that battle quite convincingly, even though that wasn't like a perfect engagement for us. But they are still in a position where it's very difficult. Like they could create knights, for example, But it's probably due to the, like, they would have wanted a minute or two more, because meanwhile we have been able to add one more town center and queue few extra villagers to only have 20 on farms, so leaves something to be improved, but still GG, I would say. One of these days I'm going to have to practice how to play this naval game with ships and all, but I'll try to postpone that to as far in the future as possible, since I think there are quite a few things that might be worth learning before that day arrives. Since I believe it's going to be a totally different beast to tackle all these galley micros, for example. Oh, and not to mention just the build orders. How many people do you need on wood and gold to be able to produce from 2 or 3 docks? Might take a while to get some like hunch on that. Kill it ratio, we take that, thank you very much. And I'm glad that we did this delayed feudal age push, even if we didn't manage to close the game on that, but I think that it gave us, I'd have to rewatch that although, but had we just retreated we wouldn't have done as much damage as was available to us. Let's see. So here they go to Castle Age, try to build up forces, of course only 16, but we were able to take quite good combats or engagements during that time, while keeping the army somewhat alive, or to produce more army. And perhaps this was a click fest too, that we just happened to win this time. Alright. Would there still be enough time for one more closing game? Perhaps, if we just trust ourselves enough to make it so. All right. And after the days or the daytime beatings that we took, and also the single player beatings that single player, well, 1 versus 1, perhaps it felt like there was only single player, only one player on the field, and it wasn't on our team, but still it's nice to get a few games that go in this fashion. And MegaRandom it is. Alright, let's see what we have. Magyars against Persians. Now. Ooh, 2 scouts. Alright. Oh, the sheep. Alright, so now we should be able to push double the if there are any deer to be pushed. Let's see. At least we have a plenty of sheep. So if only we had Britons, wouldn't that be great? So we have our trash bows if we want to utilize those. And well, you probably just had to do something, so why not? Something had to give in. One more sheep, alright. Few extra villagers. Good luck, have fun to Austin Powers. And at least we have some boars. So perhaps we can try to fetch one of those a bit early. Or a bit earlier than we usually do. Then a wood line, that's going to be a perfect one. And what else? Let's see if we can manage this somehow. Okay. And it's a boar o'clock. Few extra. Alright, somehow like that. It's supposed to be done. Yes. And few extra villages mentioned. Ooh, so there's water. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Should we have a dock? Presumably. Should we have more people? Presumably. Few extra villages, why not? So Magyars have their Magyar hussar at least. Do we have any deer? Not necessarily, no. Run! Ah. Well, some idle time was forced on us, but there's no stopping for them when they get the idea. And do we have enough food to soon click up? Soon, perhaps? Even if not quite yet. Dun, dun, dun. Ooh, they are walling. isn't that just fun? Okay, and up we go. Alright. And that would have been that. For now at least. Let's see if we have a chance to catch their scout. Unaware. Few extra units there. Ooh. Right. Okay. So they lost both of their scouts, and that gives us a free roam to try to make something happen. Now that we are soon on the let's take this one next. Okay, well you will want to take that one. Okay, well then we'll do as you want. So we can try to do this very clever archer build again. See how it goes. And then we will need some food. No. So feudal age it is. Do they have any? Fish. Let's see if that's the case. Where is our code? Right. Houses. Oh no. The worst curse there is. Not having houses. And where is Sura to remind us about the need of having houses? Nowhere to be seen at this hour of need. One spearman just in case. And no dogs. Looks like that. Take a few extra rounds just to make sure. Well, we were a bit late for that, but all right. What? Houses, right. Few farms, very good idea. Let's send these units there then. Let's do it like this, right? So they have at least a few units prepared for us. And we have invested quite much for the for our push. Right, so we showed our forces. Don't know if they noticed, but There they were. And there we go. What's going on here? Spearman, okay. Another spearman. And then simultaneously we are harassing them. Ooh, there's gold. Very good. That we will want to punish if possible. That's the right word. No. Soon, but first let's take care of this. See if there's something already. No, there is not. There are probably some spears around. Shouldn't take long for them to change the age, but a few spearmen are probably a good idea. And you could invest a few farms. Well, luckily we did have a spearman at our disposal. We should probably add a few more just to be sure. Right, and let's see if there's something we can do about those people here. So that's the second building. So it's probably so that they haven't clicked up yet. Well, neither have we. Or soon we have, but not quite yet. Right, and away we run. Ah, no, okay, well. So they were able to secure that for a while. Right. Few extra archers, always a good idea. Oh no! I have lost a few units for no very good reason, but alright, so we will want to upgrade these a bit. Try to build this if possible. And just when that was said, the scouts arrived. Let's see if we have enough to stop them from pushing us too much. And back they are. And few extra units might be a good idea. And then they're trying to get the stone, but do they ever? Castle aids for them as well, which is of course bad news for us. Right. For the time being. But let's see if we still have it within our power to... Ooh, so the tower was denied. Good. And we should be able to castle soon. Let's move this here, this here, and see what gives. Alright, few extra farms. We should get this very good and cheap X-bows. And it seems that they are mostly creating just cavalry at the time being, at least. Let's see. Alright, so defensive castle first, as we are taught to do, and then okay, knights shouldn't be too surprising, but sometimes they still indeed do surprise us quite a bit. So the things we could try to do is some defensive units. Let's call them pikemen in this case. And also, what's the situation regarding houses? Could have a few. No? Oh, it was that big problem. Okay. So more farms. Hold on. Alright. Well, I was slow to react to that one. Goodbye, few knights. And then we should get this only wood costing units quite soon. Archers. Few pikemen, why not? Dun dun dun. Welcome to the party. Few upgrades, but not too much. Nothing too much. Oh, have you been here for long? Perhaps you have. Oh, good initiative. And more farms, perhaps. And then what's the push going to be like? Because the worst thing that can happen now is that they to outboom us. Zura, damn 9-hour stream. You've done a great job today. Well, thanks. Make more barracks, I'd like 3 more at least. Yes, thanks for the solid advice. And I'm afraid that I'm going to, although the next week I'm not going to have too much time to do this sort of fun activity, so I'll have to make use of the little time that I have at my disposal now. That's of course a very positive thing. But good point. Time flies. I didn't realize that. Because it's been so fun. Of course. Now university, very good idea. Can't have too many of those in any given city. And then just an additional castle. Make it here and make it count. Few units just in case, and then we should have plenty of hordes to buy a bit of food. You got to beat them to Imperial Age. Oh yeah, I hadn't thought about that, but it makes sense that they may be rushing to the Imp as we speak. And luckily, well, we don't have a market. But luckily, as soon as we have a market, we have everything that we could ask for to help us reach the greatness. And a few more farms would be nice. The timing was quite good since they were just rolling around our base. Okay, and this is how you build a market when you are in a hurry, if you ever are. Well, okay. You guys, you fight. Perhaps you can fight as well. Like if you ever get the... Alright. Well, I didn't get to the buying part, but it was just a matter of time. You could tell that I was trying to. And then we will prepare our very great Trashbow push. Perhaps some elephants are also in order. That's good. That's good. Oh, we already had. I just had forgotten about the fact that we already had the upgrade. That should teach them a lesson. And just one more. Hold on, there's a hill that people want to take advantage of. Presumably. Just to secure us. Or give some security to our eco when it finally starts to look like an eco. It's the most obvious place for a farm. Alright, that we have now. Oops. No, not that. No? Okay. Just casually pressing the Windows button. Few trebuchets, yes. And onwards we go. Let's see what they have in store for us, since we have been a bit passive for the last... Hold on. Alright. Cancel those answer ranges, you need wood. Get halves and their armor upgrade. Yes, good thinking. Well, I didn't manage to cancel anything, but well, but you noticed. Oh, this is exactly the place where people castle fire bullets. Yes, that's very good. Retreat, and then we will return to the task at hand, more well prepared very soon. Just like that. Alright, so the elephants are ballistics we indeed should have, yes. And now we also have chemistry on the way. And we are preparing ourselves for the elephant economy. But first we will have to get some push going. Alright, why not? Or we should have created more of this. Oops, fall back. No, let's see how this goes now. Welcome to the party, cat. No. Ooh, a castle, you say? Right, let's see if you have enough to make that happen. Perhaps they do. I should probably be focusing more on this. Well, the way I'm seeing this currently is Zura, oh wait, Persians don't have siege engineers, forgot about that. But you recalled that, that's very good. Okay, well, that's one doubt castle if I ever saw one. But it's also... Oh, no, misclick. It's also about to be finished, so perhaps it's not too doubty in the end. And then trying to destroy that and almost succeeding. Okay, well, I have a good feeling about it. This now that we haven't lost, for example, all of our units in the right houses. In the push, and also our base hasn't been raided while we were looking elsewhere. So let's see. See if you can adjust here. And what's going on now? Right, Tanzania, yes. So the castle was denied. Now we are about to deny the all important. We don't actually need this trash bowman too much, but well, it doesn't hurt. Okay, so they have cavalry archers and monks, and we have an elephant. So let's see how that plays. Few of these, thank you very much. Sure, I can't believe you are fighting against Austin Powers himself. Yes! But there's probably, perhaps he's doing a movie simultaneously or something that explains that he can't totally focus on the task at hand. Few upgrades, always missing, that's right, yes. Can't hurt to... Ooh, alright, we need some wood. So, let's utilize these people that we have. Now this is the way the game plays the best when you are not watching and things still go as you would prefer them to, like more or less. We may lose a few elephants, for example, to these nasty monks, but they are always deserters. That's just that may not be what we want, but we can't fight the statistics. Few units sold of these, yes, perhaps a trebuchet or two, and we can also move a bit further. Secure a castle here, and then more gold. Like, I'm not quite sure what their winning condition would be at this stage, as the great Zura himself has told us to think. Perhaps if they had more numbers, but when they only have a handful of cavalry archer, even if they are heavy ones, it's still like I've been in that position. Build one stable and get bloodlines and husbandry. Yes, yes. That's the kind of advice that was long called for, longed for. Zura, also get cav upgrades for elephants if you want them to be more effective. Yes, so we got those from blacksmith. See, everything's empty, but we omitted the ones available at stable. Good thinking. Highly appreciated. Right, I'm late to the party. Just focusing on the stream and chat and friends first, and then leaving Austin Powers hanging. Okay, well, I'm glad they didn't chat more than that, or that they didn't, but still. Zura, this was great game, you defended yourself well. Thank you. And also felt like that this was perhaps easily defended one too, due to the fact that they they threw away their scouts in the early phase of the game. Perhaps I lost a villager or two in the process, but still, and was then able to surprise them somewhat with the archers. Perhaps, at least that's how it felt. And when the knights came, they all first had to clear their own base, so I got the proper warning that it was about to happen. But perhaps Austin Powers was overwhelmed with the amount of things that one needs to do, as is very common for people of our caliber. So let's see if this works. And it does. And do we get this cat cam? Does it still work, or have we lost the visuals? Just when we would have had great picture to show. Okay, well, we will focus on that first, because I don't know why that is. Like, it's like people don't create good software to be used in a weird manner anymore. Alright, so this here shows that everything is of course very well, but we do know that that's not the case. So how can we tell it to refresh? There are microphone issues, camera issues, and now you didn't get my victory dance. you didn't get to see my victory dance. So even when things go great, they sometimes go wrong. Okay? How does it look now? Some things are happening in the background, but the camera is still stuck. Well, nice try. Dun 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 dun. And Zura, can't see your camera if that's what you are asking. Yes, and now it's by design, sadly, because for some reason it actually is stuck. So just a second. Have I missed anything thus far? No. Okay. I'll try one more time because we have this cat cam option feature available. It would be a shame if we didn't die trying to get it work. These things only last for a few minutes at a time too, so a shame, a shame. But it's very exciting how many things can work in so many different fashion. Like this, it's very flabbergasted or something. Like you know, when sometimes there are things that you just think that they should work in quite a simple fashion, for example, and then it actually doesn't work in a simple fashion or at all, and then that might be somewhat surprising. But well, you can still enjoy the fact that we have a cat and you can barely perhaps hear it making its trademark noise. That's AZRM or something for you. So we got cat mic. So long the audio is working. But now, Austin Powers, what were they up to? Walling themselves in, usually, as per my experience, means a fast castle approach or just insecurities. We were able to finish off their scouts. Didn't lose a villager. Okay. It felt like we did, but that's just my insecurity talking there. Okay, we're able to snack between the walls, save the scout for a while at least. But this is something that I wonder quite much. Like, why do people make walls like this? Okay, it helps against the scouts, so I get that. But all you need is one archer to harass this or force a tower or something. So if you go through the trouble of walling, why not wall from this forest here to there, and then from here to there? Just to give some room for the gold miners, for example. Like this is a very nice wall in a way that it gives us a chance to apply pressure. But if the purpose is to keep your opponent out and give yourself free access to resources or something, hassle-free access to resources, then I don't think this will do. So what gives? What am I not understanding here? So this is sort of like to me, oh, there was a hole. Did they ever fix that? I wonder. Well, so this is a sort of what's the word for that now? When you would like to save resources and time, have this nice worker efficiency and whatnot. But even now, okay, well, perhaps they knew that every minute is very valuable, that everything wasn't going according to the plan, and then tried to secure it like the fastest way possible to get some breathing room. But still, this is, as you can tell from the pressure here, if the walls were here and there would be no pressure. At least not from this side. So I'm wondering, perhaps later on as the games progress, I will see the value on doing this sort of like neat short walls, but I don't think if it's worth it to do it. Depends on your player, of course. If I had 5 scouts or 10 scouts or even 2 scouts roaming in, then this gives enough time for you to try to move the villagers away without losing one. But is the villager life so important? In early game, technically yes, but from a gameplay wise perspective, is it worth it to see the trouble of doing this sort of walls, is what I'm thinking. Like when comparing to just a bit more lengthy ones that are easily breached, of course, so it wouldn't take multiple minutes even for archers to get through a palisade wall, but then you can always fall behind that. Now there's not too many options left to you besides building a tower. And there goes your TC, just like this. Especially since the second wall of questionable value is here, where the stone is. And if this wall was built from there to there, plop and plop, the stone would be accessible, but now they don't have access to stone, also because of this wall here. So they can't really get more without the risk of being harassed by archers. Of course, now that they have few scouts that luckily bypassed my archer, they can contest that, but it's just odd to me. Still, eco kills 2-1 to me, so they managed to do damage with just a few scouts. Killed multiple archers already, and also got a villager, so very good. And now we are even, and I have probably thrown more resources at them already. But now the problem is there's this second tower that they didn't manage to get up in time, and the town center is built on the other side of the town, and this is only the second one. So even though they have lost just a few villagers, perhaps this just was a bit difficult game for Austin Powers, who was busy doing other things as well simultaneously. But now they have 2.5 towers already in there. Oh, sorry, 3.5 towers already. So that's quite an investment. Meanwhile, we have a castle. And we'll only lose a few villagers, I reckon. So that, like, this wasn't perfect, but still. Zura, 29.5 minutes at this game. In my opinion, game is over. Yeah, I was feeling that way as well, but also with the I felt like the early pressure was surprisingly good, but that was probably because of their lack of resources, like idle TC time. Now we are even, but that I got the feeling that they don't have too much going for them. All the towers and so forth, like the reactions were odd at times, but still, not knowing how good a player Austin Powers is, and the name is very scary, I didn't know whether they were still able to pull up a fast imp and few town centers without me noticing. Now the score tells something for people who know how to read that, but still. Anzura, you are booming so much, he has no way to catch up. Yeah, well that was the plan, but I was a bit scared at times. Especially since this is very usually, like in the past few games, you may have seen, or if you have watched any of the 50 games so far, the amount of farms I create is usually a bit, I fell short on that. And then it's hard to create more villagers, as you mentioned. Need to buy food to get to the next age and to get all the upgrades. So we were, in my opinion, late on that, but that was the thing we tried to focus on. Now only losing a few, like 3 villagers for free, but still have half more than they at this time, and they are already planning offensive, even though they should be booming, or they should have very clever idea on how to approach this. I don't know if cavalry archers were to play, but against pikemen, why not? Like in theory, to get rid of all these pikemans. But still, after seeing a few castles, it probably would have made sense to think of getting to Imperial Age and trebuchets. Zura, Cav archers was best choice due to Magyar bonus. Oh yeah, makes sense as well. I'm just thinking that if like if I face a situation now, thinking that I'm playing as Austin Powers, and I see my opponent booming in a fashion such as this, like they should be aware that we have quite a few things going on for ourselves at this stage, then I don't know if creating cavalry archers, perhaps if just trading few units here, few units here, few there, trying to idle the farms, perhaps that could be the play then. But for some reason I'm thinking that we have to create something very clever fast, or just add whatever horses we can, like Magyar Hussar eventually perhaps, but just light cavalry, for example, even if I had pikemen positioned, try to get to a point where we can just send the hordes of them to the eco. But yeah, you may very well be right that this is the best choice, and they are able to force my army to retreat at this point. I don't know if I had to do that, but it still felt that I don't want to waste my spearman line against cavalry archers, so that gave them time. So it might have just been what was required, but here it would make 10 sense, at least to my opinion, to try to scatter these units here and there, make my defenses or make my defensive play tougher if possible, and try to pick villages here and there, since there's still this almost half the villager difference. They don't of course know that, but this is very difficult game to play, trying to micro your cavalry archers when being pushed and trying to defend the castle and all that. But perhaps if they had few minutes extra time, then they could have mashed the numbers to at least make the fight less convincing. Because now I had this AI kind of situation where I can just patrol troops in, which is a very good thing to have for a change, because I don't think I have had games like that on my journey so far. Against AI once or twice, yes, but still. So my argument is that having these cavalry archers hitting and running in my eco would give them actually a chance to come back to this game. But fighting against my army doesn't do that. So they can just slow down the push in an ideal case, but they can never win by killing my trash units. But surprisingly, they didn't even send the few knights that they had. Well, they don't have them anymore. But that's probably exactly the sort of decision making that I also failed at making, and I don't know if that would have been the right call, but it felt to me as playing the blue that the worst that can happen is that I'm getting raided, and then the push slowly dies due to the pop cap issues or me running out of resources, or I'm just looking back to my base and then suddenly there's an elephant destroying my trebuchets or something. But GG for them for giving a proper battle to end it all. Elite war elephants. Not fully upgraded due to the stable issues, but well, like next time. Being a cavalry civilization, not having a single stable is of course a bit a surprising play, but that's how we were able to turn this one for ourselves, because they were waiting for the stable to appear. But no. This castle here is also a bit curious, but perhaps they still had... Oh, well, they couldn't know where the push was coming from back then. And perhaps they had the villagers around at the time. Kill that ratio to their favor, so thanks to the cavalry archers. So Zura was right, but army high. Well, 69 ain't the greatest number we've reached so far, but it all too often is reversed. Perhaps one day I get to say that it's been a while since we had the smaller army, but might take a few days still. And so hectic was the game that APM was over 100 at times. At one time. Still. Alright. GG. And now I think I'll have a really short break and get a cup of decaf coffee and see if we still have it within ourselves to try to push this to 10 hours for no obvious reasons. And the best way to lengthen the stream is to have a break for all your content creators who are eager to know the tricks of the trade. That's one of the tricks. Just have a plenty of breaks. And if you got nothing to say, then read the chat messages. That's also a very good trick. Zura, writing that down right now. That's very good, very good. As I always say, if you know how to write, do it. Never stop. That can also be given in a written form later on. But okay, I'll be back real quick. I'll just throw the cat some food, myself some coffee, and we'll be back. If you aren't, then I hope you enjoy your day, however long it lasts, and thanks for having you. Alright, people, and we are back. Or at least I am back. And luckily it seems that you are as well. So, well done us. Welcome back, says Zura, and for that we thank you. Very kind of you. Now I may have forgotten things I had in mind just a minute ago, but you may be interested in hearing that we also got a chance to play with the cat a bit, so just a different kind of game, since cat's AOE skills are lacking, or they might not be, but for some reason we haven't yet, or he hasn't agreed to a game, so I only assumed based on my own history and past that that would be a reason. The reason for that would be because the lack of skill, and also the trust to one's skills, but might also be that the cat in question has been following my playing and decided that it's not worth his time just now. Not yet. Alright, but islands is it. Islands it is. And now we are trying again the very similar thing that we tried last time. Yes. One might be able to notice that this has indeed been a long stream. And we are going to try to make this forward landing and then make our opponent believe that we failed at doing that. That's our winning plan. And if that doesn't work, then we'll just surf over Koreans against Teutons. Perhaps I'll be able to remember that for a while. At least their castles of Teutons make it that much harder. But for some reason I presume that people would expect Koreans to make their forward landing, perhaps starting from feudal age or something. Just mash those towers and be annoying in every way possible, and then resigning if that doesn't go according to the plan. For some reason I have a feeling that people might expect that to happen, which is bad, because the last islands game that we had, Japanese against Cumans, where we had a chance to play as the latter, meaning Cumans, our opponent, at least officially, pondered aloud the wondered how the Cumans might play on islands. And I think that if pressed, people might get some ideas about how Koreans might play their islands game. Then about the topic, which one would be preferred, I don't really know. I think Teutons, due to their castles, might be fine. Like controlling the middle islands, if you're thinking about very long game. But Koreans have their turtle ships, not Turk. but still, so that's something going for them. And also dry dock is missing for Teutons. Oops. Oh no, suddenly everything's going. Nothing is going and everything's going. Oh no. We just watched away for a short while. Houses we need, and a dock would be nice. And someone's responsibility should be to get the boars. So much to do, but we don't want to waste the scout HP on that, even if we were able to pull it off, which isn't a given. Ah, there's the deer and the boars, for example, there. So welcome to check my nice little TC that I've been building for quite some time now. Alright, not perfect, but good enough. Ah, the deer is... no! Stick for it for a while. Ah. So, goes to show that even the animals might get tired at some points. Oop, 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 oop. So that's the beauty of a long stream. Now we will do a forward. It would be good to get this mod to show the outlines of fish, for example, at least at this hour I'm having, or when not within a line of sight. Perhaps that's the major reason. It's very difficult to tell for someone like me how... oh no, the deer. How the fish might be. Right, and in we go, and just a few extra villages, why not? Run! Perhaps we could afford to lose a few of these. Okay, what about the deer? Coming along nicely. Yes, indeed. Few extra fishing ships. Ah, well. Deer push try number. And extra houses. Boom, boom. So few of you had a plan, and the rest. Okay, our coffee mug is preventing the perfect play. So something must give. Oh, and I never clicked up. Oh, well, false fall happens. Luckily, that's not going to make or break the game. Just 30 seconds or so. Alright. But due to the time wasted, we must be fast. And for some reason, I was thinking, and I said a forward dock, but what we actually have is a backwards dock. Well, that's how we play the game. extra fishing ship. Alright. Let's move to the front. Now we still have some time to verify the whereabouts of all these major resources on our island. One spearman just to confuse our opponents later on. And oh no, houses. Now it's also too late to say good luck, have fun. But oh well. Dun dun dun. Time to get the scout back. Few units, let's make it 3. Now that I think of it. Could go there. Let's try even having a second. Do we have all on board? Yes, we do. And then we just hope that this is the right way to go. Dun 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 dun. We could even try to get the fast-ish castle. Since we have been saving some resources. No island there, okay. Ooh, and we also need a house. Okay, once that's done, let's drop here. No moonwalking, thank you. Okay, no, you go there. You build a house, and then we will travel back here to bait our enemies into thinking that we don't know what we are doing. Let's see how that goes then. Now we need this in order to get the next age. And few extra. Ooh, why are you here? Well, probably an omission of mine. So now the only thing we are missing is Jura. Teutons are quite weak against ranged civs. Let's hope that's the case. So up we go. Some very special upgrades. And then few extra units. I don't know if we should add even a second one. Let's add one for knights. And see if we have a chance to surprise our opponent or not. Now it's a question about timing, because we have seen very little water presence from them. Sura, stick to archery ranges, you can just spam arbalists and you will be fine. Well, now it's never too late, of course, to say that and make that true, but perhaps this is the neutral island. Let's see. Okay, well, their wood line is there. So let's add just another. I'm doing my best not to do 2 blacksmiths. Well, that's very good. If you need to fast forward any of those researches. Good thinking. And perhaps a house. Just a few nights, just in case. As well. But now this bait of a ship isn't doing much. But let's see if we still have enough to, or if they have made their town centers already. Na 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 na. At least the reaction time leaves something, some room for improvement, as we have a tendency of saying. But we did hear no town bell, so there's that. And then we also got the instant siege workshop. Alright. So a few extra units perhaps would be nice. Let's rotate and see what's going on here. And perhaps add another one and a few farms. If we ever get enough wood for that. Well, I don't think we have been. No, we should be watching here. No! Especially since we saw the siege workshop. But no worries. We still have a few units at our disposal. So let's just try to find. Well, almost. Oops. So here we have some town centers. Alright. And do we have any aggression on our island? Not yet. Zura, get ballistics as soon as possible and you can terrorize them. Beware wary of mangonel, have knights deal with it. Yes, well, good advice. Not that we made it right from the get-go, but more or less. Ooh, what do we have here now? Well, that's clever. So, utilizing the Teutonic castles. Too bad, of course, that that's not where the action was. But I'm very happy that they had a thing going on for themselves as well. We're just well lucky with our push. Alright, then lucky with the timing and all that. But perhaps they were then playing sort of long game, aiming to get the middle presence and then waiting for me to run out of resources on my own island, while also applying that forward pressure that they were just a bit slower to make happen, perhaps. More villagers. More army. Isn't this just a very nice thing? It was the way I've seen the islands game usually go on tournaments, for example, is that they take quite some time. Right. Now, perhaps does it work? Perhaps it does. Yes. So one should prepare for a long game, but that's of course on the top levels where people know how to scout the forwards and landings and the value of water, all this fishing, all the fish is greater due to the place, I presume. So just giving up water very easily, as we did, as we are fond of doing, is no winning strategy, even if we manage to do a landing against a more competent player, because they are at that point having 20 or 30 or so fishing ships and are able to overcome our economy, even if we happen to make it to the castle age and are able to get more town centers, I think. But they already have 2 fishing ships and 1 in queue. We have 2 in queue. So they were some minute earlier with their dock. But now what do they know then? Because we know very little, as you might have been able to tell. This was just a blind attack, and we could have landed on neutral islands as T90 allegedly once does. Resources collected slightly in our favor at the moment. Constantly getting housed, and our few villager lead is soon growing to be even larger. But I think they're doing a good job scouting. I don't know, it doesn't feel like it's auto scouting, so it just so happens it's like this. What do we have? Not much yet. Oh no. Okay, so we are here. I lost the chip for a while. But had we been a bit earlier, just a minute or so earlier, the scout would have discovered us. Right. Wasn't it quite close? Sorry for the rewinding. This is also a very neat way to spend some time if you ever need to. Na. Here I'm scouting, don't you mind? Da. So is it due to the slowness of our landing that it actually worked? That okay, it's 16 minutes in, no one's going to land at this minute or at this time. And if there was a landing, perhaps at least against Koreans I can understand it, that the expectation might be that there is a tower or two appearing behind the wood line as soon as your opponent gets to feudal age. And when that doesn't happen, then you are a bit thrown off by the fact that, okay, well, perhaps they are playing this differently, or perhaps they don't know how to play the game. Then again, I might be wrong about Koreans, but I've seen a few games where people play Koreans with towers, and it might have made this game easier for us. Okay, so here's their own forward. Castle age and right away planning a castle. Right. But had this scout been like patrolling, for example, between these locations, they would have probably built a castle here. So it was just bad luck in that sense for them that the scout stopped there to the front and not here on the back, where they would have right away noticed that we have landed. So it's just a really small thing, like or telling the scout to patrol between these 2 points, or like any of these points when you are castle edge. The visibility is that great. Would have given them this warning sign. And then they have this not only the castle, which is of course very huge investment, but also there's this monk, and they are planning on no, well, actually I was expecting them to plan to move those units back here to defend, but instead they are doing a forwardish approach. Like we can get rid of all these units with the mangonel, and then that's that or something, and that's not far off. But luckily I had a few knights around to help against that. But still, that was like if their second castle was on the neutral island, then and the first one was here, then the push would have been dead. I think that I could have still spread the archers around a bit, but then I would have been late to do any archer aggression. At least not to the level that we were able to pull off. Because now they've lost 13 villagers, and we are finally ahead in villager numbers too. Huh. Okay, well, weren't we lucky? I don't think we would have had much to throw at their way if the reaction, once we are building our archery range here, they would have dropped a castle here. That would have been a quite tricky position to try to escape from. But also, what else could have they done? Well, they had the island here. They had sort of control of the water, so perhaps they could have just moved some of their eco here on these. Mangonel was good, but they would have needed skirmishes or anything to help against the archers. Or to help against the knights, so spearmen to help against those, and perhaps still a skirmisher or two. Tricky thing. And it was mostly because of the fact that they tried to play this in now I'll be able to find the word in just the 5 seconds. In a greedy fashion. So to secure the control of the middle island and get the relics, and then carry on with the push. So presumably if they had still this stone mine at their disposal, they would have been able to build a second castle quite soon, in a few minutes at least, and then drop it anywhere. But perhaps this was just two naive game plays that collided, and we happened to have more luck with our approach. Because if the push here would have failed, then and everything was cleaned, so the scout and 3 villagers, then presumably what we would have tried would have been to try to do the same thing from a different location or different angle. We haven't been there yet, because so far this has been a successful act, but I'm sad that this trick didn't work this time. So we saw through all the trouble of planting this fake landing, but it was never witnessed or discovered by our opponent. Well, GG nevertheless. And thanks Jura again for timely commentary. Somehow it shows that you have played the game before, or that you have learned the game. Oops. Because sometimes people can play for decades without learning much. I have friends. Oh yeah, more villagers, even if we were lacking a bit on the fishing ships. It felt like. But also based on the APM metalmilitia number 620 was trying to play their game. And and that also explains why the initial reaction was so slow when we did appear near the wood line, because they were busy doing stuff. So no lost connections necessarily, but just trying to make this all this happen here. Find a new source of fish for the boats, send the villagers to the transport ship, and all the while there are people getting hurt at their base. So they lost some 5 or so, and this was like thanks to the fact that we got in after they had built the castle, or at least started building the castle. Well, it was built before we showed our army. But I think that if they had a chance to move one building at this stage, they would move the castle here or here. And had we been a bit earlier to the party, the scout would have discovered. So probably the thinking was along the lines that let's verify that there's nothing on our own island. Great, there's nothing. Okay, let's move to the neutral island and then carry on according to the plan. And then 30 seconds in and there's a battle in your village and you've lost 7 villagers. And some idle time has also happened. Must be a rather well, conflicting moment to realize that. And also I should have prepared, or at least planned, to build a siege workshop had there been a castle. Since I hadn't collected any stone, and I didn't have enough villagers to make any competitive or like castle race to work for my advantage. But at least that should have been something that had I had the resources to build a siege workshop, it would have been a good idea to have a few rams, for example, to take the castle down before the Teutonic knights appear and shred through the army that I have. Okay, but this was nice, and I'm glad that we also got this forward happening at our base that we were not about to ever discover, because that's where the chaos and fun stems from at some stages, at least. Depends on the player and all. 997, okay. Very important elo. Let's give it a one more go, so that we might still have a chance to wake up to witness Zura's stream come next morning or before noon. There's probably a word for that as well. But it felt like the reaction from our opponent was sort of in point, because they right away dropped the siege workshop. Something that I don't necessarily do. I see people do that, but I don't have it in me to instantly think that okay, one mangonel to deal with the problem. We were also lacking the ballistics. Would need some work with the spreadsheets to calculate the resources required for all the upgrades and things we want to do and achieve, and then try to prioritize whether we want the third fishing ship, for example, and how does it change our game if we do or do not, food wise and so forth. Alright, Arabia IDs. And this time we get to play Magyars against Koreans, so well, the good thing now is that we have gotten to a point where we are seeing same civilizations, not necessarily the very same matchups, but still that I don't know. I don't clearly remember all the civilizations we've played with already, for example, so that's a good sign. And perhaps slowly all the bonuses, or at least some of the most unique features of the different civs will also get familiarized in this fashion. Okay, so we don't need to prepare for fish necessarily, or we will be happily excited if we happen to find any ponds. Okay, and then we could use some wood. And the question is, where is the deer? Oops. Few idle seconds, but nothing too major by our standards. Okay, so Koreans, does that mean that they are going to try to be aggressive with the towers and all? Since there are probably other ways to play Koreans as well, but it's just something that's not often seen. Or all the time. Not too often, I would say. Well, this lumber camp wasn't the best, but it'll do. Whereas, good luck, have fun, yes. Where is the deer? No. Dun. Perhaps somewhere here. Ah. Now the thing that it was really difficult just some time ago. And then all of a sudden some key hotkeys are finding their places and if only all the skills in the world were as easily memorizable. And then we might wonder that perhaps they are. Dun. Well, not all of them as easily, but like most of the skills probably are something that one can learn by practicing, so yeah, food. Missing a building, right, okay, let's create one more. Start this luring thing again. Yes, we can. There's also, well, not everything went as we initially planned, but I just forgot that I hadn't built a mill, and we're perhaps missing a few other buildings as well. And now we are waiting for the mining camp to appear. Just like that. Okay. Now you just hold on, dear zebra. You're coming to the rescue. 20 pop up. Approach. Ooh, let's try this one militia harassment play. While we focus on pushing deer, which is very important. Okay, and on you go. That'll teach them a lesson. Perhaps. Oof. Simultaneously. Let's see if we can make this happen. Oh, we had a... Well, we are also lacking loom. Well, this was a surprisingly good thing. Okay. well. Okay, so not only did we manage to kill their... Oh, no. Oh. Suddenly we were almost laming. Well, now we are even, so... Suits all of us right. And once that's done, we can perhaps carry on with... Ah, good. With other things. Let's see how this goes. Because blacksmith would be nice. Just to get the fletching thingy. How's our deer pushing? Not very well. Oh no. Well, I don't think we need those too much. Perhaps we can send... Let's move the scout here as well. Yes. We will want to get... Just move out, right. No. So they got us away from the... Oh no, not there. Yes. But now the idea, of course, is that we are able to retreat whenever they are trying to make us force us to do something that we don't like. But let's gather some stone just in case. So I don't think we can react to this later on, but I don't think we have to react right away. No. So fletching would be nice. All right, how's this? Right, and let's see what's happening here. And you can go here as well. Few extra archers would be nice. They have the archer range of their own. Right. And then we could probably also try to build a market. Oops. Let's use that if possible. Dun. We could probably create a few skirmishes of our own if we want to, but I don't think that we do. Let's do this. Dun, 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 dun. And in we go and carry on. And just like that, they are going to lose a few units without getting much in return. Okay, let's take a few extra units for ourselves too, and then carry on to the castle-ish age. That's probably what they are doing as well. Na 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 na. Now a stable would be nice. Few houses. And perhaps extra units just like that. Because we don't think that this will be too troubling for us long term. So bloodlines, why not? Few extra farms. Ooh, welcome back. Hello, villagers. What plans do you have? Na 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 na. Mining camp, okay. I'd like to see you utilize that. Oh yeah. And then let's see. Skirmishers, we don't mind that. Few knights would be nice. And then perhaps we could try to get there. Oh wait, you will continue there. And then we could probably try to just walk in. Let's forget about those and just go to their base instead. An army should rescue us to a certain point. Don't know if they're going to notice that happening even in time. No, 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 no. Goodbye, villagers. Few Magyar Hussar. And the knights are doing the work here. Good for them. And onwards we go. I don't know what their winning condition might be, but perhaps they still have something for them. Additional food cost. What was that noise? Oh. Let's go here for a change. Not much going on, alright. farms. Oh, they have skirmishers. That's really nice. Good for you. And that's that. Jura. When you are up, just get knights and easily destroy towers. Get armor upgrade though. Once you have enough stone, make castle reaches Corvian army and you can spam Magyar Hussar for just food. Well played. Alright, I don't know how much delay there was between those comments of yours, but I sure am glad that we as great minds thought very much alike. I was afraid not a lot of delay confirms Zura. That's good. Okay. My worry was that if they were able to get to Castle Age before me, and perhaps due to the stone gathering that they had done previously, would be able to drop a castle in my face. But now it felt like they wasted lots of time trying to hit my resources without being able to escape me from just carrying on as usual. And then just a small raid caused them to build towers at home, it seems. And those were again almost a castle lost. But then again, they were in Castle Age, so what can you do? But let's see if there's something that we didn't. Ooh, villager high. More practice is required. But I'm glad that we got a game such as that. And also the commentary is on point as always. Even though now that the castles weren't, well, I had to abandon the berry bushes of course, and then farm or two. And my main gold was lost, but still I got the feeling that a counter-attack would be more suitable, since I didn't really miss the resources here. Of course, once they would have gotten to Castle Age, getting this, let's take their point of view if possible. Can I do this? Yes. Then getting this, no, I just had to read whether that was good luck, have fun. Yes. Getting armor upgrade, no, tower upgrade right away for their towers would have made their position a bit more strong, but I still thought that since they only had few villagers and the tower push was dead, I was in no hurry to destroy those necessarily. Instead, what felt like suitable course of action was to try to harass their eco, even with only just a few knights. But in any case, having knights was a good idea with armor upgrade. This, look, I'm not a professional tower rusher, but I think that they could have tried to adjust the angle in just a slightly different fashion. But then again, they lost the scout. So yes, because the scout attacked the I for some reason it felt to me like if you lose your scout and you're still sticking to tower rushing, then perhaps send a militia like we did or something to verify the resources. And this, of course, this causes havoc and panic and whatnot, so it might still work, but this is like the last game's island landing where we just happened to luckily get to a sweet spot. But since they didn't know too much about our resources, like having just the first tower here, for example, to secure the second one, or here, and then deciding whether to go towards the berries or towards the main gold. Those like 2 towers would have made that much more damage than these 3 towers now did, in my opinion. Because this was just blind trust. And this is already a castle worth of resources that I have been very easily just escaping. Not necessarily the right call, but I just didn't feel like fighting the towers, since I presume that this sgae player knows how to target the right weak villagers and then hop in and out of tower and all those clever tricks that might have meant that I'm going to lose a villager or 2. But now our eco kills is 1-0 even after this 5 towers in, and I'm still not pushed away from any key resource, I could say. I might be wrong, but still. She's going to die. No? Of course not. Like, not a chance. Ah. So I think that this might feel better than it actually is. But also perhaps if they had few archers to also... No, they did armor upgrade for their skirmishers. Probably makes sense. But the fact that they haven't done fletching to the towers, is a bit odd. Like, I would have preferred that because it applies to the towers, so perhaps that was just an omission of sorts. And now finally, when we have the tower, they give this one up quite easily, and that was the end of the stable. That would have been trickier to defend with my 10 army of 3 archers, and also they would have caused damage to these resource gathering points of mine, and now they are seeing that I have a few villages here and there. The castle, the tower is denied because 1 archer happened to be around. This is a very, very weird tower rush. And then they're saving one. One is not is saving the others by throwing away her life. Eventually, perhaps, maybe. But I don't think that I get their approach from here. So there's defensive archer range. All right. Perhaps to prepare for my archer push, and then the villagers decide to go for one last dance. Huh. They are still a long way from getting to Castle Age. Alright, yes, this was the gold gathering thing, to have some presents and so forth. And now, because we have fletching, we can reach the tower and they can't reach us. I don't know if they are going to ever notice that they are missing such an important research, especially in range wise, but also damage output. Why not? But now, if they had a few scouts, for example, roaming around, then again, I didn't have defensive towers. Part is one, so like any units would have helped, but presumably they were trying to get to Castle Age now. At least the resources are building up. Here's the army of skirmishers waiting for the attack that may never come. And preemptive tower. Alright, so it seems that this very clever approach of ours was enough to throw sgae a bit off with their guesses. And luckily we were just able to not show the knights, because we would have killed these easily, killed the towers, probably taking some losses HP wise, but still. But now they have 3 spearmen waiting. We have attack upgrades, 2 of them, and also the second armor upgrade for knights is coming, and quick walling attempt doesn't work, and suddenly there are already 7 villages down. Oh yeah, and 2 were lost there, and then after a while the knights are recognized quick walling, even though there's a whole... This is very weird play. Alright, yeah, because there wasn't supposed to be a hole between the wood line, of course. And then there was. And that was terrible. Alright, yes. And then the castle destroys the towers. And more cavalry is on the way. And it's visible here. I don't know if they managed to fight here, perhaps. And the 2 knights are still almost full health. Not minding the spearmen too much, even though they are a counter unit. And that would be that. Okay, well, perhaps this suits me. Like, the longer the stream, the better I play. Or something of that caliber. So GG. Floating resources, worker efficiency, yes. Kill rate ratio, a little bit in our favor. Army high as well. These don't tell too much, but we were able to collect more in the end. Perhaps the turning point of this game, like the decisive moment, was when the scout attacked my unloomed villagers near the berry bushes. Almost got... Oh yeah, there was this weak villager as well, I think. Or then I just reacted a bit slowly. And then barely managed to die before a single villager was killed. And then they lacked the line of sight ever since. to actually make good guesses, I think, because just having a scout to run after the villagers to see where they are locating and then deciding the next angle of attack would have helped. Now what happened was that I just moved villagers from the berry bushes and they were gone. And they didn't know where they went. Are they hunting somewhere? Nobody knows. Are there farms? Nobody knows. Is there more gold somewhere? Well, we don't have a clue. And luckily I had this back gold here. Oh, and they also left this tower here, so the resources were... I wonder whether they could have ever utilized those. Yes, because they were about to plant a tower. Very ambitious one when I have quite a few villages of my own. And there's archery range. And I'm gathering stone, so there's probably enough resources to drop a counter tower if I want to. But still, well. Alright, well, perhaps this was an attempt to try to make Koreans work. Or had I had a bit different kind of map, or had they had the intel of the scout, this could have been worse than it was. Don't know if there were multiple things that went wrong for them, like eco-wise too. But they do know how to play the game based on the idle TC time. Now they were only 1 TC and we had even managed to have 2 town centers, but still. Alright. But that's the level of 1k that we are having here. Around 1k elo. We may have Koreans surprising us with tower rushes, and we may have defensive castles planted right next to our own town centers just for safety reasons. And what else? Everything very much worth seeing. Of course. Okay, now time to call it quits, just so that we are awake for and when Zura's stream actually commences. Now I just hope that I won't miss it entirely. We also need to play with the cat, that's very important. But a recap. Almost 2 weeks in game days. And we indeed have played the team games earlier today. And also games on ladder. We have not wasted units left and right, but when we do, especially if we manage not to do any aggression on our opponent's end, then we usually end up losing. Spending resources is something we have gotten better at. We have even utilized market. And not just selling and buying the same resources, but also utilizing different resources. Selling wood, buying food. For example, very clever things. We have analyzed the games as we went. Not the team games using capture age. That would be beneficial, but we will have some other day for that. But the 1 versus 1s we indeed did. Rejoicing, occasionally, more often than not, indeed. And making friends, yes. We are getting quite good at that, thanks to you all for being so friendly. Makes it that much more easy for people like me to befriend other people like me, or different from me. Now we also have learned that knights beat eagles and cavalry in general do, yes. And we also got to play with this Persian war elephant. Is that the correct word for that? Perhaps. But I'm glad about that, because the eagle sieves, those mesos, are a bit more tricky than the elephant ones. Elephants are fun and easy. They just go and kill. Eagle warriors, they are tough, hard to play, and so forth. Focus on army numbers instead of booming. Occasionally, yes. Azura, yes. Persian war elephants, yes. Thanks for the confirmation. And by the way, I've been tuning in and out. Hope I didn't miss too much. I think you missed absolutely nothing. Just a few compliments here and there towards you and other people. But those will keep on pouring, so no need to catch them all. And game-wise also, I think we have been very consistently doing the similar kind of plays. But if so, we are still losing villagers, we are still losing army. We might try to boom single-handedly and not putting our hearts to that, and then failing at doing that, or we fail at creating enough army numbers in general. But if we were to compare games that we had 50 games ago, now we are reaching 60 perhaps in total. I think there's clear difference, and not just because we are now at 1k elo and not 1.1k that we were able to reach during the first day or two. So I think we are having very similar kind of games than that we have been having similar kind of games throughout this journey, and there's perhaps like small improvements here and there slowly. But like when talking about any single stream like this stream here, I don't think you have missed too much, or anyone who hasn't been able to watch all these 10 or 11 hours soon. Like there has been no single great moment or single great matches that would have showed the potential or anything like that. Very enjoyable games still, but all the jokes I've managed to throw during the plays will be heard again in the future streams. So on that front also very little missed. You might still have a chance to be the first to laugh at them. And when we boom, make it count, that we also managed to do to a degree at least. Practicing game sense, yes. Chat messages, yes. And microphone dies so often, yes. I'll see if, since it might be that there will be a few days of at least shorter streaming, I'll see if I find time to check the technological side of the stream to see if there's some settings that I could try to work with. And Zura, once again though, very impressive. You have been gaming and streaming for almost 11 hours. Yeah, so it reminds me of my youth. But I have to agree, it's been some time when I've been able to pull a feat such as this. Luckily also having few exercising minutes between the games, stretching the cat and trying to catch a cat and so forth, and also ate something. But that's a telling about the magic of the game and the quality of the plays. Why not? And also the kind of people I get to play with and around with. since this has been a really nice 11 hours. Thanks for that. Thanks for hopping in and out, and for all of you who have done likewise. But alright, that would be all from me. Oh, no. Okay, Sura, tomorrow I'll be streaming in 10 plus minus 1 hours from now. 10 hours from now. Plus minus. Okay, well, that's good. That means that there's enough time for a proper sleep. Even if one is a cat in real life. But I'll try to catch your stream. I think it's quite likely that I'm even able to do that. And I can highly recommend others to do that as well. If there happens to be one who hasn't still followed Shura, now might be a good moment to do that, just to get a chance to get this announcement when the stream finally happens. And we can compete for who gets to be the first to congratulate on the 1.5k elo. When Jura is able to breach that limit. Shouldn't take too many games. I'm guessing 5, but no pressure, of course. Like, you do you, and since like it's alright to have off days every now and then, but just like setting some expectations now that I'm in the control. And perhaps we will have a chance to have some training games, so you can help people like me get to your level as well. Eventually. But no pressure. Alright. With that, I'm out, but I'll check if there's something in the chat, for example, so I won't die this very minute. But thanks for having me, and enjoy your days, and hopefully there shall be dozens, even gazillions of those ahead of you. Goodbye.